Show.
Validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. We dove in here a little bit late today, and for good reason. I want to make sure that you guys like and subscribe. It's a very interesting Monday morning, I got to tell you. We had a lot of stuff happen over the weekend. TikTok went dark. Then TikTok came back. I know my homeboy is going to try to give me, and I told you so, but I'm like, hold on, buddy. It ain't over yet. Because this next 48 hours, this next 72 days, 75 days is all going to play a lot more of a factor in what's going to happen with TikTok going forward. So before you open your wallet and start investing in another round of advertisement for TikTok, you might want to hold off and see what happens. And we're going to be talking about that along with a lot of other things that happened today, because before I could put the episode together for the Russia show, we ended up in a situation where he did a whole lot of stuff during the inauguration party. He was talking trash about Mark Zuckerberg and all kind of stuff. And we're going to be going into the most important parts, which is the executive orders, because while he has a lot of outrageous things to say, and he can definitely uh, uh, talk big with these executive orders, some of these executive orders he can enforce, and some of them might actually have a little bit more to do than you might think. So, again, I want to encourage you guys to make sure that you guys like and subscribe today. And remember, we are live 7 nights a week, typically 10 o'clock. Right now, it's about 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. And that is 7 o'clock California time, where the fire has been reduced greatly. But as far as I understand, it is still on fire. It is just further south of Los Angeles than it once was. So, it they're making progress with it, but it isn't over yet. So you just got to be a little bit more patient. I feel like another week of that, and we might be in a position where we can finally say there is nothing left to burn in California. And California, with its known cannabis position, burn. It is hard to say. There ain't nothing left to burn. You gotta get a little bit of smoke. Either way, remember, if you want to jump in onto the show, you can always approve the mic, approve the camera when you click that link in the comment section, and it'll bring you into the podcast in real time. You got to be over the age of 18 to throw some comments in real time. And if not, you can be in the comment section. In both situations, make sure you keep your opinions appropriate, because we are an open mic, open forum, live podcast. I will make shorts out of your behavior. So if in the event that you decide to make a fool out of yourself, I will make sure you go viral for it. Beyond that, we're going to dig deep into Trump's inauguration promises and see if I can uncover the truth behind a lot of them. And we're going to see exactly where these claims are going to put us at in our country going forward, because executive orders usually last about 20, 25 years. And very rarely is it allowed for a executive order to overrule a previous executive order. Usually they come subsequent to one another, one behind the other. So no two, and you got to think about this. Based on the Constitution, if two laws conflict with each other, they nullify in my favor. Therefore, no two executive orders that can create executive laws can contradict each other, because they nullify each other. So one executive order would have to subside in some way, shape, or form, whereas another would then start up. Now, we're going to look at Donald Trump's inauguration promises, where some of the most anticipated, scrutinized in history. We had a lot going on today. As he stood on the steps of the Capitol, Trump made sweeping declarations about what he would achieve during his presidency. But what really stuck in with American people were the bold promises he made today. From rebuilding America's infrastructure to defeating terrorism, Trump's words ignited a sense of hope and optimism in many, while others were more skeptical. Right from the get-go, many critics questioned the feasibility of Trump's promises. Some argued that they were overly ambitious, while others saw them as mere rhetoric designed to get him elected. Public expectations were running high, and it wasn't clear if Trump's administration could deliver on these lofty goals. As we look back, it's clear that Trump's presidency was marked by a mix of successes and failures. But how did his inauguration promises fare so far? One of the most significant promises Trump made was to repeal a logical next step for the Republican Party, which had long campaigned against the Affordable Health Care Act. But as we now know, the reality was far more complicated. So Trump's effort to repeal Obamacare were met with fierce resistance from Democrats, and the final product was a watered down version of what he had initially promised. Another promise that caught people's attention was Trump's vow to build a wall along U.S.-Mexico borders. While he did manage to secure funding for some border security measures, the wall itself remains largely unbuilt. Trump also made some outlandish claims about me, promising to create so many jobs that would of winning. While the economy did experience some growth during his last presidency, it's hard to say whether Trump's policies were directly responsible, especially following Obama. Then there was his promise to drain the swamp in Washington, which many saw as a reference to the corruption influence of money in politics. However, Trump's own administration was soon embroiled in controversies surrounding lobbying and campaign finance, including all the dark money that was rotating around during the last election. And even though there was so much of it going around, Kamala Harris still went bankrupt just about with overspending on her political campaign. I just want to say we dodged a bullet with that one as far as budgeting. So, one of the most surprising promises Trump made was his vow to eliminate national debt within 8 years. Given the scale of the problem, it was clear that this would require some radical measures. But Trump's plan was sort of out of details. So, as it turned out, the national debt actually increased during his presidency, thanks in part to the massive tax cuts signed into law and all those stimulus checks being issued during the time. But the reaction to this promise was mixed, with some hailing it as a bold move to tackle America's fiscal woes, while others saw it as a pie in the sky fantasy. On January 20th, 2025, today, or for some of you, yesterday, Donald Trump signed a series of executive orders on his first day back in office. First one that hit the books was the national emergency at the U.S. border, where Trump declared a national emergency to tighten border security, which includes deploying military personnel to assist immigration officials and implementing stricter measures for refugees and asylum seekers. And we're going to get, but this order aims to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum applicants. He proposed measures to end birthright citizenship, which grants citizenship to anyone born on U.S. soil. This initiative is expected to face significant legal challenges due to its constitutional implications. Birthright citizenship, also known as jus soli, is granted by the 14th Amendment, which states that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. This principle has been upheld by the U.S. courts for over a century, including in the landmark case United States versus Wong Kim Ark in 1898, which is over 200 years ago, which confirmed that children born in the U.S. to immigrant parents are citizens regardless of their parents' immigration status. That used to be identified as anchor babies, because if the child was born in America, the child would be considered a U.S. citizen, and the child cannot go without their parents. Ergo, the parents would be able to receive some type of asylum and potentially seek citizenship because their child was born on U.S. soil. Trump's proposal aims to reinterpret the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof to exclude children born to parents who lack legal immigration status. This would effectively end automatic citizenship for millions of children born in the U.S. to undocumented immigrants. This move aligns with Trump's border immigration agenda, which seeks to tighten immigration policies and reduce what he describes as incentives for illegal immigration, such as tourism. I think he wanted to say birth terrorism, but birth tourism, a term used to describe pregnant women traveling to the U.S. to give birth as a way to secure citizenship for their children. Any attempt to revoke birthright citizenship through executive orders is likely to face significant legal hurdles. Experts suggest that such a change would be quickly challenged in court, given its constitutional basis and the historical precedent supporting it. Amending the Constitution is also a complex process requiring a two-thirds majority in both House of Congress and ratification by three-fourths of the states. Approximately 4 million children are born in the U.S. have at least one parent without legal status, according to estimates from the Migration Policy Institute. And advocates argue that eliminating birthright citizenship could have severe repercussions for these families and children, affecting their access to education and economic opportunities. The proposal reflects ongoing debates about immigration policies in the U.S., particularly regarding how citizenship is defined and who qualifies for it. Critics warn that revoking birthright citizenship could lead to increased social inequality and undermine fundamental principles of American democracy. Look, y'all, he started off with some off the wall. I told y'all, and this is just the first one. There's like 9 or 10 of them that he signed. So hold on, let's get into the scoop and the skinny. The next one, Trump signed an order aimed to abolish federal funding for DEI initiatives across government agencies, reflecting his commitment to reshape federal hiring practices and community programs, therefore dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusive programs. Meaning that if you don't have the training and qualifications to get in there, just because you lacked resources and access to the knowledge and fair accessibility to those resources to become successful, you're just not going to get in. So if you're born into a depravity, you're just going to have to find a way to overcome it. I guess that's one way to push the self-made man idea, but Donald Trump got his millions from inheritance. He got his billions from investments. But the smartest man in the world that knows how to invest $1 can't invest anything if he doesn't have $1. I could be the best shark in Bitcoin, but if I don't have $100 to turn $100 into $1 million, then I can't do nothing. I just have a bunch of ideas that are swirling around and accomplishing absolutely nothing. So an executive order was issued to declare a national energy emergency, facilitating the permitting process for oil, gas, and power projects. This action is intended to boost domestic energy production and reduce regulation barriers. There is an economic strategy against inflation, where Trump is issuing a presidential memorandum focused on combating inflation through various economic strategies. And although specific details on implementation remain vague, we're going to keep following that executive order throughout the year. He signed an order changing the name of Denali back to Mount McKinley, reversing the 2015 decision made by President Obama at the request of Native Alaskan tribes. Wow. Another order proposed renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Although the legalities of such a change is still uncertain since it involves international waters, Trump declares a national emergency to tighten border security, which includes deploying the military personnel to assist at immigration on the borders. And they're going to be pushing these refugees back. And this is going to also have them not be able to seek asylum. So the order that is aiming to reinstate the remain in Mexico policy for asylum is going to be further emphasized by him renaming the Gulf of Mexico. He did say we do the most business there. It's ours. We defend it. All right. The next one, y'all gonna love this. Trump directed agencies to further restrict the asylum application, including designating certain drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and seeking capital punishment for crimes committed by undocumented immigrants against law enforcement. So as y'all jump the fence, y'all cannot be fighting the popo because that will be like treason, terrorism. You're not going to be able to do it. Also, he prepared a list of pardons for individuals convicted in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot, fulfilling a promise made during his campaign. So anybody who's been locked up since 2020, 5 years later, you getting out, y'all. Anybody who got released off their charge, the presidential pardon should allow them to expunge that off of your record so you're no longer on the federal watch list. Hopefully, no longer considered terrorists of the country. I'd keep you on the federal watch list because if your behind was willing to march on Washington last time, you'll be willing to march on Washington again. The CIA need to come out there, Glock switch ready, because I mean, if y'all out there rambuck can't tell me that a black man will get killed with not having a seatbelt on at a traffic stop, and 5,000 plus non-African American people can storm the White House and not one bullet get fired. That make no sense. No sense. Where's the equality? All I'm saying is that if y'all gonna use excessive force situations, y'all should be able to use excessive force on White House territory. That's all I'm saying. That's supposed to be the core of America. You're supposed to show a backbone there. You're not supposed to have the White House covered in toilet paper and graffiti. Come on now. You already let the towers get taken down. I don't get it. But during the second term of inauguration, Donald Trump made a notable claim regarding the child support. And this is going to be something that a lot of people are going to, a lot of the men are going to love. A lot of the women are going to hate. This is probably going to be one of the main reasons why there's a lot of women marching up and down the streets after they finish marching up and down the street, shaving their skulls off of the birth control laws. This is the exact reason why more men voted for Trump than they voted for Kamala Harris. Because when Kamala Harris said, I'm going to take the rights of some of my citizens away to give pro-women's rights to dictate whether or not men can be fathers, you kind of sabotage your right to get votes. I talk to people about this a lot, and they tell me that that's a very broad scale to come from. But think about this. If your right to be a father is taken away from you because she's going to give somebody else sole control over your DNA, that's not fair. You're not going to vote for that, hopefully. But also think about this. Women who claim that their right to autonomy, your right to not create that child is your right. Women are not saying, I want to maintain the right where if I'm taken against my will, that I don't have to give birth to that child. I agree with that. My complaint is that if you're pissed off on a Tuesday because the man didn't do what you wanted him to do the way you wanted him to do it, that you're going to go and abort his child and not tell him about it, or abort his child and rub it in his face, or abort his child and make him pay for it. All I completely disagree with. Because while we have to understand, there are very good women out there that do the best that they can. They have health issues and they deserve the right to prolong and maintain good health. But there are also very toxic women out there that will manipulate another human being for the sake of, and they will use the pregnancy as a way to manipulate people. Athletes have to experience this on a regular basis. It's terrible. But Donald Trump making this new law where, and this is going to be regarding the child support and tax deductions. He stated that parents who do not pay child support should not be allowed to claim their children as dependents on their taxes. Now, this has gone viral over the past week, and I was talking to you guys about how they're not excluding individuals from contributing to the tax rebate as they are taking care of the children. But if one parent, male or female, is providing reimbursement compensation to another parent for the child's care, this where uh where mom is doing the best that she can and dad is bringing up the rear with extra money, or dad is doing the best that he can and mom is bringing up the rear with extra money, where they're both sharing a percentage of the cost of the kid. Usually, when child support is administered, the cost of the child is usually afforded to the non-custodial parent, male or female, and that non-custodial parent is then taxed the financial obligation to cover that child based on a percentage of their income. Now, with what's going on right now, if you're being financially reimbursed, it's not a taxable income, as I explained in last week's show. But if you're not paying for the child, you're not financially taking care of the child, you're using somebody else's money to take care of the child, then you should not be claiming taxes on that child, because that child is not a dependent of you. It is a dependent of the non-custodial parent that is paying for the child, which ultimately means that a lot of people are going to be frustrated, because with that tax credit afforded to the non-custodial parent that is primarily paying the child support, the stimulus checks related to that goes to that parent. The any tax rebates in addition to that goes to that parent, and the custodial parent that doesn't pay for the child loses out on all of that money. So you already know that there's going to be a lot of changes with possession of the children, the timeshare arrangements, visitation, and other such, because the parent that is not taking care of the child but receiving money for the child is not going to have more of a motivation to keep possession of the child if they're not profiting off of the child's existence. But this also gives the non-custodial parent who is contributing to the child's success more assistance, where he or she can now more effectively provide compensation for the child. If you're getting $5,000 a kid on your tax return and you're paying $600 a month to child support, you should be able to give that $15,000 to the custodial parent to offset your $600 a month, so that you don't have to pay that for the year, which breaks you even. And typically, what most Americans don't understand is that tax refunds are the reimbursement of your investment into your business and your country. If you overinvest, they reimburse you on the overage. If you underinvest, you owe the government money. That is how it works. Therefore, if they're going to give tax credits to the non-custodial parent that is paying for the child support, it makes complete sense, because if the parent is going to get 15 grand and they're going to give that 15 grand to the mom, and it costs 15 to 20 grand a year to pay for the child, now that parent only has to pay 5,000 a year. It makes it more affordable for the non-custodial parent, while the custodial parent still gets the financial relief that he or she needs, but the non-custodial parent doesn't have to put up 30% of their income when they're living at 98 or 99% of their income. So he made a very reasonable decision. And this asserts an alliance with his broader stance on financial responsibility and accountability within family structures. Trump's statement emphasizes the need for parents to fulfill their financial obligations, suggesting that those who fail to pay child support should not benefit at all from tax deductions related to their child. And this claim comes amid discussions about the child tax credit, which currently allows qualifying parents to claim $2,000 per child under the age of 17, And Trump was originally talking about raising that amount to 5,000 per child under the age of 17. And the future of this credit is still uncertain as it sets to revert to a lower amount in Congress. So the proposal has sparked debate among legal experts and family advocates who argue that it could further complicate the already complex issues surrounding child support and tax benefits. But, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. If mom can't claim because mom's got the kids and dad is paying for all the kids and he's actually paying, this isn't a situation where he's not paying for child support. But if he's not paying for child support, he's not going to be able to get the deductions either. So you're looking at mom's not going to get extra money. You're not going to see mom with hair done, nails done, name brand clothes, brand new Bentley because she's got child support and alimony. Mom's going to have to hustle and grind just like dad got to hustle and grind. The only difference is that dad will pay for the babysitter and the child's education and pay for food and stuff for the kid. Pay for the percentage of the standard of living so that the mom whose standard of living should be supporting herself would not have to pay additional to support the children since dad's supporting the children. I completely agree with that. No woman should be responsible for paying for a man's standard of living because he has her children. And I'm going to say that first because I'm then going to follow it up with no man should be responsible for paying for a woman's standard of living because she has his children. Just being honest. Just because Nick Cannon does it doesn't mean that everybody should. Now, this is going to be the most important one for today. And I got a lot behind this one. President Trump signed an executive order regarding TikTok. Now, man, that wine hit hard. Aiming to address the recent ban on the app because I know all of y'all experienced it. The night of the 18th, morning of the 19th, TikTok went dark on time. They respected the U.S. laws. They didn't even challenge the scenario. They were like, look, I don't want no trouble. And stop off rip. Soon as Trump started talking about we're going to bring it back, next day, it was back. Midnight, TikTok was back. Now, this order aiming to address the recent ban on the app and proposing a significant ownership change is something that Donald Trump decided to address. The executive order temporarily suspends the enforcement of a law that prohibits TikTok from operating in the U.S., allowing for a now 75-day reprieve where he was originally talking about 90 days. And this delay is intended to facilitate negotiations for potential sale or restructuring of the app's ownership. The executive order seeks to pause the enforcement of federal law that prohibits TikTok from operating in the U.S. unless it divests from its parent company, ByteDance, based. This pause is set for a minimum of 75 days to allow for further evaluation and potential negotiations. Now, the order provides legal immunity to companies that collaborate with TikTok during this suspension period, ensuring that they will not face legal penalties under the newly enacted law. That does not include Google Play Store and Apple Store, because actually, if the Apple Store or Google Play Store offers the TikTok app while the ban is enacted, other individuals can take legal actions against them in the billions. So during this transitionary period, until it is officially transitioned into a divergence, you have to understand that you should not uninstall your TikTok app because you're not likely to get it back. And during this 75-day period, you're looking at 3 more months. You're going to be missing out on a lot of updates, and you're going to be missing out on a lot of new features being offered by TikTok because it is not going to be readily accessible in the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. And I double check, couldn't find it, but I'll check again today and see if it's still there or if it came back. You may not be able to know where you're located at in the country. You may not even be able to find the app in Google Store outside of your downloaded installment. Keep in mind that 40 out of 50 states out of the country had already pre-banned the app and its functionality prior to this executive order. The executive order only prohibits federal punishment to China. It does not prohibit U.S. punishment on a state level to state entities that are producing a banned product. So you have to understand some loophole in the law where people can still get got for producing TikTok on their platforms. Now, the directive emphasizes the administration's intention to find a solution that addresses national security concerns while preserving access to a platform used by approximately 175 million Americans, short the 500,000 people that went to what is that called red flag, or whatever, where they had to sign on to this Chinese app and agree to the Chinese laws, rules, and conditions in order to utilize that app, where whatever national security issues that you would have had with TikTok are going to be more exacerbated when you're using this sister company that is also owned by ByteDance. Just want to point that out. So America didn't win. Biden didn't win by shutting down TikTok. What happened was Biden encouraged 170 million Americans to defect from American platforms and utilize non-American products in order to get the observation and attention that they needed on their cell phones, their apps. And I'm going to be honest with you, I probably should take a look at this app and see if I can incorporate live streaming so that I can go straight to China and talk about what's going on, because I mean, this podcast is going to be going everywhere anyway, but if they can see us on the front lines, then they might want to be able to follow what we got going on. Either way, Trump mentioned the possibility of establishing a joint venture involving U.S. interests and other unspecified parties to ensure TikTok's operations continue in compliance with U.S. regulations. Trump proposed that a future arrangement should involve at least 50% ownership of TikTok by U.S. investors. This joint venture would aim to ensure that the app operates under U.S. oversight, addressing national security and the concerns related to data privacy and foreign influence. The executive order positions the U.S. government as a potential partner in negotiations with ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company, although it remains unclear how receptive ByteDance will be to divestment or restructuring. There are indications that various investors, including former Los Angeles Dodger owner Frank McCourt and billionaire Elon Musk, have shown interest in acquiring stakes in TikTok. Trump has also invested into a large quantity of TikTok, potentially aligning with Trump's vision for U.S. ownership. This order is going to clarify that companies assisting the keeping TikTok operation during this interim period is supposed to not face legal liabilities, because Joe Biden had stated that he was going to leave it to the Trump administration to hold companies accountable for the ban. So this provision aims to encourage tech firms to support TikTok's continued availability without fear of repercussions. Following Trump's announcement, TikTok resumed operation after having briefly suspended service in anticipation of the ban, which has caused considerable disruption for users and businesses reliant on the platform. This move marks notable shifts from Trump's previous stance in his first term to ban TikTok outright due to national security threats. Now, keep in mind, Donald Trump is a billionaire, and Donald Trump is a billionaire because he's all about business deals. If it benefits them the same way they did the war on drugs, the government will stop anybody from making money in the US if the US is not making money also in that entity. So just by saying break the US off a check, you can do whatever you want to do in the US as long as you pay the US to do it. Now, when we start talking about national security, that is the biggest question that we should have. Exactly how much is national security valued for the billionaires that will do a business deal that could potentially undermine national security? While his current approach reflects a recognition of TikTok's popularity, its potential role in engaging with young voters, we still have to understand that there are a lot of things that have not been addressed there because the order raises significant questions about presidential authority, particularly regarding the legality of suspending enforcement of an existing federal law. Legal experts expressed skepticism about whether such an executive action can override statutory requirements. The executive order comes after Congress passed a law mandating TikTok's sale or ban due to national security concerns, with bipartisan support highlighting fears of data misuse by the Chinese government. The executive action may face immediate legal challenges, particularly from those who argue it undermines the legislative process and existing laws regarding foreign owned applications. The proposal faces potential legal and regulatory challenges, particularly regarding the authority of the executive branch to alter existing laws and enforce new ownership requirements. Donald Trump indicates that his administration would seek to negotiate terms that could allow TikTok to continue operating while addressing national security issues raised by lawmakers and intelligence agencies. Now, keep in mind the ban required for divestment, meaning that they have to have a U.S. branch of some sort in order to continue doing business in the U.S., where that U.S. branch must see to it that the platform abides by U.S. laws. Chinese government does not have to abide by U.S. laws. And since they are broadcasting in their government, just because a signal can reach the US does not mean that they have to abide by US laws, which is one of the reasons why the requirement for them to broadcast in US airspace requires them to have a US branch that will submit to US laws. So if investors in the US invest in the company and establish a US branch in America, the company must adhere to whatever the laws are in the US. So if Elon Musk and former Dodgers owner buys 50% of ByteDance and Donald Trump throws down more money on ByteDance, then it will be owned partially by U.S. investors, which then would satisfy the previous executive order ban. Likewise, whatever concerns for national security that will be honored by executive decision will further support recognition of change or ban. Keep in mind that American based Facebook has already faced significant legislation in partner with TikTok for exact same accusations as the Chinese government. So it is not for the lack of saying that doesn't matter where you are in the world, we have to pay attention to the difference with the accessibility usage of data, information, and quality control when it comes down to letting the youth access a platform that adults use, which is one of the reasons why YouTube has a restricted mode that most people don't know about. And if you don't know about that restricted mode, I encourage you to go to your settings, go to general, scroll all the way down, turn off restricted mode, and I guarantee you on your iPhone or your Android, you will not only see more episodes of this podcast, you will see a whole nother area of YouTube that you did not know existed, because anything considered controversial, anything considered sensitive in nature, excessive vulgarities, excessive violence, or in some way, shape, or form, excessive nudity, you will not be able to see it on YouTube without turning off restricted mode and potentially acquiring a VPN. So that's how YouTube keeps themselves from being sued. So if you want to see all of the stuff that adults are allowed to see, turn off restricted mode. Kids would not know this unless you're watching my podcast right now. However, Facebook, Instagram, who are also under legal action, did not do this. TikTok did not do this. And implications of long-term exposure of users under the age of 18 being corrupted by the type of content that they're allowed to access, because most people can create a Gmail and lie about their age, because you don't have to show legal documentation of your age. You can remain anonymous with your Gmail account. And as long as your Gmail account declares that you're over the age of 18, based on the age date that you select, you could potentially create a profile using your Gmail account where they assume that you're over the age of 18, where you can lie and click the button that says, yes, I'm over the age of 18. Now the app facilitator has no idea if the account that is utilizing the service is in fact someone over the age of 18. Now, if Google starts being more strict about their identification processes, you're probably going to have to start submitting state IDs and driver's licenses the way Pornhub is requiring you to do in order for you to continue to receive porn in Kansas. And that type of documentation will have your name registered, your identity registered to any number of emails that you create, which would reduce the quantity of fraud email accounts and potentially reduce the quantity of spam accounts created in social media platforms, which would also then reduce the ability to be scammed by people. But unfortunately, collecting people's identity in a database is part of the complaint that we have right now. So I can't see fixing the problem by performing the complaint. But if you did not have that complaint, that would be a good way to fix the problem. So while the law that promoted the ban had bipartisan support and was upheld by the Supreme Court, indicating strong legislative backing for concerns about foreign-owned applications, the outcome of these negotiations and effectiveness of this executive order will likely influence broader discussions about data privacy, foreign ownership of technology platforms, and national security in the digital age. This initiative also reflects ongoing tension between the US and China over technology and data security, as well as Trump's strategy to engage younger voters who utilize platforms like TikTok, because TikTok is between 14 and 25. YouTube is between 18 and 75. Twitter is, I do believe, between 28 and 45. And they're actually only business and news, business, finance, and news. You don't have a bunch of, you know, uh, 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 Twitter dances. and Twitter challenges where people are embarrassing themselves for clickbait views. So Twitter is more of an adult channel, and TikTok is for the kids, and YouTube is for the middle-aged individuals, which is why 75% of my platform is over the age of 25, and 85% of that is male. You got to look at the demographics. Twitch is for gamers. TikTok is actually focused on gamers now because the youth is playing video games on a regular basis instead of buying, selling, and investing. You have Kick and Rumble that are platforms that can promote adult content, but it's pay as you go subscriptions to view the platform. You've got to be able to have a platform that people want to watch in order for them to pay to watch the platform. But with less restrictions, because it's not ad sensitive, you have to make your own money, which means you've got to promote yourself, which means that people are going to pay you if it's worth watching. You have more First Amendment freedom, as opposed to the Google AdSense that limits your ability to speak because they're not going to pay you to say what you want to say, because you have the right to say whatever you want to say, but they do not have the obligation to pay you after you said it. That is the line that is drawn in the sand. Looking back on Trump's inauguration promises, it's clear that some were more successful than others. While he did manage to push through some significant policy changes, others fell by the wayside or were never fully realized. And despite the controversy surrounding his presidency, Trump's promises that today did shape the narrative of his time in office. And this executive order that he's been doing today, the ones that he did today, reflects Trump's ongoing engagement with social media platforms and his effort to navigate complex regulatory landscapes while balancing users' interests and national security concerns. Trump's strategy to navigate complex issues surrounding technology and foreign investment while attempting to maintain access to a platform widely used by millions of Americans. Trump's announcement regarding birthright citizenship represents a significant shift in U.S. immigration policy discussions, with potential legal battles ahead as advocates and lawmakers respond to this proposed change. These executive orders reflect Trump's agenda to reverse many policies from Biden's administration and the Obama administration while addressing key issues related to immigration, emergency production or energy production, and social policies. Overall, Trump's position reflects a commitment to reforming child support regulations and ensuring that tax benefits are aligned with parental responsibilities. And in conclusion, Trump's inauguration promises were a mixed bag, with some achieving varying degrees of success, while others being left unfulfilled. We have a very long 2025, and he has made the first 24 hours hit the ground sprinting. So what do you think was the most surprising promise Trump made today? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to check out more of other videos on Trump's presidency, as what we learned from this will lead to what will happen next. Because I can tell you right now, it is not for the lack of trying that this man is going to do some of the most historical things in the last 4 years of his presidency. And if he can potentially tap the golden goose and earn himself another opportunity to have a third term where he can die as president 3 years running, 12 years in a row, or not in a row, but 12 years, he'll probably pull that off. Because you got to understand, if he can find a way to buy Canada, if he can find a way to endorse the name change at the Gulf of America, if he's going to have the father vote, Lord forbid if he starts putting some laws in place where single fathers can get access to their children a whole lot easier in a country that is biasly giving the children to the women, when there are good dads out there trying their hardest to be involved in a children's life, where this is the first generation of good dads after a plethora of generations of missing fathers. And we have a historical tendency to give the children away instead of giving dad the opportunity to be dad. If this president is going to be the president, to say, let them be fathers, let them fail trying, but at least let them try. I mean, that, I'm not going to lie, that would probably coin one of the better presidents. I can't call him the best president alive. I can definitely tell you he's the best businessman I've come across in politics, but he would definitely win my stamp of approval if he's going to start putting down more laws that are going to support the male right to be a father. We're not talking about depriving women of their right to protect themselves and protect themselves from bad situations, but accountability must be uniform. You must, as women, hold yourselves accountable for your stupid decisions the way you expect men to be held accountable for their stupid decisions. The same way you believe that if a male screws up and gets a woman pregnant, he should be thrown on child support, is the same way that if a woman does something stupid and gets herself pregnant, she should give birth to the child. There should not be a non-balanced scenario where one gender should be allowed to say and do and or behave any different from another gender, the same way we believe that no one race should be treated differently than another race, which is another reason why the man getting rid of the diversity programs is going to make sense, because you should not get it just because you got a good tan. You should get it because you're good at it. You should get it because you qualified for it. You should get it because you worked hard for it, but you should not be excluded just because you got a good tan. Likewise, you should not have favoritism in life just because you're a female. You should have favoritism in life because you earned that favoritism, because you made sacrifices for that favoritism. The fact that women can become multimillionaires because of affirmative action, that is not going to change with the laws that Donald Trump has put out. Women should be breadwinners because of their ability to become Fortune 500 alpha boss ladies, but those women should not be tyrants in their relationships with their boyfriends and their husbands. They should be able to treat their husbands and boyfriends the way they expected their boyfriends and husbands to treat them when they were in a relationship with a man that makes 2/3 more than her. But we also understand with the hypergamy theory, which Donald Trump is tearing down with some of these executive orders, the hypergamy theory, if she wants a man that's more financially successful than her, then she's going to have to earn that. Because you can't just sit there and have 5 children and think that you're going to get $5,000 a kid off of 5 different baby daddies and think that you're not going to have to do anything to deserve that. Bill Clinton was trying to put a stop to that when he put a stop to the welfare program and forced the women to either go to college or get a job. You couldn't just lay on the system and just collect checks on Section 8. You had to get out there and do something. And I personally agree. This country should not be a free ride country. The only individuals that ideally would have a free ride in this country are the incompetent that have been defined by Social Security Disability Administration, where you are not physically capable of taking care of yourself, and the elderly who are too old to do it anymore. That is it. But if you think about how the laws have been created, the laws were created off of the Bible, where, if you guys remember, the Lord showed favoritism to the innocent and the elderly, the people who didn't know no better and the people who couldn't do no better. And all the laws that are created thereafter reflect exactly that. So every able-bodied individual that is not incapable of performing, and every able-bodied individual that is not physically incapable of doing something should find something to do. It doesn't matter what it is. You can get jobs online. You can start up a podcast. You can do whatever you want to do to make money. And while OnlyFans is about to go out of business, you're going to understand that there are so many different things that you could do to make money. You could sell products. You could be affiliate marketers. You could sell photos. You could do video vlogs. Look at Cooking with Kyra. Look at that. First woman I've seen out there cooking food, and she got millions of followers because she cooked. Not because she's wearing overly exposed outfits and showing her behind to the camera on a regular basis, even though she does. The fact is that she's popular because she cooks. And so many women get pissed off for that. Do you know that more women would find a higher valued man if you started following the traditional female roles, which Donald Trump is bringing back. Traditional male and female roles, which is one of the reasons why he passed a law to only have two genders recognized in America. You're not going to see M, F, and other. You're going to either see M or F. Now, if you don't want to check either one of those boxes, that's up to you. But you have to understand that you were born with one or the other. I understand with genetic mutations that some people were technically born with both, but you had a primary gender that overruled the other gender because you're outside of those parents that do mutilation, that choose child sex when they have two sexes at birth, which then causes confusion to the child. Because you're going to give the child a bunch of hormones, so the mentality of the child is not going to change. It's just the physical anatomy of the child will change. Fact is, cut that shit out, and then you're going to have a lot more normal individuals. And what is normal? What is normal? Because just because it's not socially acceptable doesn't mean it's not normal. Whatever happens naturally is normal. Whatever happens without human involvement is normal. So if you're born with both, you're born with both. But I mean, if you can stand instead of squat, bro, that means you're a dude. If you can point and aim, that means you're a dude. That's just how it is. So, they got some people that are going to be upset about that. But think about the laws. Like, they have certain states like Georgia and other such states that pass laws where men can only use the men's room and women are only allowed to use the women's room. Well, actually, no, the law was more towards the men not being allowed to use the women's room. But the fact is that by them putting gender bias on a toilet, a man in a dress cannot go into the women's room. A woman in a pantsuit cannot go into the men's room. So what defines a man or a woman? Is it your personal choice, or is it your anatomy? Is it the anatomy above the waist, or is it the anatomy below the waist? The only reason why they have gender exclusive toilets in America is because we don't have no damn self-control, because they got public bathrooms and public showers in Hong Kong and Asia and China. Everybody goes and uses the same bathroom in the public out there. There isn't a his or hers. You just go in there and drop one. And if you're going in there to use the toilet, you shouldn't really have too much quagmire stuff going on in a public bathroom. But again, you're going to see a lot of changes, because as the laws progress, the man said that he was going to drop a bunch of executive orders on day one. He said the first 180 days of his presidency was going to be drastic, instantaneous change. But that does not mean that over the next 4 more years, he's got 3 years and 11 more months of him being president, that he can still do a whole lot more stuff that could make drastic, immediate change where you can experience it now. Because a lot of times, most presidents put stuff into action during their term that the society does not experience until 2 or 3 terms later, where the active president takes credit for 3 presidents ago's actions and efforts. The educational improvements was because of Obama, but whoever's in office while education improves takes credit for that. The efforts for employment didn't happen in Trump's reign, but when employment does improve, whoever's involved in that era is going to take credit for that. Anything that he can do in 2025 that you can experience in the immediate 2025 to 2028 scenario, you will be able to say, in the time that he was president, I experienced this change. But as I keep telling you, with all of these other changes that are going on, you're going to have to note that if you are not creating an LLC, not creating a C corporation, not starting yourself your own business, not getting yourself a trust to put your assets in, and you can start off with a revocable trust that you control. As you build that trust up, that revocable trust turns into an irrevocable trust when you pass, so that your lineage can get an irrevocable trust where they're not screwing each other over, but you can build your own success. And then once you're satisfied with that success, you can switch it over to an irrevocable trust and just ride the wave. But you can start right now setting yourself up for financial success, because he's about to create the kind of country where if you don't make your own money, your ass is going to be broke. Point blank, period. That law about child support, you not making money off of somebody else just because you dropping babies. If you not making your own dang money, you will be broke. It, he's going to pass laws, all if he hasn't done them already. He's going to be coming soon, passing laws to do away with all of the government assistance related to to government funded healthcare. Everything is going to be privatized. So if you don't already have a marketplace health insurance policy, you will get one because the government is not paying for it anymore. You are not going to get WIC. You're not going to get Social Security insurance or anything like that where the government is going to pay for your insurance. They're going to take it out of your benefits. You're not going to get a free ride anymore. They're going to take it out of your benefits. And the only way that you're going to get free benefits is if you knock down the policy to a free policy where you're not really getting much of anything and you're not really paying much of nothing. With Biden's incentive, I think he offered like $1,500 a year for privatized healthcare. And if you take advantage of that with the marketplace healthcare, you can get, it's still not free, but the incentive will pay for it. And then you pay the difference. For those of us who don't go to the doctor very often, you got healthcare, which avoids you from getting the penalty for not having healthcare. And that only applies to those individuals that actually gets a tax return. But you also have the opportunity to receive some type of benefits in some situations, because not all. They offer you incentives at first, but after a while, the incentives stop being incentivized. There's going to be so many changes in this country. We're going to follow it on a week-to-week basis, at least once a week on this podcast. We're going to be talking about how things are either improving or going on the toilet based on decisions that were made by current officials. So you guys should make sure that you like and subscribe. Make sure that you follow us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And since TikTok is back, you might even see us go back on to TikTok. You never know. And as we stream, everywhere we stream, we're going to be talking about all of the hard-hitting issues. We're going to be talking about all of the things that matter to the average individual. And we're going to be talking about ways to make money, save money, invest money in every country in the world. Because even tomorrow, we're talking about ways to make money in Russia. I mean, look, if you can travel the world and make you a bunch of money, like Donald Trump says, if you don't like what's going on in America, leave. What he said, you could come back if you want to, or you can stay gone if you feel like it. He don't care. But instead of staying here bitching about how much things suck here, go somewhere else and see if you can find you a better standard of living. I'm going to show you ways to save money, invest money, and potentially invest money in other countries where you can make you a better standard of living somewhere else. You can make you a better standard of living here and go travel somewhere else. But if you decide that you want to go live in another country because you don't like the current president, that's fine. I will tell you how to make money so that you can live somewhere else for the next 4 years. Because guess what? You do not lose your citizenship if you do not come to America. In order for you to lose your citizenship, you legitimately have to file paperwork to renounce your citizenship. If you don't file paperwork to renounce your citizenship, you could be absent out of the United States for the next 5 years and still be declared a U.S. citizen. But guess what? You're also going to be required to do? Pay taxes as a U.S. citizen. You're expecting you to pay, to claim your foreign assets in your American taxation. While there is some loopholes for that, if you so decide to claim foreign assets, you have to understand that you're more likely to get hit with tax fraud and tax evasion if you are not declaring all of your assets when you do file taxes, as opposed to just not filing taxes at all, because it is still voluntary. Some people say it is, some people say it's not, but no, it is. The only time that it is not technically voluntary is when you are willfully not filing under the guise of tax fraud and tax evasion, where you are doing something unlawful with the money or misrepresenting your income on purpose, and you don't want the U.S. government to know what you're doing. That's when you start dealing with problems. So like those rich people that made it seem like they were broke, but they weren't, but then they went to cribs, and you seeing all these houses and cars, and then they got audited by the IRS, and they went, that's because they were making it seem like they didn't have as much as what they had. But if you don't tell them nothing, I mean, they can't say that you didn't do what you were supposed to do if you just didn't get around to it. You ain't got nothing to claim because you ain't got nothing to claim. The bottom 99% is broke. The only reason why we file voluntarily on a year-by-year basis is because they forcibly take Social Security, disability, and taxation out of our paycheck. And in order for us to give it back, we have to tell them how much money we don't have so that they can feel bad for us and give us our money back. If it wasn't for that, if they did not take money out of your W-2s, nobody would file taxes. Nobody. Because one person comment in the comment section right now that you would be voluntarily willing to give 30% of your income to the U.S. government without them taking it out of your paycheck before you got paid. Most people prefer to get paid under the table so that they don't get taxed because they're not making enough money to survive. So if they didn't have to put up 30% of their income, they would probably not do it. So once you switch over from being a W-2 worker to being a 1099 self-employed, a small business owner, big investor, Bitcoin investor, REITs. Didn't I tell you guys that I told you there's a REIT called Orchid. I can't remember the rest of the name, but if you go to Orchid, and you can find Orchid on the Stash app, STASH app, and I guarantee you 18.6%. 18.6%. Now, why the fuck you guys go to clubs to pick up chicks? You guys spend $100 to $300 a night to pick up chicks. And I can guarantee you that you could take $200 to $500, put it into a checking account out of the 4,000 banks or 4,000 plus credit unions that will offer between 5 and 7.5% interest rate on that $500 that you could have wasted on a club, where you would have been making interest on your money, and you could have put it into a checking account. You can open an unlimited quantity of checking accounts in your life, which means that every weekend that you decide to go to the club and waste money on a female, you could have opened up a bank account instead, and you will be making shit tons of money. And we don't do stuff like that. Those of us that go to college right now, how many of y'all are college students right now? You know that the student loans are what, 4 to 7% interest, right? Now, didn't I just tell you about a real estate investment trust that will give you 14.46% interest? The difference between what you owe on your student loans and what you're making off of that stock is what, 11% difference? So you're making 11% profit to take out subsidized and unsubsidized student loans where deferred payment until 6 months after you graduate. You could take that money, put it into a stock option. Most of us are in college for 8 years on a 4-year degree. And I can guarantee you that by the time you get out of college, you could take the principal off of your stock option, pay back your student loan, fix your taxes, have a whole bunch of money sitting there on the back end, and you wouldn't be fucking struggling when you got out of college, even if you didn't use your degree for whatever the hell you go to work for after you get out of college. And if you're making enough money, because I could right now, 18, if you got $100,000, if you got $200,000, if you got $300,000 sitting in a REIT, you're starting to make $20,000, $40,000, $60,000 a year. The market average right now is about $69,000 to $70,000. So I can guarantee you, if you can manage to put away $500,000 out of the $500,000 of student loan money, I see you, Cody. Give me a second. You would be able to switch up and not even have to work. You'd be working because you feel like it, because you're bored, not because you are hungry, not because you got kids to feed, not because you're going to be sleeping under a cardboard box underneath the overpass until Border Patrol kick you out, because you ain't got to do to go and entertain somebody else's company and make you an extra dollar on the side. But then again, you got to think about the fact that those of us that put our time and our effort into making ourselves financially successful, because most of us in the bottom 99 did not have parents who were financially responsible. Most of us had parents that were on World Star. Most of us had parents that was having a Waffle House classics where they were fighting in the street and stuff and going to jail and stuff. We first generation of individuals where daddy wasn't in jail while we was growing up, or dead or killed or something like that. So the fact is, we didn't have mentorship. But the top 1% has mentorship. They have apprenticeship. They learn shit. They teach the next generation what the next generation needs to know so that the next generation don't have to live like we live. They have kids that being disowned because they're not responsible. They get cut out of the will because they're fuck ups. We don't have a will. Most of us wish that we could just die and not leave our family debt, much less leave them with something. But you know what? If y'all was following this podcast on a regular basis, y'all will be able to find ways to invest with little to no money, build that money up, set yourself up with security so that you don't got to worry about if a pandemic come around again, because biological warfare happened one time in 2019. It happened again when they had all that Ebola in Texas. It's gonna happen again. And this time it might not be 6 months. It might be a year and a half. If you ain't got a year and a half worth of money sitting there, and most of us know how we did not have money for almost a year, almost 2 years. And a lot of people, millions of people, were in the eviction court because you ain't had no damn job. But if you would have had money invested, you would have had that. This is one of the reasons why I keep telling y'all, follow this podcast, like and subscribe, follow this podcast, show up every day. We talk about social interactions. We talk about gender inequalities, where we need to treat each other with more respect. We need to behave with more respect. I see you, Cody. I'm coming. And we need to make sure that we make better financial decisions. Emotional intelligence, financial intelligence. Those are the two things that the American people is lacking, which is why the poor class is now $79,000. I'm going to say it again. Working class is poor class. Poor class is making $1,625 a week. So if you're not making $1,625 a week, you are poor. That is the American inflation. Now, let me go ahead and talk about Cody before I go into another tangent. Cody said, I nailed mine to the wall and I have no idea. Yeah, I got 3 degrees and I'm over here talking on a podcast. I'm a teacher outside of this, but I went to school to be a pediatric surgeon. So look at where my degree got me. I'm using my knowledge to teach people for free when I'm not teaching people for pay. Because why? My knowledge is not going to get me into a hospital so that I can do surgeries on people. Cody says, I have no idea, but I didn't believe in debt and have none. And that's my belief. Well, I can tell you, you may not believe in debt, but a lot of us got debt. Some of us inherit debt. Hey, some of y'all can tag in if y'all know y'all mama and them then put y'all name on the utility bills and then the shit went south. Y'all was in the collection agency before y'all 17 years old. Y'all don't even know what credit is, and y'all got debt collectors coming after y'all for shit y'all parents did. They got families that got that going on because your parents got your social security number. They got your name and birth certificate and shit. You do not have to be 18 years old to have a utility bill in your name. They just need to put your name and your social security number down when they activate the account. That's it. You can utilize this to build credit for your kids, but you could also utilize this to bypass the fact that you can't get services from these particular individuals because they charged off your account for non-payment. So you end up in situations where the kids suffer. They start off with a hard way to go because there are no opportunities. I can understand. I remember when I was trying to buy my first car and I couldn't get it because I was in a collection agency for over 20 grand at 15. What the? It took me 5 years to straighten that out. But by the time I was old enough to use my credit, I was buying stuff in cash. Houses, cars, and everything because I didn't have any credit. I didn't know what credit was for because I could not get any. I could not access it. Even now, 30 years later, I'm still building it because every time I have a family member with an emergency, a lot of us do the same thing. We do the stupidest thing. We sacrifice all of our savings to go save a family member's fuck up. And now we have to recuperate from that. They don't have it to pay us back. So this is a financial loss that we do for family. This is a financial loss that we do for friends. And I've already told you guys over the past 3 weeks, if you're not contracting yourself with a friend or family member where they're going to reimburse you with interest, it is not fiscally responsible for you to invest in a family member like that. I understand that you don't want to see them suffer, but I also understand that if they can't afford to bail you out when you ain't got no more money left, you should not give them your last dollar. Second to last dollar, maybe, but you should never give them your last dollar. You should also never lend to somebody that you consider a friend or family if you expect to get it back because they're not going to give it back to you. They ain't got enough respect for you to give it back to you. But in a business deal, just like you can loan something to yourself, Donald Trump loaned a bunch of money to us. What was it, $50 million or $500 million that he loaned to himself for his first campaign at 500% interest? So he's paying himself back for the rest of his life because he loaned himself money. And that's a tax deduction and a profit at the same time. Because he's paying a bill and he's gaining money off of that bill at the same time. You got to understand, you guys got to figure out ways to do what the rich do. That's why the rich stay rich. Now, Cody also said I'm very eccentric. He's a very eccentric thinker. So it feels like his idea for making money is pretty far out there. It's almost Aquarian, I can tell you right now, bro, there's a lot more to it. Your ideas are probably fantastic ideas. And some of the reasons why your ideas are not making the mark that you would like for it to make is because you don't have enough capital to put towards it. But if you had that 50 million, 75 million, $100 million inheritance that Donald Trump had, you can make a lot of trial and errors and go turn around and make yourself a billionaire. If anybody would have had $50,000 when Bitcoin was $60,000, they would have $100,000 right now. But most of us who barely have $1,000 extra dollars in our bank account can't put $1,000 down and turn that $1,000 into $2,000 because before the money flips, we needed to go pay for a fucking bill. We living from check to check. And that's why I tell you guys, we have to change the way we do business because we got 4 years of this. And after him, if he does not get reelected on a third term, after him, the next generation of Democratic presidents are all going to start doing more reform towards government support, which is going to cause taxes to go back up for the average American person. I'm telling you right now. And I'm a Democrat and I'm talking about it. So Cody says, I'm in the upper class city and businesses aren't going out of business here. Exactly. Capricorn rising. You got it. Do the names in theirs, LOL, and sneak around like a gremlin. Yeah. Oh, look, we name drop from day to day. I could tell you right now that there are so many ways that we can flip it, we can dip it, and we can turn a profit from it. And if you start off right now taking a little bit off the top, the 10 to 20% that you waste on bullshit, I can tell you right now, how many of y'all drink alcohol? Think about how many cases of beer you buy. Think about how many bottles of liquor you buy. Think about how many times you charge it to the Underhills when you're at the club. Think about how, if you look at how much money you spend every week, every month on alcohol, you might spend almost $15,000 a year on alcohol. Think about smokers. You do the same thing. You spend almost $15,000, $20,000 a year on smoking. If you took that money on alcohol and cigarettes and you quit smoking and drinking, I'm not going to tell you stop, but I'm just saying, if you did, you'd have almost $25,000 a year out of your $75,000 income that you're spending on habits. But if you took your habits and invested it in money, and then you took the dividends from the money and then paid for your habits, the difference between taking your principal and entertaining yourself and taking the dividends from your principal and entertaining yourself is that the principal is still there. If you take the principles and entertain yourself, you got to go back out and go make more principal. But if you take the principal, make dividends, and live off the dividends, then the principal will continue to regenerate money. A billionaire is a billionaire because a billionaire's got $50 million making them billions. A billionaire's got $1 billion making $10 billion. But a billionaire is not spending $1 billion every year. Elon Musk is a multi-billionaire. He did a $5 billion deal, but he did it with everybody else's money. Did Elon Musk put all of his money into that deal that he talked about on TikTok? No, he talked to the millions and millions of investors on Twitter about what he was about to do with their $5 million that they invested in his operation. That ain't his operation's money. That's not his money. That's their money. That's the shareholders that are paying almost, $475 a share for Tesla stock. That's their money that he took to go and build robots, build machines, build spaceships that land back on Earth and shit. He didn't take the money out of his pocket. So you got to understand. Think about the president campaign. You are not self-funding your presidential campaign. Other people are paying for that. Other people are paying for the billions and billions of dollars that they spent on taking over the airways. The rest of us don't think like that. We do not have a network where we can tap into our network and say, I've got an idea that'll put money in your pocket, invest in me, I will make you rich. We don't think like that. We think, give me money so that I can make myself rich and I'll pay you back later. That don't work. At the end of the day, we have got to find a way to make other people money while we make money because we're using their money to make us money. One of the reasons why real estate is such a prominent industry. If I can show you that if you give me $500,000, that I'll give you back $600,000, you'll give me $500,000, especially if I can get it done inside of 6 months. It don't matter what I got to do. It don't matter who I got to pay. You give me $500,000, I give you back $600,000. You're going to give me $500,000. But if you give me $500,000 and I give you a handshake and give you back 450,000, what? That's not going to work. And what if I fail? You give me $500,000. What if I fail? I'll give you back $500,000 plus interest until I pay you back the other 100,000. So now that $500,000 went into 750,000. So you're still turning a profit because I failed. If I'm going to guarantee you that you're going to be successful, if you stick with me, you're going to invest in me. If you're going to invest in me, then I'm going to be successful so that I can make you successful. The fact is that the best legacy, and I've told this to people a lot of times. You're right. It's homogeny. I've told this to people a lot of times. Your success is not how much money you got in the bank. Your success is less the stuff that you got that's not liquidatable assets. Your success is the success of the people around you, the people that you invest in. So if you can make somebody else a millionaire, that makes you a valuable person, not them because they're a millionaire. They're a millionaire because of you. You understand? So if you make somebody, if you take somebody that's making $30,000 a year and make them $75,000 a year, they're going to tell more people that you help them get money. And what's that going to do? That's going to have more people come to you and say, hey, do the same thing for me. And now what you can do about that? Charge each one of them a nominal fee. I'll make you money for a fee. The cost of doing business. As long as you are making more money than what you're paying me, that is the cost of doing business. As long as you are more successful than what it costs for you to be successful, that is the cost of doing business. Now, the margin of that investment is the caveat. Are you supposed to invest 80% in order for you to get a 20% profit? Or are you supposed to invest 100% of somebody else and get 15 to 20% yourself and give them back another 20% on top of their profit? That's what you got to work out. Where do you get paid versus where somebody else gets paid? But here in 2025, we're off to a good start. We're off to an exciting start. We're off to massive changes with the economy. And we're off to a lot of different scenarios where the way we do business is going to be so different. Look, he says, I'm not in the bank. I'm the bank. But that's actually true, though. You know, you can actually become a bank. You actually can become a bank. There are ways to become a bank. And matter of fact, I could do a whole show about that to put you in a position where you can create yourself a bank that's actually registered, FDIC certified, where people will start investing in you, borrowing money against you, and you could become your own bank. It is not that hard, but it will require some capital investment somewhere. It is not cheap. It is not a free situation, but it is doable. And the fact is that we can start by being our own bank for ourselves. We can move ourselves up to being our own bank for our families. We can expand ourselves out to being our own bank for our friends. Then we can go so far as to being our own bank for our neighborhood, still stair-stepping. And as you start dealing with more and more clients where they invest in you and you turn them out a profit, or if they borrow from you, you make a profit. One of the two. Either way, you're going to find that they will ultimately start turning you into a walking bank. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, fellas, men, we are a walking business. Women invest in us if they want to receive the dividends from the man. And a lot of women are not going to like that. But ladies, you're a walking business too. If you're a Fortune 500 woman, if you're a alpha boss lady, you done started your own career, you making 6, 7, 8 figures, you proud of yourself, you're a walking business too. And that's why when y'all get married, that's a business merger. You understand? You have to make sure that the person that you choose is going to keep your business successful, which is why we're not supposed to be involving ourselves with people that devalue us. We're not supposed to be involving ourselves with people that disrespect us. We're not supposed to devalue and disrespect ourselves because you're making your own individual brand look bad. You're making your own individual success become halted by the stupidity of these fucking TikTok videos. I'm going to be honest with you. Look, the only time you see me on TikTok is when I'm talking to you guys about how to better yourselves. I'm going to talk to you guys about how to make money. I'm going to talk to you guys about how not to allow other people to disrespect your position. I'm not going to tell you to be a dick. It's all about negotiation, but it's supposed to be negotiation for mutual benefit, because what I want and what you want are two different things. But if I get what I need from you and you get what you need from me, that is a good business deal. There are two types of business deals that are the most successful business deals. One, where we're both satisfied with what we got out of the deal, or two, where we are both dissatisfied by what we gave up to get the deal. And as long as it's mutual between the two parties, it's a fair deal. If one person is getting more out of the deal than the other, the person that's getting less is being fucked over. That works in relationships as well. So if you have a business mindset in relationships, if you have a business mindset in friendships, if you have a business mindset in family, you will not allow somebody in your life to mistreat you, devalue you, degrade you, waste all of your resources, and then demand your subordinates. Because that does not work in the workplace. Nobody goes to their job, curse out the boss, demand a paycheck, and refuse to work and think that you're going to still have that job by the end of the week. It does not work out. So nobody is going to be able to go into a relationship or a friendship and demand a higher level of respect than what they're issuing, more resources than what they're contributing, and primary control over the decision-making process of the operation. We're not even investing in the operation. But I can tell you right now, more often than not, fellas, we will allow that shit to happen just so that we can get some sex. Makes absolutely no sense. Especially when, while I got all of y'all up here right now, I can tell y'all right now that if you think about the $300 to $500 that you spent on the last date that you had over the past 45 days, you could have went to the Philippines, got you a woman for 30 days for the same $500. Why are we so stupid? Answer me that, y'all. And she would cook, clean, budget your finances, save you some money, rebuild your washer and dryer, rebuild your motorcycle, rebuild your car. Come on now. We got the difference between some that are just looking pretty for the sake of looking pretty, and we spend a bunch of money on them, versus some that'll help us build success. You got in other countries outside of America, there are a lot of women with bachelor's degrees, 3 to 5 bachelor's degrees, 3 to 5 languages. We're sitting here in America where they can barely speak English. They got 2 degrees and they don't use either one of them. But the hair did, nails did, everything did. Look, y'all, we got to start really rethinking our position, both men and women, because those of y'all that jumped on that other TikTok network, that red flag or red whatever, and y'all see how the Chinese is over there acting. That ain't how we acting over here. We are not behaving right. And you wonder why we struggling. We struggling because we make stupid decisions. We allow people around us to make stupid decisions. Their stupid decisions negatively impact us, and we're too stupid to put a stop to that. That's the reason why we struggle so much. That's the reason why. And then our loyalty, our devotion, our dedication, we do the stupidest thing. We sacrifice ourselves for recognized stupidity. Homeboy go to jail too many times. We putting up the house, the car, the trust to bail them out of jail. They skipped bail. They done took our house, took our car, took our trust. Why did you bail that man out? Leave his ass in there. Let him serve his time. If he didn't do it, they're going to drop the charges. If he did it, he need to stay in there. We need to start making more fiscally responsible decisions. He said, you have much wisdom. That's like the transfer of money to our youth. It's become corrupted. Bro, the transfer of knowledge to our youth has become corrupted. Common knowledge is no longer common because don't nobody want to talk about it unless they selling it, and don't nobody want to hear it unless it benefits them right now today. But I can guarantee you that if you 18 to 25, you ain't shit until you're 45, and you will only get girls that like you because you're cute and wasting money, but none of them will stay with you until your ass got some money. Now, likewise, females, y'all cute while y'all young. Y'all are worth it to the men while y'all young. But when y'all turn 35, when y'all can't have no children no more, then had y'all hysterectomy, got your tubes cut and tied with 3-4 kids, you're going to find a problem with trying to find a man. Why? Because the opposite sex values you at different ranges. Women are valued before they get started. Men are not looking for overly experienced women. Women are looking for overly experienced men. We no longer have a generation where the women are investing in the man's success. We no longer have a generation where the men support the purity of women. So we have, if you ain't tricking, it ain't tricking if you got it, right? That's the mindset between it ain't tricking if you got it and you ain't a man if you can't pay my bills. Them two mindsets right there come together. Rally theory. Now you're dating a chick, you're renting her for her time and potentially sex. The only difference between adult freelance work and a relationship is the title. Because if you stop giving her money, she will stop performing services as the potential girlfriend. Some of them stop performing services and keep getting the money. But if you stop giving them money, they definitely stop giving you the services. The fact is that men are husbands from the will you go out with me question. Understand this. I can tell you right now, while y'all jumping in, like and subscribe, I can tell you right now, I'm going to get to you, Cody. I see you. First off, how many in the first 48 hours, if you like a girl, fellas, if you like a girl in the first 48 hours, you making sure she not hungry. You making sure she not cold. You making sure she not wet. You making sure she not hurt. You making sure that don't nobody doing nothing dirty. You are protecting her. You are providing from her from day one. That is husband treatment, bro. In the first 48 hours, she can't bump her head. She can't fall. She can't get her feet wet. You are protecting her from square one. You are offering to pay for her from square one. And what happens after that, fellas? What happens after that? If she likes how well you treat her, she will allow you to keep spending your money on her. She will allow you to keep taking her places. And then if y'all form a union, she will allow you to move her into your estate, and she will allow you to take care of that estate and her. What will happen after that? She will expect you to spend 2/3 of your income on an expensive ass engagement ring. Then she's going to expect you to put money down on $100,000 to $200,000. Look, can't bump her head. You're right, exactly. She will allow you to put $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 on a wedding, which you could have put $100,000 on Bitcoin that wedding, and then you would have had $200,000. You could have put $100,000 into a real estate investment trust that's giving you 20%, and then that some bitch would have been paying you every month after you did that. And you could give that to her instead of spending all your goddamn money on her. Instead of doing a $200,000 wedding, you could just do a $200,000 trust that's got a 20% dividend return where she gets 10% every month, which is still going to be way more than what you can afford to pay her on a monthly basis. But think about the fact that, oh yeah, I'm going to get to that, Cody. But think about the fact that from the day that you meet her, you beg her to go out with you, you bribe her, you entertain her, you impress her with your resources because she don't give a shit about your character. You're going to continue to impress her till you move her in. Now she's a dependent. She's going to keep being a dependent, but she doesn't want to do any of the stuff that it takes to be a backup girlfriend. Then she's gonna say anything related to that is oppressiveness because of the hierarchy of women's liberation. But you can't hire a housekeeper, especially if it's female, because she's gonna swear to God that you're sleeping with the housekeeper. But then it gets worse because after you get married, she's no longer required to do it because she wasn't doing it before she got married. Then when you die, she inherits everything that you worked for your entire life, minus the death cost. So from the day that you met this woman to the day that you died, bro, she ain't did shit to deserve what you do for her outside of smile and have sex. And that is not fair to the men. And not a lot of women like it when I talk about that. But truth be told, ladies, if the shoe was on the other foot, you're not paying for a man that's sleeping in a cardboard box underneath an overpass. You're not putting a man through college. You're not going to help a man find a job. You're not going to feed him, bathe him, clothe him, and make him a millionaire. Not one woman that I can think of off the top of my head has married a man who was homeless and broke and divorced him making 8 figures where she made him successful and then left him. Most women ride the wave, don't like the wave, or the wave fizzles out, and then she leave. He was doing good. He got with her. He ain't doing as good as he was doing when he got with her. Now she done left for somebody better than him. But she didn't make him better than what he was when she found him. Women don't treat men like antique cars, bro. Women don't treat men like antique cars. A man will get an antique car like he'll get an old woman, and he will fix it. He will work on it. He will nurture it. He will keep it alive, keep it functioning. Women want a man pay for that upkeep, the nails, hair, and girder belts and all that stuff. Men will, and look, Donald Trump is putting a stop to all of this stuff, but men will pay for this shit the same way they'll soup up their cars and oil changes and everything to that effect. And you're looking at the fact that a woman won't do the same thing for a man, but they want to keep it antique, exactly. But they want a man to choose them when they're in their middle ages. Well, ma'am, a woman with a 300 body count is like a car with 900,000 miles on it. It ain't worth shit. I'm just gonna tell you, you ain't gotta like it, but that's the truth. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna go into that real quick, but Cody had a lot to say. I want to make sure that I cover a lot of his stuff because he said, I'm a fishy businessman through a lot. Nah. And he said, I did. Here it is. I want to make sure that y'all see a lot of these comments. He said, I did. I wanted to find an office and be the guru for the first day. And look, you can do that. He said, you don't know if she/he got the truth in the Philippines, though. Look, the Philippines is not the one that has so many ladyboys. That is Thailand. Okay. So if you go to Thailand, if you go to Bangkok, you're not going to know if she or he is legit. But if you go to the Philippines, they're more likely going to be legit. If you go to the provinces, not the inner city, you go to the provinces where they don't even know if they're cute. They just know that they work hard to take good care of their family. Those are going to be the ones that's a keeper, the ones that haven't been officially Americanized. Do you know that Americanized is an insult? Can you think about that real quick? If you go to another country, irresponsible, disrespectful, immature behavior is considered Americanized. Really got to rethink how we carry ourselves in America, because people are looking down on us and we're supposed to be the best country in the world. You do some stupid shit in another country, oh, he's American. Come on now. That's supposed to be a compliment that you're American. The only thing that's a compliment about being American, because you come from what is claimed to be the richest country in the world, because the country is rich. The people are poor, but the people have to spend a lot of money to live in that country, which means that you must have to have a lot of money to come from that country, to come to this country, to deal with what I'm about to do to you. So they look at you like, oh, you're rich because you're from America. Right? But the difference is, ladies, that if you go to another country, and it's not just the Philippines, you can go to Vietnam, Japan, Taiwan, Switzerland, Brazil, Romania, and special shout out to Red Void over on Twitch real quick. And I could tell you right now that those women will take good care of you because they know that you're going to take care of them. They're going to treat a rich man like he going to take care of me. But here in America, he going to pay my bills. He better not complain when I go to the club. You know, I'm going to catch a flight cross country, and then I'm going to be over there in that California fire, twerking it upside down in the strip club. Lack of respect for ourselves, lack of respect for our partner. We are allowing ourselves to be disrespected because we're allowing our partner to treat us that way. And some of us have no respect for ourselves because we believe that our partner should be treated that way. It is wrong. Cody said, I don't want to be another case. It's sick how many times people just let people go and just say, oh, well, that's not love. Bro, that's not love. That's not love at all. That's bullshit. But we allow ourselves to be put into that. And it makes absolutely no sense why we get walked on, why we allow ourselves to be disrespected and mistreated on a regular basis. And yet we say that that's what we're supposed to do because we're men. The reason why we have tough exteriors as men is because we have to be forced to be rejected by a number of women. Pray to God they don't embarrass us in public. We have to allow ourselves to be used by a number of women, and pray to God we have something left over. Do you know that a man takes a loss every time he dates? Every time. Start looking at this shit as financial investments, bro. Every time you put money down on a date, what did you get out of that date besides sex and a good time? And sex and a good time is not a commodity, okay? Sex and a good time is entertainment. And entertainment is a waste of money, like buying your own exclusive custom WWE Championship title belt. You can't do shit but look at it. You could talk about it. You can hang it up on the wall. You can show your homeboys. But will that sumbitch make you some money? No. If you start coming off a pimp named Slickback mentality, if she ain't making money for you, it don't make no sense. Didn't they say that? Cash rules everything around me. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Why the hell are we investing in something that doesn't make money for us? But she wants us to pay for her, and she is not going to invest in us. I'm not saying to treat women bad. I'm just saying that if a woman wants a successful man, she should treat a man like a walking stock option. If you put money into this man, if you put effort into this man when you don't got money, if you're making sure that he's taken care of so that he can take his ass out there to make more money because he gonna give his money to you, you ain't got shit to worry about. I'm gonna tell you right now, ladies, y'all not gonna like this shit. Y'all not gonna like this shit, but I'm gonna tell you right now, real talk. And like and subscribe, but real talk. You're gonna look at the fact that on average, Miss Ma'am, you don't have to put into your bio that you want a generous man, because if you got a good man, he's fucking generous already. He's good. He's willing to give you every extra dollar he's got. So you don't need to put in your bio that you want a generous man. That's gold digger mentality. You're not going to put in your bio that you don't want a jealous man. Men that don't give a shit about you should not feel insecure about your behavior because your behavior is inappropriate. You're not saying, oh, I don't want a jealous man because you don't want a man that's overly controlling. You don't want a man that's controlling because you don't want him to tell you what to do, because you want to get out there and turn tricks on the street and then come back to the house and he still pay for your standard of living. You want a man that's not jealous because you want this man to pay for your standard of living while you flirt with another man. That's why you put that in your bio. Let's be real now. Let's talk about the real deal, Holyfield, because not one man says that I want a woman that cooks and cleans and takes care of the children, that I want a woman that's barefoot and queer. Not one man puts that in their profile. What they say, they're looking for a loving, compassionate woman that is willing, at best, that is willing to support his agenda. That is it. That is the closest thing to obedience that you will see in a man's profile. Never once do you see a man say, oh, she got to have a job. She got to make $100,000 a year. She got to have 3 degrees. We don't give a shit about none of that. All you got to do is not complain, not give me a headache, and not waste my money, and you're a keeper. And that is because the bar has been set so low. That's why Cooking with Kaya didn't go viral, because that's a sister that's cooking. The fuck have we seen a few women be swearing up and down that they be cooking, but KFC is popular because women don't cook. Bennigan's, Chili's, Olive Garden, it's popular because women don't cook. If women cook, there would not be restaurants, a chain of restaurants anywhere. If you think about it, in the 1900s, when women cooked at home, how many restaurants were there? The reason why restaurants are so popular right now is because women don't cook. That's the reason why we got crock pots. That's the reason why we got dishwashers. That's the reason why we got Sharks and Rumba vacuum cleaners, because women don't cook, women don't clean. That's why we got washers and dryers that not only wash, dry, tumble dry, air dry, starch clean, wrinkle free, because women don't do laundry anymore. We have tailors because women don't sew clothes anymore. We get come as it is, fit or find another, because women don't stitch up nothing no more. We spend money on a regular basis buying more clothes when we get a hole on it because nobody knows how to patch shit up anymore. You understand? The commonalities that women used to do to earn their keep, to be a partner in a relationship, they lost that. But when they fought for women's liberation, they fought for more responsibility. They did not fight for freedom for responsibility. Men do not fight for responsibility. Men do not fight for freedom for responsibility. You have not once seen, outside of Pride Day, men walking through the streets burning jock straps for anything. Heterosexual men don't fight for nothing. We just take our ass to work and we adapt to the bullshit. That's what we do. We take our ass to work and we adapt to the bullshit. And while we taking our ass to work and adapting to the bullshit, we got to build ourselves a man cave, which is one room in a big ass house that we got to pay for, that is exclusive to ourselves, so that we don't have to get put up with the bullshit in the rest of the house. Donald Trump put a stop to all that shit. You're not going to be able to continue to live a life where you put your head in the sand like an ostrich and allow yourself to be walked on, because your ass is going to be broke in this country by the end of his term. I can tell you that right now. Cody said, other way around. Paulie Walnuts from Spooner. He being jokeful. He said, holy flying hanging gardens, Bennigan's basket. Yes, that's right. Crouching Tiger, Sleeping Dragon. Yes. Is it Keep It Antique? We was talking about that earlier, and he said, Team American, fuck yeah. But you guys got to understand, he said, if it's not Prada, I'm pushing you off the bus. Look, now, I'm going to tell you right now, women are not going to come around me with paying for upkeep. They have natural beauty. Men want natural beauty. We're not looking for BBLs. We're not looking to spend $2,500 a month for your nails, hair. I'm going to tell you right now, the fingernails is just for you. But everything else, women don't understand. Your fake eyelashes, signs of fertility. Your fake hair, signs of fertility. All that makeup to give you the rosy red cheeks, signs of fertility. The slim waist, wide hips, signs of fertility. The big thighs, signs of fertility. The huge breasts, signs of fertility. The big behind, signs of fertility. So what you're doing is you're changing the way you look, so that the natural primal instincts of a man is so that he can come and sleep with you, so that he can have children. Now you want to go and march up and down the street and say, oh, you deserve the right to have birth control and abortion because you're dressing like, come impregnate me. And then when it happens, you get mad. Like, what's going on? If you don't want that, you should dress like a nun. You should dress like a librarian, and not a sexy librarian. I'm talking about baggy clothes, turtlenecks, cardigans. And again, you can still be attractive doing this, because look at Michelle Obama. I can't remember the last time I seen a Michelle Obama's kneecaps. I have never seen Michelle Obama's upper thigh. She has never bent over and had a wardrobe malfunction. She has never had a boob pop out. I have never seen her cleavage. I have never seen anything above her forearm, for Christ's sakes. She ain't never shown a shoulder. She barely ever show her damn neck. I couldn't tell you what her belly button looked like. That's called modesty. Okay. Couldn't tell you what color her underwear was on any given day of the week. That is called modesty. Women don't know what that's about. But that's what men are looking for when we're looking for wives. When we're looking for hoes, we're looking for short shorts, short skirts, coochie hanging out. We're looking for the G-string up above the belly button. We're looking for the midsection showing. We're looking for the titties hanging all out, because all we're thinking about with that type of attire is sex. But if you're looking for a wife, wives don't look like that. Think about this, ladies. When y'all go down to the school board to complain about how the female teacher look, if she can't look like that teaching your child, why the hell is you looking like that walking around in the streets? Now, Cody said the reason why we have crock pots, sharks, and washers and dryer. Yes, sir. And he said, ostrich is a scary thing, like the word ostracize. And the ostrich doesn't care if for its young. No, you're right. It doesn't care for its young. Michelle is more than what you see. You're right. Most women with class, success, self-respect, self-dignity are more than what you see. But the women that are wearing scantily classed outfits, the women that are showing off all of their goodies, they're only worth the sex that they're offering, and that's the reason why they have to proposition the amount of money that they can get out of you, the amount of gifts that they can get out of you for the sex that they're willing to give. That's why they're going to set a limited quantity of dates that a minimum quantity. You got to spend this much money on this many dates, steak and lobster. I can tell you right now, you ask a woman what's her favorite meal. If she says steak and lobster, she's a gold digger, because women don't feed themselves steak and lobster on a regular basis because you ask to be fat. Women don't feed themselves steak and lobster on a regular basis. You might like a good steak every now and again. You might like some beef and potatoes, but you not talking about no steak and no damn lobster on no regular basis, because broke folks can't afford to pay themselves steak. How the fuck you riding public transportation and you eating steak and lobster every day? Your priorities is fucked up, because steak and lobster is expensive. Steak and lobster is almost $25, $30 a pound, depending on where you go. And a pound of food is not going to feed your ass all day. A pound of food is probably one sitting, depending on how fat you are and how big your appetite is. So you got to think about the fact that if you really was eating steak and lobster on a regular basis, you could switch your diet to some SpaghettiOs and some goddamn Progresso soups and some crackers and save your ass like $500 a week and spend that money on a goddamn car. And then you could drive yourself to work, have more time at home with your kids, have more time at home with your husband. Think about this shit. I seen somebody on social media one time before. She was over here complaining about, oh, well, if he can't pay for your fingernails and shit like that, he ain't worth your time. Nah. Look, men are not here to be paymasters. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the changes that you're going to see with the current administration, is that we're not here to be paymasters. Every individual, male and female alike, has their own responsibility to be self-sufficient. They have their own responsibility to carry their own weight. And in my family, you either brought home the money or you took care of the household so that the people who brought home the money didn't have to suffer when they came back to the house. You're supposed to be able to go to work and make the money and come back to the house and rest and rejuvenate yourself so that you can go back out there and make that money again. Or you're going to be at the house taking care of the operation so that when the people who work come back to the house, they don't got nothing else to do. No man should be trying to kill themselves at work all day, balance the budget when they get home, take the car to the shop, take you to the doctor, take care of the house, and then got to take the ass back to work. What the hell is you doing? He paying for a babysitter. What is you doing? Now, ladies, y'all could flip this on the other side, and y'all could try to say, oh, well, men don't do X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C. I tell you right now, I ain't never seen a woman outside cutting the grass, because that's a man's job. The men are supposed to take out the trash. That's a man's job. A lot of times the women don't take the car to the shop unless it's her car. Okay. She not going to switch cars with you and take the broke car so that the car can get dropped off at the shop and you take the good car to work. No, that's what men do. Men will take the good car and give her the good car, take the bad car, falling off the hinges, and he'll fix the bad car on his way to work. He'll drop the car off at the shop. He'll detour. Some men spend 2/3 of their income on fixing shit that women fuck up, but no woman is going to do the same. You understand? And this is just inequality. This is just inequality. Make sure that y'all like and subscribe, because I tell you what, this is the kind of inequality that we deal with on a regular basis, and we just ignore it. Just like when we talk about the violence in relationships, women say that men are violent. No, ma'am, men are not violent in relationships. More often than not, women are violent in relationships. It's just that men are called out for their violence in a relationship, because a man can only hit a woman once or twice before his ass is sitting in jail. But a woman will hit you when she's having fun. She will hit you when she's scared. She will hit you when she's uncomfortable. She will hit you when you piss her off. She will throw shit at you. She will throw shit on you. She will do it in public. She will beat you up because she's overly emotional. You as a man are supposed to be strong-willed. Remember I told you that earlier? You're supposed to be strong-willed and hard-clasped to take the abuse. But no man deserves to be physically abused the same way no man deserves to be emotionally abused, the same way no woman deserves to be physically abused, and no woman should be emotionally abused. And I don't understand, why is it okay in American society for a woman to slap a man because she's mad, but a man can't slap a woman when he mad? If a man can't slap a woman when he mad, she shouldn't be slapping him when she mad. She shouldn't be poking him in the back of the head. She shouldn't be telling him he ain't shit. She shouldn't be talking about his mama, because he's not supposed to talk to her like that. We allow ourselves to be in toxic relationships because that's all we knew. We watched our family grow up that way. We were raised by toxic women that we observed this, and then we become products of toxicity. You got to understand this, and this is trying to take shots at women. Historically speaking, the women were always given to children since the 1800s. So anytime somebody says that, oh, a man is damaged because of a woman, look now, ladies, in order for you to have better quality men, you have to water that garden and treat the men better. Likewise, men, in order for you to have better women with better quality, better class, and better social structure, you have to stop condoning the negative behavior. You got to stop hitting the like button on the sexy outfits on social media. You got to stop putting those perverted, dry comments in there, telling them how beautiful they are when you really just want to say you want to screw them, but you don't want to say that because you don't want to get banned on the platform. Just stop doing that shit. Nobody deserves a compliment that isn't founded by actual deserving. And I'm going to put it to you like this, ladies, gentlemen, how many times does a man get complimented in a week? And I'm going to say in a week, not in a day. How many times does a man get complimented in a week? Cody, how many times do you get complimented? He says, I do feel this balancing coming into for the masculine now after all the past 4 years of Joe and Camilla. Look, bro, that past 4 years was for the old folks. It wasn't for us. I wish I had a woman like that. Oh, shit, me too. That's a Union Jack. Yes, that's right. But think about this. How many times does a man get complimented? Probably once in a month, if that. Maybe less than that. Women get complimented several hundred times a day, every day of the week. They get complimented on their clothes when they're overly sexualizing themselves because men aren't supposed to be inappropriate. They get complimented with gifts because they're cute. They get complimented because of their age. They get complimented all the time. It builds up a false sense of ego. Now they're getting complimented on social media. Look, Cody said none. Cody said none. He don't get complimented ever. I get complimented by family and friends. Do I get complimented outside that? No. But they don't compliment me. They compliment the dogs that I keep with me. So you got to understand, men don't get complimented. So when a woman walks up to a man and says that you did a good job, that is worth $1 million, because you don't ever happen. You don't hear it. A wife would tell a man that he's fucking up, but she would never tell him he's doing a good job. She just won't complain if he's doing a good job. Y'all know that saying, happy wife, happy life? That's bullshit. Because why am I spending my whole life making you happy, and you are not spending your whole life making me happy? Then they wonder why men cheat. They don't have to cheat with a woman that's more attractive than the woman that they got. They're going to cheat with a woman that treat him better than a woman that he got. So she could be ugly. His woman could be a 10. And never mind, not a 10, because nobody's a 10. Everybody's got flaws. She could be an 8.5, 9. And he would cheat on his 8.5, 9 with a 4, because that 4 got a better attitude than the one that he married. Look, this is real. This is real. People don't like hearing this, but this is the way things really are at the end of the day. And the fact is that while we're in a position right now here in 2025 with all of the stuff that's coming up, all of the changes that's going to be made. I have been talking to you guys about this for the past 6 months about changing the way we make decisions. This whole podcast started a year and 3 months ago about how men deserve better, but it requires men to be better. I'm not a red pill podcast. I'm not just going to sit here and talk about how women ain't shit. I'm not going to do that. Women are the most valuable thing in America if they act right. Because behind every successful man is a strong, successful woman. But the reason why most of the men are failures is because they aren't backed by the women that are looking for a handout. The women that could have been successful with a man are unsuccessful without a man because they're prioritizing getting gifts and free money with no requirement to reciprocate. But if you women in this egalitarian society start putting your 2 feet down and show that you are more valuable than the career that you have, show that you have more value to your partner. And women don't want to hear that neither. But this is the truth. This is the God honest truth. In order for a woman to accept a man, the man has to be valuable to her. So why is it that she is not showing her value to him? Because just like Elon Musk had put that listserv out for that Tesla Cybertruck back in 2019, was it? 2018, 2019? 2.5 million people jumped on that listserv, waited 6-7 years for that truck to come out. When that truck comes out, they are not giving that truck away. They're going to do a financial background check to make sure that you can afford it if you're not buying it cash up front. They're charging you an extra $25,000 on the top of the sticker price of the truck just so that you can get it with foundation written on the side of the truck. It is cost $20,000 more than what they originally advertised in the original beta, because it was originally going for $70,000. Now it's going for $100,000, and now you got to pay $125,000 to get it delivered to you in 30 days. You have to prove that you can afford this truck after you waited 7 years for them to build the finished product. Just like in a relationship, women have to wait until men are in their 30s and 40s before they are 50s sometimes, before the men are financially successful and financially stable enough to support that woman. That man took 75% of his life to meet the expectations of the woman that decides to stay with him. And this is in situations where you're not getting married young because y'all got pregnant or some shit like that. This is a situation where you decided that you're going to settle down, and this is the dude that you're going to settle down with. Now, this person in his 40s, 50s, and 60s then chose you. The first 30 years of his life, he wasn't worth nothing to a woman because his shit wasn't together. He ain't had nothing to fall back on, couldn't take care of himself, much less her. Now that he's worth something, now is the time for her to show her value to him, and men need to cut that value from being, oh, if she smile and give me good sex, it's okay. No, it's not okay. If your ass ain't showing your value, if I'm not getting something out of this deal, I spent 30 years to be this good. You're not going to tell me that you're going to walk up to the finished product. You didn't make me what I am. You're not going to walk up to the finished product and tell me how I'm going to run my empire. I'm not going to spend my whole life building this so that you can spend it all. And men, if we change, you got to think about this, fellas, because a lot of the times we could get sex for free. Most of us are mildly attractive. We could probably have a large quantities of 50 Shades of Grey with no problem and don't have to spend $1. Look, fellas, you got some desperate women that are in their 40s that are reasonably attractive, but no longer appealing for relationships. We call them cougars. They will pay you to give them the same sexual attention that you're paying younger women to give you. It makes no sense. Look, now, if we start being responsible about ourselves, if we start focusing on what is best for us, because what is best for her is best for him, because in order for her to get it from him, he got to go get it. Right? Hustle and flow mentality. Hard out here, right? So if it ain't good for him, it ain't good for her, because she ain't gonna get nothing out of it if he ain't got nothing to give. So, ladies, here's a quick question. Why the fuck are y'all after the men that are willing to spend a bunch of money on you in the club? Because doesn't that show you financial irresponsibility? Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Why are you after the dude that's gonna buy you the expensive gifts and the trips around the world and all this other stuff? Isn't that wasteful? If that's how he spends his money, wouldn't that be how he would waste your money? So wouldn't it make more sense for you to, instead of going to Olive Garden or Red Lobster or Texas Cattleman or whatever, what is it, Ruby Tuesdays or TGI Fridays, and instead of him taking you on $125 a plate dinner, wouldn't it make more sense for him to take you on a $10 cup of coffee to find out who the fuck you are? Because that shows financial responsibility. Wouldn't him being able to plan dates that cost less than $20 show financial responsibility? Because he give you all the attention that you need. But the money that he's not wasting on entertaining you, he can invest it in ways where he can quit working. And the important part about him being able to quit working is now y'all have enough money to travel the world together. Y'all have enough money to live life together, because life is supposed to be, the American dream is supposed to be about being able to build memories and build family. And that shit ain't gonna happen if you're working until you die so that you can pay for somebody who don't respect you, appreciate you, or value you. So why the fuck do we allow ourselves to do that? Why are we spending 50, 60 years in the workforce so that we can never retire? And if we have to stop working, we go from making 7, 8 figures to being on this $1,000 a month income for Social Security disability, when we've been giving them fuckers a third of our income for 50 years. And now they're not even going to give us basic standard of living costs. They're not going to give you $2,300, $5,000 a month for Social Security disability. But if you making $5,000 or $6,000 a month, and then you got to quit your job, you're going to fall back on $1,000 a month income. Now, why can't you have a kind of woman that helps you invest in some shit? I was just telling y'all on the show just last week, and I still got them episodes up there. I didn't even delete them. Y'all can go back and look. I told y'all how to build credit. You both can have bad credit when y'all meet. I see you, Cody. I'm going to put them up there in a second. You both got bad credit when you meet. You, person number one, can go get a small credit card, secure credit card. Person number two can get a secure credit card. Person number one can get another secure credit card. Person number two can get another secure credit card. But you know what y'all should have been doing is add each other onto y'all credit cards as an authorized user. So if I get a $500 credit card, add you on, we both got a $500 credit limit. You get a $500 credit card, add me on, we both got a $1,000 credit limit. Now, you keep doing that. And think about this though. Because if I get a card once every 3 months, you get a card once every 3 months, our credit increases every quarter, but we only do 2 credit pulls a year per person. That keeps your credit score high. It increases your credit utilization. And when you start filing for credit cards as joint applicants, because both of y'all got a 700 credit score, you fucking get an American Express card, $150,000 credit limit. Come on now. And if you build yourself an LLC, you can use the LLC, use your personal credit as a personal guarantor for the LLC, instant credit for the business. Now you got business credit cards, $200,000 business credit cards. If you add yourself on as authorized users of the business credit cards, you don't have to spend these lines of credit. But having high credit utilization versus low debt, low charge-offs, no late payments, that's why your credit score ends up being an 800. And y'all can work on that together. Instead of getting her hair and nails and fingernails did on a regular basis, y'all could be building each other's credit up. Y'all could be investing in shit. I was talking to a man just last week who was putting his money into his wife, where he was giving her his whole fucking paycheck. She was giving him $75 a week. He made $1,000 a year. She make $51,000 a year. She's spending his whole paycheck on the house, and she's keeping her paycheck in her pocket. Now, why the fuck I'm not saying that it's wrong for him to pay for everything. I'm saying that it's wrong that if y'all got a $60,000, $70,000 a year lifestyle, he's putting $50,000 down, she's putting another $10,000 or $20,000 down. The other 30-something thousand is not being invested. That's stupid. That's stupid. I don't give a damn who does it. That's stupid. These women with these escape funds, I don't understand why the fuck you got an escape fund, ma'am. If you've got a trust and you're the beneficiary, you don't need a fucking escape. You don't need an escape fund. Why do you need a savings account where the bank is giving you 0.54%, which is less than half a penny per dollar? 0.54% interest at a bank for an escape fund when you could put that shit in a 20% investment. You wouldn't need an escape fund if you built a trust with a 20% investment, and then you're a beneficiary of that trust, and then you're getting dividends on that shit. So now you could put $30,000 a year into that trust. In 10 years, you got over $500,000 worth of money plus interest. Where if you're getting dividends on that and you get 20% on that, you almost $250,000 or so a year, which means that you don't have to work no more. And that's why I told you before. Why, ladies, I'm gonna ask y'all real quick, and then I'm gonna go over some of these comments that Cody got going on. Why would you take a $35,000 wedding ring and a $150,000 wedding and a $50,000 honeymoon in Hawaii over a $200,000 stock option that's paying 18% interest for the rest of your marriage? Why? That's just like when you ask women the difference between taking $100 a day or taking a Bitcoin today, and a lot of women say, "I'll take that $100,000 or that $100 because the Bitcoin is just a coin." When the Bitcoin is valued at $100,000 right now, it makes no sense. If you don't, fellas, if you're dating a girl that doesn't have financial business sense, it don't matter if she's got 3 degrees. If she can't count money, you can't fuck with her. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, ladies, you want to show yourselves as valuable, you want to show yourselves as worthful. Balance his budget and make him money. If he give you $1,000 as a gift, you give him back 1,100. Show him that you're worth something. You understand? It ain't about dropping it like it's hot no more. It ain't about just cooking and cleaning in the kitchen, because you're cooking and cleaning in the kitchen if you don't give a shit about him and you just don't want him to starve to death. You're doing his laundry so he don't leave the house dirty. You know what I'm saying? You're taking care of the house and keeping the house organized because he ain't got time to do it. But if you want to be a self-made, independent female that's going to get out there and work with her man to be successful, every time he give you a goddamn allowance, you give him back that allowance with interest, because you're supposed to show that you're worth more than just spending all his damn money. You understand? If he give you a bunch of money, you pay his bills with it, and then you bring him back the change. Then you could take your money and invest it somewhere so that y'all got extra money. So when y'all do plan a family vacation, y'all planning family vacations with the dividends off of the investment. You're not planning vacations with the savings, because the savings is the principal. Then when y'all do have a catastrophic failure, when y'all do have problems with the economy, like California been burning for the last 2.5 weeks, can't nobody who lived there go to work. That's a whole 30 days with no fucking paycheck in an economy where the rent is $5,000 a month. Do you understand that $40 an hour is not enough money in California for minimum wage? Amazon workers are making $40 an hour, and the union is minimum wage. And you telling me that they've been unemployed for a month because the city been on fire for a month? Come on now. Y'all don't have extra money lying around. Y'all ass is gonna go broke, and all it takes is 3 paychecks, y'all. Y'all get paid bi-weekly. All it takes is 3 paychecks for your ass to be homeless, underneath the overpass, living in a cardboard box, filing bankruptcy, hoping that they don't take the car that you're trying to sleep in. You understand? Because everybody paying notes on their shit. They don't own a 25-year-old car, title in the glove box kind of shit. Everybody got the brand new latest 2000 something or other, paying notes on it, $300, $500 a month. But when you leasing and financing shit and you don't got no job and you go 2 months behind on the payment, that 3rd month, the tow truck come and take the car out the front yard. At least if you got the green title on a 1990 something, 2008 something, 2010 something, at least if you got the title on that motherfucker, you could park that bitch if you can't afford it. You could take the license plate, bring it back to the DMV, and go get that bitch out the backyard, blow the leaves and dust and stuff off of it, and put that bitch back on the road when you got enough money to afford it. But you can't do that shit if you finance it. If it's broke, you got to fix it and you got to pay the notes on it. But if you own the title, if it's broke, you could park it, and then you could just fix that bitch when you get some extra money. Y'all got to be more responsible. Rich people don't own 1 billion cars. They probably own 1 or 2 of them. The rest of the motherfuckers they finance, a lot of them are given to them on endorsements because they are seen riding in those cars as advertisement for the company that gave them the car. It's a business deal. They don't always pay for everything that they get. A lot of the shit that they get on credit for their reputation, which is, again, why I keep telling you that you got to take care of your reputation. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. All right, let's go ahead and talk about some of the shit that Cody got going on here. He said, I saw a cougar once, but I couldn't catch her. She was door dashing. Bro, you could catch. hardworking women are the best women to date, bro, because she has got no time to be dealing with no games. She ain't sitting over here trying to hook up. She ain't trying to use nobody for nothing. She trying to take care of hers. Single mothers are good, but they're toxic. And the reason why single mothers are toxic, not because the women themselves are toxic, it's a toxic situation because the woman is prioritizing her child, which is what a good mother is supposed to do, but she does not have the ability to prioritize you and her child. She can only prioritize one of y'all. So if you're coming into the fold, either you're going to force her to prioritize you so that you can stay in the fold and take care of the kid, or you're going to allow her to ignore you and focus on her child, because that's what a good mother's supposed to do. You can't really squeeze yourself into a relationship with a single mother, but you would prefer for her to take good care of her child anyway. He said, that's the American dream. I agree. He said, 2 G's for rent becomes 1 G for rent, and then people work. Look, that is true though. If the house costs $2,500 a month, and I stay in there by myself, and then I move you into my house, the rent should cost me $1,000 a month now, right? But I'm gonna tell you something real quick. This is some funny shit. The reason why women are starting to use that egalitarian mentality to say that I'll pay half is not because they are all about equality. It's because that's the most they're willing to put up is half. Because ain't no woman gonna come and tell you I'll pay for all of it. You ain't gotta pay for shit. Only time that happens is when she got it like that. She $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year woman. She trying to find her a little scuttlebutter, a little sugar baby that she can look after, entertain her. That's when that happens. But you get you a hardworking woman, $30,000, $40,000 a year, $55,000, $60,000 a year, fast food restaurant, nursing degree, executive assistant, secretary. She not talking about don't worry about it, sweetheart. I'll pay for all of it. You could quit your job and go to college and make something out of yourself after you pay for my college career. No, sir. She'll tell you I'll pay half because that's the most that she will pay. But the reason why women and men clash is because equality dictates that women expect to get more than what men get in order for the women to say that they are equal to the man. That's stupid. Black people don't even pull that shit off. Not one black man say, oh, I'm supposed to get 3 times more than a white man so that I could be considered equal. That shit don't fly. Black folks say, look, I have to work 10 times harder than the next person so that I could be recognized on an equal playing field as the next person. They don't sit there with, oh, I deserve a free ride. I deserve a loan just because of the color of my skin. No, they say, oh, man, I got a business plan, bro. I got a business plan. I spent 100 pages on this plan, bro. Take a look at my business plan. I put it together. I already started doing it. I just need some funding. And then when they tell you I can't get you no funding, what they do? Man, I'm going to go flip something, make something, get some extra money. But see, a female will sit there with their hand out asking. And then I see you, Robert. Cody says, me and my dog just put up 3 big pyramids in our living room. Magic. He says, stereotyping single mothers is like judging someone by the color of their skin. This is MLK Day. Think about it, bro. Okay, let me tell you something. Every MLK Day, I had to go to work. You know why? Because affirmative action required at least one minority to be on the floor at all times, and I needed the overtime. So just because it's MLK Day don't mean nothing. It's just another day out of the week. Americans are lazy to the magnitude that we put a lot of effort into entertaining ourselves, and we make up every excuse under the sun. It is Black History season. It's not even Black History month. We got Obama's birthday, Martin Luther King Day. We've got Black History whole month on top of that, which is turning into a whole season where they just talk about all of the oppressive stuff that Black people went through to be successful, but Black people still don't get up off their behind a lot of times and treat each other with mutual respect and treat other people with mutual respect. And then a lot of them sit there and talk about why are they still down. I understand. I grew up in oppression. I grew up in a society where I had to fight for my equality, but I still made myself financially successful. I got 3 degrees in college that I paid for on my own dollar. Ain't nobody helped me with, because I went to full-time, 15 credit hours a semester, and I had 2 full jobs. You understand? But they still got some people that just don't. They don't, and they make a lot of excuses. But I am going to tell you that, yeah, I am going to sit there and tell you that it is hard to tag in on a single mother scenario. It is hard to tag in on a single mother scenario. And if you were a single father, you would understand that, because it's hard to tag in on a single father scenario too, because you have to prioritize the child as a good parent. So it's not just because she's a woman, it's because she's a parent, sir. And the fact is that any good man is not going to want a woman to neglect the child. So you will understand that this kid comes first. So if you can't find a way in without her compromising her ability to be a good mom to this child, then you have to allow yourself to be excused, exempt, overlooked for the sake of the kid. You understand that? Because if that was your child, you would not want nobody to come but your child. So clarify the stereotyping of my uniformed expectation that a good parent is supposed to prioritize their kid. And if you're not that child's parent, you're not supposed to interrupt that prioritization. If you're not willing to get in there and prioritize that kid with that other person, then you shouldn't get involved in that. Explain to me how that stereotype, Robert. Explain to me how that stereotype is judging somebody. Because I'm calling it like it is. I'm uniform across the board. I have no reason to be biased. I have no reason to be demeaning in any way, shape, or form. I have no reason to even really talk about nothing that's not fact. Nothing that's not fact. Matter of fact, I don't start this podcast without verse, which is why a lot of the times I don't start at 10 o'clock on a dot. Sometimes I start at 10:30 because I'm still organizing the information for the past 4 hours. I never walk onto this podcast with uninformed information. And I also don't come off of personal opinion. I come off of fact and logic. And if I got to give you statistics on it, sir, I'll do a whole podcast about statistics, because I had a woman that came and told me that my information was wrong. I had to do a whole podcast to show her how not only do women prefer men with money, women will date a man as much as 50 years older than her because he's got money. 18-year-olds would date a 78-year-old man because he's got money. Not because he's got a good heart, not because he's got a good character, because he's got financial stability. A 78-year-old man would date an 18-year-old woman because he can get children with her. She'll respect him. She'll appreciate him. She will cooperate with his agenda. She will not argue with him. She will not talk back to him. You're not going to get that from a 35 or 40-year-old woman. Now, you're going to tell me I'm stereotyping about that? Or are you going to say, yeah, you find them women in their 30s, usually that attitude start between 25 and 28. You can't tell me what to do. I'm grown. You're not my daddy. Y'all heard that before, right, fellas? Come on now. Let's hear it. Cody talking now. Cody talking now. But tell me, Robert. Tell me what's going on. Cody says, MLK Day. I dad go to work. That's gangster. Meanwhile, the Antichrist is being put in power, bro. Hey, look, when I seen what was going on, bro, my jaw dropped. I see you, John. My jaw dropped, and I was like, bro, I'm prepared for this, because I remember that my ancestors, it didn't end well. The laws were not made for people like me, because people like me were considered tools when the laws were made. I'm not saying nothing about how the country used to be back in the day, as far as, oh, I deserve better or anything like that. I understand that while all men are created equal, that does not say all women are created equal, but all men are created equal says all people are created equal. But when all men were created equal, when the Constitution was made with the 13 colonies, minorities were not people. They were property. So when the Antichrist jumps into the White House and turns this from a communist country where the government evenly distributes resources to the lower class, to a capitalist country where you must earn your keep to get a dollar, I ain't saying nothing. I'm like, hey, if I could find a way to make a buck off of what he just did, I'm going to find a way to make a buck off of what he just did, and I'm going to make sure I do it in a legal fashion. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he don't deserve to be in office, because when we had a $300 trillion tariff or $300 trillion debt that we owed to China, he put the tariff in there. Now we only owe 30 trillion. So can I really fault the man for being a good businessman? Now, yeah, he did put out them racist ass Confederate flag shoes that during his campaign. But what am I supposed to say about that? I'm not buying them damn shoes. look like gold and aluminum foil on a sneaker. It's a waste of money. $400 for a shoe in Walmart, for Christ's sake. They spent the highest shoe that shoe sold was $9,000. Somebody resold the shoe, bought it for $1,000. The person who sold that shoe made a shit ton of money. I commend them for that. That's capitalism. That's reselling. That's upsells. I commend them for that. I think that shoe was a stupid idea, but motherfuckers bought it. That's all that matters. It ain't worth nothing if nobody's willing to buy it. But if somebody's willing to buy $1,000 golden shoe, then the damn shoe is worth a lot of damn money. Because it's worth more than a pair of Jordans, I can tell you that. He put them shoes out one time, limited edition. And one shoe, I have not heard of a pair of Jordans valued at $9,000. Cody goes on to say Martin Luther King had the right idea. It's too bad Malcolm X and everyone else ruined it all. I disagree with that, Cody. I don't think that Malcolm X ruined it all. I think that the Muslim dispute with Malcolm X kind of stopped Malcolm X from making the right moves. And I think that Huey got gunned down because of political activists that were trying to stop stuff from happening back in those days. But I also understand that Malcolm X is talking the same shit that the First Amendment auditors are talking about right now when they're getting arrested by the police for recording a police station on the sidewalk. You have the constitutional right to do whatever the fuck you want in this country, as long as you are not causing harm to somebody else, threatening somebody else, or damaging or potentially causing harm to their property. That is your constitutional right. You have a Second Amendment right to bear arms. Malcolm X showed that. Huey P. Newton showed that. You have the right to bear arms, but you have the right to bear arms responsibly, which is the other half of the gun control laws that don't nobody talk about, because the laws only make honest people harder to obtain guns. People harder to obtain guns. It doesn't stop them. Fact is, think about this real quick. While you're talking about how Malcolm X it didn't have the right idea, I'm going to tell you right now. I see your comment, Johnny. I'm going to get in there on that one. But think about this. And this has always been my personal opinion. And normally I go off of fact, but my personal opinion really actually relies off of fact in this particular situation while we're talking about gun control. You see them kids is out there taking their mama and daddy gun and going to the school and shooting up school. First person accountability. The gun was the gun owner's responsibility, and any death that results from that gun owner's gun, if they have not reported that gun stolen, they are supposed to be charged for that gun because they didn't properly secure the firearm. So if you got children and you got guns, I got guns within reach, my dude. I got guns within reach. But I guarantee you that my child not gonna grab my gun and go nowhere and go shoot nobody. But you know what? While it is ATF required that we're supposed to have gun safes and secured locks, not the fucking safety deposit box that you can open with a butter knife, that your child can pop the lock and now they got the gun playing Russian roulette in the house with a revolver while mommy and daddy's not home. Not like them kids that was in the basement in Columbine where they was making grenades and assault rifles and going and shooting up the school. No. You have the responsibility to have safes, but not the kind of safe where it takes 40 minutes to get the safe open so that you can protect your house either. But if you teach your children gun safety and responsibility, they should not take your gun and go out there and go shoot nobody. But if they do, the owner of the gun should be held as an accomplice to the shooter. Because if you ain't report your gun stolen before them shots got fired, you carelessly left your gun in the hands of somebody who was going to misuse your firearm. And I guarantee you that every parent that gets charged for their gun being used by their children would make sure that every other parent would not allow their guns to be misused by their children. Because raise your hands if your children have access to grenades, while the people from Columbine had their kids making grenades in the basement and nobody knew. How the hell can you order the materials on Amazon with mama and daddy's credit card and they don't know that you're buying explosive materials? Explain that. Explain that right after you explain that child that spent $5,000 of mama's credit card on Fortnite money. Nah, let's talk about irresponsible parenting. When you start talking about how Malcolm X didn't have the right idea. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and all of those other people, Rosa Parks, who got a behind whoop to put in jail because she refused to sit in the back of the bus. She's the reason why we have, as minorities, the ability to sit in the front of the bus. And what do we do with that right? We fight each other to go sit in the back of the bus because the cool kids sit in the back of the bus. So all of that bullshit that minorities went through, we're in Black History Month, all the bullshit that minorities went through 100 years ago, so that we could be treated fairly, so that we can force ourselves to sit in the back of the bus. Isn't that undermining all the shit that them people went through? We should be sitting as close to the front of the bus outside of the disabled seating as possible because that's our right to do so now, right? Same thing, women's liberation. Y'all fought for the right for responsibility. You fought for the right to be treated like men. You should be asking men out on dates, paying for the first 30 dates, convincing him that he's worth dating you so that when he does start dating you, he can take over the full natural responsibilities so that it's not 100% on him. Why is the ball always in his court and all you got to do is spread your legs every now and again? The inaccuracies of history leads to the stupidity that has the modern day youth fucking up the rotation. And then we're going to blame it on somebody else. Cody says Al Sharpton was around in 1776 yelling at the Continental Army to keep marching. Yeah. Are those your eyebrows or do you have horns? I, sir, have horns. Okay. That's why I've got the nice little goatee going. I got the horns coming out. I tuck the rest of my horn up underneath my headset, sir, because I'm going to be honest with you. If the shit don't make sense on this podcast, we're going to make it make sense, but I'm going to come from a uniform perspective. I'm not going to preach to you from a moral perspective or an ethical perspective because morals and ethics are subjective. They're subjective to the biases of people and their personal preferences. But no matter what I say or how I say it, if you switch the race, if you switch the gender, if you switch the age, I'm going to say the exact same thing. Whoever's in the situation to receive positively should receive positively. Whoever's in a situation to receive negatively should receive negatively. If the roles reverse, the rules still apply. If you are supposed to receive consequences for stupid behavior, you're supposed to receive consequences. You're not supposed to receive favoritism because you're a woman, because you're a man, because you're black, white, because you're rich, because you're not. You are supposed to be treated the same all the way across. If it's fucked up when he did it, it's fucked up when I did it. But if it's okay for you to do it, I should be able to do it twice. So yes, you're not going to always like what I have to say, but you're not going to like what I have to say because it is in fact and it does make sense. And you are in denial and you don't want to accept the fact that certain stuff that is not supposed to happen, we allow to happen, and then we complain about the fact that it happens. But instead of us proactively putting forth effort to change the way things are going and stop stupidity, first person accountability, you are responsible for the shit that you do. Second step, you are responsible for the stupid shit that people do around you. Third step, you are responsible for the effects that your actions have on other people. Okay, so you are supposed to do what you know is right, stand up for what you believe in, and accept the consequences for your actions before you perform the action. You are supposed to accept the fallout, the collateral damage, what you do and how it affects other people. Because when you hurt their feelings, I'm sorry, is not what you're supposed to say because you did that shit on purpose. It wasn't an accident. You didn't expect them to get pissed off about what you did, but you did that because that's what you wanted to do. This is one of the reasons why I say that men are not supposed to be in a situation where they're supposed to be defending themselves to a woman, not because the woman doesn't deserve a response, because if a man fucked up on purpose, he fucked up. It's her choice as to whether or not she's going to hang out after that or if she's going to leave. If a man didn't mean to do that, he's going to fix that so that he doesn't make that mistake a second time, which means that she should not be bitching at him about the fact that he recognized that he made a mistake, because men are harder on themselves than what society can be on a man. And then third of all, why am I lying about the shit that I did? Because I either did it on purpose or I'm trying to do collateral damage to fix what I did so that it doesn't happen again and so that it doesn't impact you as much. So at what point should we be a defensive, fellas? When? And then again, we can't tell her how to dress, even though we're trying to keep her safe. We can't know where she's at, even if we're trying to keep her safe. We can't give her any type of constructive criticism so that she doesn't get snatched up by the dirty old man in a dark van with no windows on it. But if she's in trouble, we're supposed to Captain Save her. Now, why is it that men have to be 100% transparent for the mental insecurity of females, where we can't talk to women, we can't do anything for women, but we have to submit to women? And then at the same time, we can't have the expectation of her that she has of us, but we're supposed to be equal. When is that balanced? Johnny says the CIA, FBI ended both MLK Jr. and Malcolm X. I agree. Everything they do for a reason. Katrina didn't happen by accident. They blew up those levees. That if you look at that video, the walls came down first, then the Gulf of Mexico came in, the Gulf of America came in. Okay. Look at what happened with the Twin Towers. You can't tell me that Homeland Security knows where everything is at all times, but they allowed 2 planes to blow up 2 buildings that was full of historical records on inheritance. And when those buildings got destroyed, so did the historical records, which means that those people who knew what that stuff was could go and take that stuff because their ancestors couldn't claim it because they had no records. You can't tell me that we don't have political conspiracies because we got stuff like, oh, they went over there and started all that stuff because of 9/11, but they came back with a bunch of oil. How much justice did they get? Okay. I'm not saying that America is 100% legit 100% of the time, but I am saying 100% of the time that I live in this country, I have to legitimately do what I got to do so that the country don't come and red flag me. I'm not gonna be like what's his name, Tate and Myron. I'm not gonna be sitting on a CIA watch list because I said some stupid shit on this podcast. I'm gonna tell you how to be successful in this country without negative impacting. I'm going to show you how to do it the legal way. I'm going to show you how to do it the way they do it so that when you do it, that you don't have 13 people kicking your door down and running off with all your shit. Because why the hell are you going to work to make yourself walk with damn sense? Cody said, love the revolution, history, and early history. I love the revolution too. I love the way things are right now. Cody says, yeah, right. Like for 100 years since 77, 1820, 1910, 1944, and then now, and can't figure out equality. Bro, do you realize that so many people got in an uproar for the reparations that's being offered out? But reparations is supposed to be given out to the lineage after slavery, not every person with a tan. So the lineage after slavery is the first, second, or third generation after the first generation. Fourth generation, you were born in 1965. So if you were born after 1965, you ain't getting shit. So when everybody got mad because they was talking about giving reparations, bro, if you're the last generation of reparations, you old enough to retire. If they gave you a few $100,000 to pay off your past debt, buy you a house so that you can live the last 10, 15 years of your life in peace, you deserve that. But the rest of us got to get a fucking job. The rest of us got to find something to do. And these millennials, these Gen Zs that's out there running around talking about some no work-life balance, doing TikTok dances on the job instead of getting the damn job done. And then we're wondering why customer service is so slow that they're putting machines in place of humans. And then we're going to get pissed off at the fact that we can't find jobs and blame the Mexicans because the Mexicans are willing to do it for $5 an hour when we got to get paid $40 an hour because we got a bachelor's degree at a community college. Do you understand where the chaos comes from? Stupidity begs stupidity. Because if you really wanted a good job, why don't you get a back-breaking laborish job that will pay you $40, $50 an hour? But nobody's going to college to get a tech degree. Ladies say that there's a wage gap, but women aren't working in jobs. Women are working as teachers and nurses. Men are chefs in restaurants. Do you know that? Do you know that most restaurants are all men cooks? There are very few female cooks in restaurants. The females in the restaurant are the servers, which is huge irony. I'm going to go off of this again, because why is it that she can get paid to do what a man tells her to do on her job, but she can't respect the man that's paying for her standard of living? Answer me that. Answer me that. The role of the man never changes. The man has to submit to his boss the same way he has to submit at his house. Makes no sense, but he's supposed to be the king of his castle. But you ain't never seen the king make the first move in a chess game. No, never. And the queen always protects the king. So why the fuck do we have queens sitting over here talking about something? No, you do all the work. I'm going to sit here and watch. Johnny said, you've got the gift of gab. That's for sure. I've got more than the gift of gab, bro. I've got about 10 years of 15 years of college education. And then beyond that, I've got years of research because I have done this podcast for a year and 3 months. And every single day, I do research on every single topic. that I bring to this podcast, which also means that unlike the average American, I am learning something new 365 days a year in order for me to talk about it. As I said before, I don't just come here and bring you bullshit. I do my fair share of research on it before I come and talk about it. And if I don't know about it, I'm going to reserve it for the next show because I'm going to do some research on it and go find out about it before I start talking about something that I don't know anything about. If I know something about it, I'll let you know what I know to the limited extent of what I know. But after that, I'm going to do a follow-up show to give you more information on what I didn't know. And feel free to bring some comments into the comment section that I could do some shows about some stuff that y'all are interested in, because I'm interested in anything that y'all are interested in. Not because it'll get you to come back to the show. It's because most people who are interested in stuff are interested in something that's going to make them more successful. Let's be honest. People are selfish when they look for stuff on YouTube. You're not looking for stuff on YouTube for the betterment of somebody else. You're looking for stuff on YouTube to entertain yourself, to improve yourself, to help you answer questions for yourself, to help you overcome obstacles for yourself. You're not looking at YouTube for the sake of somebody else. You're not looking at YouTube so that you can explain to a blind man what you saw in a video. You're on here because you saw the headline of this show. You're on here because you heard something that I said in the first 30 seconds that this came across your reel. And you said, shit, I like what he talking about. I want to know more. And I have not said nothing to deter you from staying here for however long you've been here. Make sure you like and subscribe. I don't come here, John, misinformed. I don't come here, John, just trying to feed you a dream. Because I have not once told you to pay for my membership so that you can get the information from me, because I'm going to give you the information whether you join my membership or not. But what you will get from my membership is way more in-depth information that I haven't put up on the podcast. You might get documents. You might get confidential stuff that most people don't have access to. But I not once in the last 2 hours and 40 minutes did I tell you 15 different times, oh, join my membership. No, I tell you what, like, subscribe, share it to somebody who agrees with it, share it with somebody who needs it, share it with somebody who doesn't like it so that they can argue against it, because I'm all about debates, bro. I told you guys at the beginning of the show, and it's running across the top of the screen right now. If you got something to say, you want to say it in real time, because there's a 3 to 5 second lag on the show. You can click that link, approve the mic, the camera, put you into my green room. If you're over the age of 18, you can argue with me in real time. I ain't got a problem with that. I have no problem. And I don't disrespect people because I respect your opinion. It's not the same as mine. You do not have to agree with what I got to say. I don't have to agree with what you got to say, but I'm going to make it make sense. And if what you say don't make sense, I'm going to help you make it sense. See? So by the time I finish this podcast, everything that came across the podcast, whether you agree with it or not, we're going to make it make sense. Facts are facts. We don't have to agree with the facts. We don't have to like the truth, but we do have to accept it, and we have to learn from it, and we have to overcome it. You understand that? When we were in oppression, we didn't have to like what oppression was about. We just had to accept it, and we had to overcome it. When we don't like inequality, we don't have to like the fact that we're not all treated fairly. We have to accept the fact that we're not treated fairly. And then we have to learn from it, and we have to overcome it. Cody said, buy horseback. That's right. And then he said, there ain't no such thing. I watched lists, aliens, and dancing. He catching up. Yeah, the chefs. All right. And I'm about to become a Zoan of a chef. Hey, bro, look, after Cooking with Kaya came out, bro, I said, shit, I'm gonna have to start doing me some cooking videos, because she got what 200,000 or almost 1 million views because she cooked in the kitchen, cook on a regular fucking bake. I need to be cooking on a video at the set. I see myself doing a cooking video on this podcast before I see myself out there showing my Glock 19 Australia with the Glock switch. Because what the hell is you gonna learn from that shit? How to waste ammo? Fucking 50 rounds in 3 seconds. It's a cool toy for kids, but it should. Marksmen are supposed to have 70 to 80% accuracy, and let's be honest, you should be able to hit your target inside of 3 rounds, at least once, if not twice. So for every target that you have, you only need 3 rounds, and it is not in your favor to need 10 rounds. because that means 3 people are shooting at you and you shooting at the 3 of them, and then you ain't gonna be able to hit everybody at the same time. This ain't no live action movie. So if you need a Glock switch with 50 rounds, bro, you need a conversion kit, you need the suppressor, you need the butt stock. You might as well just get you an M4 or M16 and get you the full auto switch. But you got to get the the SOP or the STO stamp, where ironically it's your constitutional right to buy the gun, but you got to pay extra taxes so that you can get the good stuff. But if you pay the extra taxes, you can bring that assault rifle to a Chipotle. Makes no damn self. No sense at all. Let liberty shine. Exactly. 100% big facts. Big facts. And he said, it's all sawdust. You're right. Everything is sawdust. You understand? I can tell you right now, I learned from Ice Cube, wasn't it Ice Cube who said that I don't ever leave, or was it? No, yeah, it was either Ice Cube or LL Cool J that said that I never leave my house without my Smith & Wesson, my bulletproof vest. And that's been a way of life since way back then. But do y'all remember what reality rap used to be about, when they used to talk about how shit needs to change in society, how we needed to behave better, how we need to treat each other better? Do you know that mutual respect is the 31 chapters of Corinthians in the Bible for those of you that believe? Did you know that the 31 chapters of Corinthians in the Christian and Catholic Bible is also in the Quran? Do you guys know that no matter where you look in our history, that treating each other with respect and dignity is the fundamentals of a successful society? So you also know that that's the fundamentals of a successful relationship, which also you have to understand that relationships is not just romantic relationships with your sexual partner. It is relationships with your friends. It's relationships with your family. It's relationship with your business partners. It's relationships with the associate that interacts with you on a day-to-day basis. It's the relationship with the FedEx guy, the mail lady. It's the relationship with the person that's about to write you a ticket for running that stop sign. Mutual respect. But mutual is uniform. And that's one thing that you're going to understand about this podcast, is that everything that I talk about on this podcast is about uniformity. Everything that I talk about is about uniformity. It's about making yourself better. It's about treating each other better, because you cannot demand more for somebody else if you're not going to give more. There's a thing in Louisiana. I'm from Louisiana. There's a thing in Louisiana called lagniappe. It's called give a little extra. It doesn't mean take a little extra. It doesn't mean hold your hand out for a little bit more, like the idea of Christmas. I want more for Christmas. I want more Christmas gifts. It's about giving a little extra. No matter how much somebody gives to you, you try to give them a little bit more. But why is that? Because if you are indebted to me because I gave to you more than what you deserve, then you will treat me better, because even if you don't have it to give back to me, you will at least show me more respect. The reason why, you know where the fundamental concept of being hood rich comes from? Being hood rich comes from the ability of taking care of your neighborhood, bro. You understand that? So if you're looking out for your neighbor gonna look out for you. You got a neighbor who kids be coming home from school and ain't nobody watching the kids. You out there watching the kids. All of a sudden, their kids is cutting your grass and walking your dogs. You could take they family members to the grocery store. Somebody might slide you some money to cover your light bill. But you have to understand that the sharing of resources is a communist model. People don't agree with that. They don't agree with that. But that's what it is, the sharing of resources. Regardless of how much one works or how little one works, that's what it is. So fact is that being hood rich is no matter how much money you don't have, if you take care of your neighborhood will take care of you. And taking care of your neighborhood don't always mean that you got to spend money on folks. Taking care of your neighborhood is a stop doing what you're doing and help somebody pick up something, help somebody carry something, help somebody finish accomplishing a task that they was trying to accomplish when you were in passing. You seen them struggling and you gave them a hand with it. That is how you take care of your neighborhood. And then your neighborhood would take care of you. I just did a whole show. What was it? Thursday, either Thursday or Friday. Saturday. Saturday is when I did the show. So go back and look at Saturday's show 2 days ago. I gave you a list of ways you could do community services. You could do neighborhood cleanups. You could do a community garden. These are all ways that ultimately positively improves the property value of your community, which makes your house worth more money, which allows you to get a larger mortgage on your house when you decide to take a second mortgage on it because your house is worth more. Also, it builds your reputation in your community. But also, if you develop a 501c3, which if I remember correctly, is at least around $250 to $300 to get a tax ID number. And if you get the 501c3, you fill out the application. It usually takes you between 90 and 180 days to get approved of it. But once you get approved of it, because I got one, once you get approved of it, you'll be able to use that to do community service in the neighborhood. And then all of the money that you invest into that 501c3 is tax deductible, 100%, dollar for dollar. So if you spend $10,000 taking care of your neighborhood, you can write yourself a voucher using the 501c3 tax identification number from the charity of your choice and then claim it on your taxes. And then the IRS will credit that against how much money you owe them for taxes, which means that you can take care of your neighborhood for the cost of you giving it to the White House. The difference is it doesn't change the fact that you're going to spend money somewhere, but the difference is that instead of you lining the pockets of the 501 people who don't give a shit about you on a day-to-day basis, you can actually take care of the people that you see on a day-to-day basis, which is something that the normal churches don't do these days. They got some churches that do look out for you, but they got a lot of churches right now that you see that are $5 million pieces of property. And the pastor is so busy trying to get money from the congregation to pay for the cost to run that building and line the pockets of the leaders of the congregation that they don't have enough time to help you with your light, gas, and water when you hard up on your rent money. But they're going to tell you that you're supposed to give 10% to the church in the name of the Lord. But when you give it 10% in the name of the Lord, you ain't giving it to the church, because if you remember in the Bible, it says that the kingdom of God is in the hearts of men. If two or more people are there talking in the name of Jesus, that's where he's there. That's what it says in the book. And then also you're supposed to leave and go and share the knowledge with those people who don't have it. That's what you're supposed to be doing, right? So when you're doing the work, remember this one thing. The work of the Lord is done through the acts of man. So if you understand that your 10% is not supposed to be going to the church, your 10% is supposed to be going to the people who don't have. So the hungry people that you see in passing, the person who don't have enough money for the bus fare, the person who can't afford their cab ride, the person who's holding up the line at the cash register because they don't have enough money to pay for all the groceries in their cart. That's where your 10% is supposed to go. I just finished telling y'all last week and the week before last, public school is better than private school, because instead of you spending $5,000 a semester in private school for your child to go to a school that's going to treat your child like garbage, you could spend that same $5,000 a semester in public school, improve the quality of public school, and the school treat your child like a damn prince or queen. Because they're on a limited budget, because their budget is allocated to them from the United States government, which also means it's a nonprofit entity, which also means that all the money you donate to the public school that your child goes to is written off on your taxes. So you're not giving no money that you don't need to give to the government. But your child gets a better education. Your child gets treated better by the teachers. Your child's going to get treated better by the principal. When I said that, somebody didn't like what I had to say. They wanted to come and tell me that that's not the way to do it. Well, why not? What's the difference between Princeton and a community college? The people who graduated out of it. That's it. The degree is no more prestigious from one college to the next. But because presidents and politicians and famous athletes graduated out of this college, that college has prestige. But for those of us that are putting our kids through community colleges, those of us that are putting our kids through community schools, and our kids aren't getting the education that other schools will provide because the school doesn't have resources, you realize we could change that. $5,000 might not cut it. And you think $5,000 a semester is 3 months. So you're looking at, if you go from August until December, that's what, 4-5 months. So you're looking at about $500 or $800 a month. If you're going to give them money even during the summertime when they're not in school, then you're basically going to be giving them about $500 to $800 a month for your kid to go to school, which is the tuition for private school. If you think about how there's 200 to 300 kids going to each school or more, If each parent did that, the school would have a budget to buy better computers, better books, be able to pay the teachers more money, because the teachers take a lot of the materials that the kids use out of their own paychecks. You would be able to improve the quality of the school. The schools will be able to afford better security if need be, if it's that type of neighborhood. If you invested in your child's education that way, you can invest in your child's education by building a trust and putting money up to pay for their college education. But you can invest in your child's education right now in first, second, third grade, fifth grade, eighth grade, ninth grade. You can learn stuff on this podcast and teach a child. Joe put his kids on a podcast, and I was teaching them how to invest before they got out of high school. And I'm trying to figure out, like, why do we not know? After I told y'all 2.5 hours ago, I told y'all how y'all could put money into, y'all could get money from the college and y'all could put it into an investment opportunity that pays you back more interest than you owe to college. You turn a profit off of somebody else's money. By the time you graduate from college, you got more money than what you started with. You went there for a piece of paper, you walk out with money. That's a career student. We wasn't taught that in freaking intro, in orientation for college. We were taught, don't take out student loans if you can help it, and you only take out student loans when you need them. And usually, because you can't afford to work a full-time job and go to school, you start taking out loans to cover your standard of living so that you don't have to go to work as much. Then when you get out of college, you got all this debt, and you got to pay it back. Not everybody's lucky enough to get it deferred for the rest of their life. And that also means that you now have this bill on top of every other bill, and you got out of college and didn't even get a job that could afford to pay for all that shit. Matter of fact, right now, most of the managers at McDonald's, Wendy's, Waffle House, Walmart, all got at least one, if not 3 bachelor's degrees. That person that you're cursing out at the counter, that manager has a bachelor's degree. It is a mandatory requirement for middle management to have at least 1 bachelor's degree. So a salary manager is college bred at a fast food restaurant. The same fast food restaurant that dropouts attend to. Understand that? So all of that we put ourselves into, he said, richer than the hood, that makes sense. That's right. And all of the stuff that we put ourselves into, and we don't get nothing out of it. And then when I tell you guys about ways to, oh, look, he said it's a first degree here. Look, my mama was alive when I got my first degree. And then when I got 3 more after that, she had already passed after the first one. So I managed to cross that stage at least one time when she was alive, and I was able to keep crossing it. I had done so well in college, I started helping other people graduate before I stopped going to school. I was like, man, this is easy. After the first 2 or 3 times you do it, it's like, you ain't got to really try that hard. You understand? And Cody says, I was shocked. I walked into Domino's and saw someone I know. Exactly. Bro, you got so many people. One of the reasons why people in fast food restaurants have piss poor attitudes is because they broke, they stressed out, they went to college and ended up like this. But you also are looking at these self-help seminars. You're also looking at these, pay for my and I'll teach you how to be like I am. Then if you pay for that crap, then you're going to sit there on a 3-day seminar where they're going to talk your ear off, but they're not going to connect the dots. They will never connect the dots. What they're going to do after they sell you on a seminar, they're going to sell you on a membership. And then the membership is going to have classes, and the classes are going to have tasks, and those tasks will never lead you to the finish line. You still got to find a mentor in there where they can answer the questions that aren't being asked, because you don't know what question to ask until you realize you don't know the answer to the question. So here on This and That and Everything in Between, we talk about this, that, and everything in between. If you ask a question that I don't know the answer to, I'll go find out. I'll do a show about it next time around. But at the same time, by the time I finish with this podcast, if you didn't figure it out the first time we did the show, you figure it out the next time we did the show when we did the follow-up on your question. But I will also piece together, how do you get to the finished product? Because some of the best self-help, self-motivation seminars tells you that you're not where you want to be at in life. You can get to where you be at in life, but they won't tell you what the fuck to do to get there. You come here on This and That and Everything in Between. I done done that. I didn't gave you a whole 1.5 hour podcast on how to build a C corporation, how to build a trust. I didn't showed you how to invest. I didn't showed you how to move your money from yourself to the trust. I didn't came back and showed you guys how to, I didn't show you how to invest. And actually right now I have actually covered, like I said, Brazil, Romania, Singapore, Japan, and the Philippines and Dubai. And I'm about to cover Russia tomorrow. I'm showing you that you can invest offshore. I can show you how I've already talked to you guys about how you can invest here in America. I've showed you how to invest in the regular stock market with TD Ameritrade or Acorn. I've showed you guys how to invest with Stash App, how to get involved with brokers like Stash, Stash, not Cash App, Stash, Stash. Get it? I should put a link in the comments for it. You get it, start it up if you don't already have one. And you can go to Orchid, is what it's called, the real estate investment trust. It does 18.46%. And last time I checked, it was about $8.29 a share. So you could buy 100 shares for little or nothing. You could buy 1,000 shares with $800. You understand? And you could be sitting there just making money because a real estate investment trust pays you monthly dividends as opposed to some of the other blue chip companies. They call them cash stocks that pay you quarterly. Our real estate investment trust pays you monthly. The only difference is you got to go see how badly they were impacted by California burning to the ground for the last month. Because after they finish dealing with the fire damage, they got to deal with the rebuild costs. And those properties out there costing $3 million or more per property. They took a big hit. So shareholders are going to be hurting. So now's the time for them to pull out. Now's the time for you to buy in. As they pull out, you get in because the price is going to be lower for the shares. And then when they finish rebuilding, the price is going to go back up, but you're going to be in on the ground floor. Just like when I told you guys in March of 2023 to go and get the Bitcoin stock when it was $20,000. Now it's $100,000. That's an $80,000 difference. If you would have been doing that when I told you to. In the end of second quarter, beginning of third quarter, when it was at about 20 grand, by the end of fourth quarter, when it was at 99,000, bro, that's a year and a half with an $80,000 return on $20,000 investment. This is the kind of stuff that we talk about on this podcast. I don't just sit over here and bitch about inequality. Oh, women don't treat men well. I got women, not men. I got women that'll come on a podcast and try to say I'm an incel. For what? Because I'm not interested in you? Because I'm trying to make money in multiple countries? That's why I'm an incel? Because at my age, I value myself as a man to the magnitude where I'm going to teach other men that have not learned this yet what they can do to make themselves better so that they can qualify for a higher value woman. Because truth be told, fellas, you're not going to get a woman of value if you ain't shit. So how am I sitting over here trying to be sexist and misogynistic if I'm telling men that in order for you to qualify for the type of woman that you desire, you got to get your shit straight first? Then I turn around and say, well, ladies, since the fellas are getting their shit straight, guess what? You're going to have to get your shit straight too, because you're not going to be able to get the finished product of a man that has rebuilt and reinvented himself if your ass ain't shit. Again, equality. I have not yet come on this podcast and came off of a biased perspective one time. Never. Almost 400 plus days of daily podcasting every night at around 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, about 7 o'clock California time. And I'm not even going to change the time slot for daylight savings time. And we're here every day. Sometimes we get on at about 10:30, but we're here every single day. I don't let the sun rise without doing this podcast. And I come to y'all with something different. I come to y'all with updates on information. And if I find something in general society that I'm like, man, I didn't know this and some people should know this, I'm going to start talking about it. Just like when I talked to you guys about Elon Musk's self-driving car for $30,000, and he put that shit out there with the damn software that's supposed to be in a $125,000 Cybertruck. But guess what? If you're one of the 2.5 million people who haven't collected on their Cybertruck and you're still on that list, you can use your Cybertruck registration to pre-order some shit like that $30,000 car at a discount. So if you didn't know, now you know. So you don't need to wait for the Cybertruck since the Cybertruck ain't holding its weight worth the advertisement. I know everybody wanted a bulletproof truck, but the son bitch ain't bulletproof. Base model is not bulletproof. You have to get the upgraded model to get the bulletproof one. And them boys that had bought that $100,000 Cybertruck and then shot the truck up, come to find out that it ain't bulletproof. It's just bullet resistant, and it's only resistant up to like 7 to 10 rounds. They tore the window up, and they're like, "Oh man, I wonder what my insurance is going to do." They're going to drop your ass. That's what they're going to do. If you live in Florida, you can't even get insurance with an electric car right now. That's just the way it is. Because all of them Teslas set all them houses on fire because the salt water got to that lithium ion battery. I did a whole podcast talking to you guys about how the lithium ion batteries were blowing up because they were deep in water. But the Tesla Cybertruck was a good car to have because it had the high ride suspension. It's not for when the ocean comes in, but in a regular thunderstorm, when the water is a little bit too high, a Tesla that has a ride height increase built into the standard features of the vehicle, that's useful. Speed bumps, that's useful. But the crash rating, I mean, you're not going to die in that vehicle, but if you crash that son bitch, it's done, bro. It's done. The repairs on that $100,000 vehicle is going to be so expensive that your insurance is going to drop you after they pay you. That's it. That's just how it is. And Cody says, that there, sir. How do you kill a bogart? You run. You are right. You can't kill a bogart. You can't kill nobody that is hogging all the resources. You can't. But you have to understand that insurance companies are not here for your interest. The insurance companies are here making money off of your fear that something's going to happen. Insurance companies are not here to pay you when the shit hits the fan. That's why when the shit hits the fan, they start canceling folks and denying people renewals. And if they can't cancel you or deny the renewals, they're going to raise the rates so that you can't afford to stay with them. Because they're going to get their money out your ass one way or another. But you think about how much money are you paying for your insurance premiums? How many years are you paying for your insurance premiums to never have a claim? And if you think about all that money that you could have invested somewhere else, and then that he said it's the night before. You're right. You think about all that money that you could have invested somewhere else, and then that money would have made money for you. And then when you had an emergency, you could have paid cash to replace that shit instead of you having to deal with the complexities of trying to take out a claim. I love when somebody comes up with literally absolutely no knowledge, but they want to jump in and tell me that I am delusional. So here we go. Trolling. He says, okay, you're delusional and have never paid on insurance policies clearly. Fuck you mean, bro? I've had Progressive. Progressive is a really good insurance policy. Progressive will let you run somebody over and pay for it and don't ask you no questions. I should know. Now, he's going to say again, policies always pay as long as legally obligated. First of all, policies don't always pay because they have it written in their terms and conditions that certain quantities of damage don't qualify for their coverage. They have loopholes in their requirement to pay you, which is one of the reasons why California had to make laws that prevented the people whose house insurance is not wanting to pay them for those millions of dollars of property damage that fire costs. Mr. Know-it-all. And he's going to say, no, car narrated barely counts. Okay, and car insurance barely counts. Bro, car insurance barely pays. But you're going to tell me that the insurance companies always cover you. If the insurance companies always cover you, then the government in California would not have had to make laws that prohibited the cancellation and denial of services from the fire just this past week. The only time we make laws in this country is to keep people from being fucked over by other people. That's the only time we make laws in this country. So in order for California to make a law to keep the people who've been paying on their insurance for years to not get fucked over by the insurance companies, because the insurance company was fucking people over. Now, show me how that's not true. Because I could tell you right now, the marriage laws were made because back when those laws were made, women didn't have jobs. So all the laws that favor women were made so that it could bring balance to those women who had to get taken care of after their divorce. Affirmative action laws were made because black people weren't allowed to get jobs because of the color of their skin. So affirmative action laws allow black people to get jobs. Laws are not made unless somebody is getting fucked over to bring back into this require for all people under the Constitution, consider American citizens, to all be treated reasonably fairly to some degree. And when it starts becoming too unfair, that's when laws start being made. He says it's already done. So what you're telling me, what? What's already done? The fire's already put out? Because last I checked, it wasn't, bro. And then he says, should DI still exist? I was talking about that earlier today. I was talking about that 3 hours ago. Should the diversity, equity stuff exist? Well, apparently, it's government. So it ain't going to impact me one way or another, unless I was trying to get a job in the government. But should they have a program funded by the government to aid individuals to get into the government? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the government is a limited number of Americans. The government was supposed to be a rotation like jury duty. Everybody was supposed to get a turn. And at the end of the day, the government has the same number of people in office, the same people in office for 20 years when they're only supposed to do 2 years. Because don't nobody else give a shit and ain't nobody else trying. Then we complain about how the country ain't shit. But the reason why the country ain't shit is because we left it to 500 people for 40 years, 70 years. They're doing 30, 40-year terms on a 2-year chair because the other 355 million Americans don't give a shit about this country to try to give it their shot, because you don't have to have 40 years of political experience in order for you to go sit in the Congress and tell them that you want change made. But not one person wants to run. But you'll tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about 3 hours into my podcast. But if you're good enough, should you be in the government? Or does the government have to train you to be good enough to be part of the government? At the end of the day, it ain't going to matter to me one way or another. But no, I do not believe that extra push to get into the government. Because fact is that, first of all, the majority of the minorities got felonies before they're old enough to know what a felony is. And that disqualifies you from getting in the government already. So if you manage to grow up as a minority and not have a felony, that will disqualify you from getting in the government. Affirmative action law still exists. They haven't dispelled the affirmative action laws. He's dispelling the program that trains people who don't have the proper training, which is completely different. So I'm not going to say, oh, I think that was a wrong idea for him, because think about this. Well, smack, buddy. Think about this. That DEI need to be utilized to train better police officers. It needs to be training better marshals that are giving you shit in the courthouse when you're trying to go to court. The quality control of these programs you're not seeing on a day-to-day basis. That DEI program is supposed to be dealing with those government agents that talk to you like shit in the government agencies, like at the Social Security office, at the clerk's office. You know, you got to understand, what is this program actually doing? The way the post office talks to you, the way they treat you, the way they treat your mail, the way they don't give a shit about your stuff coming up missing. These are all government agencies, and they're supposed to have a program that teach these people how to function. Now, if you're not seeing the results of that particular investment, should it continue to exist? That's the better question. Because when they passed laws about body cameras, it didn't stop police from beating people up. It just allowed the people who were getting their ass whooped to use those body cameras to show I shouldn't have got my ass whooped. You get change from making change. So Hey 2024 says people abuse the system and then the math doesn't make sense. Insurance only works when a small percentage of the group has a claim each year. Exactly. He is right. It does work if a small quantity of claimants in a specific insurance company has a claim each year. But when you start talking about an entire city that this insurance company is providing services to, just like when Florida was an entire state that this insurance policy is providing services to, you cannot tell me that they were prepared for that. They didn't make that much money off of their clients on a year-to-year basis to be able to cover a few $1 billion worth of property damage at one time. Yeah, they might be able to give you out a couple $100,000 here and there, but they're not designed to give out billions of dollars of property damage at one time. That's the reason why they're trying to take a run for it. Him says NAACP and DEI seems racist to me. NAACP is run by white people, so I don't understand why you would say that the NAACP is racist, because black people don't even have control over that shit. Make that make sense for me, brother. I don't understand where you're getting your logic from on that. But yeah, you want to say the NAACP because it is designed to help people that are minorities who are being left out of or falling through the cracks of a system that is supposed to be equal for all people, that they sometimes advocate for some people. They ain't never advocated for me when I was down and out, but they sometimes advocate for some people if you got the right connections, and they get you a little less oppression. You, sir, sound like a person that's never been oppressed before, which is why you don't have any respect for the NAACP. But if somebody would eat your ass and shot your child and got away with it, like George Zimmerman, you would be calling the NAACP. It ain't right, but that's just the way it is. He said, not according to CNN, huh? Right? Okay, so you're going to listen to CNN. CNN is paid to release information. CNN is paid to not release information. The reason why the rich don't have certain things in the public eye is because they pay the right sources not to release information. Ain't nobody paying me not to talk. So at the end of the day, you're going to tell me that I'm wrong because you trust somebody who's being paid by billionaires to keep certain things under wraps. And then when people like me leak this information, because we ain't got nothing to gain and got nothing to lose, because YouTube ain't going to pay me if I say the wrong thing. They're going to demonetize my show, but I'm still going to be able to air it. And after I finish saying what I had to say, some of y'all going to learn from it. Y'all are going to be able to do research on it. If you don't believe anything that I told you on this podcast, and I tell you all this on a regular basis, go ask the Google lady. Call Siri, call Alexa, call Cortana. You ask the Google lady. Google some of the stuff I be talking to you about. Nothing that's told you going to bounce back with I'm wrong. I did the research on it before I put it on the show. So since I did the research on it before I put it on the show, at the end of the day, I'm bringing you the exact same facts that you're going to go find when you go and second guess me. And then he says, most male insured. Right. Most male insured. And that does not stop the fact that your stuff is not going to show up where it's supposed to show up. If it shows up, it doesn't show up on time. That doesn't stop the fact that a lot of times you could be looking for important documents from a court or important documents from a family member or a friend that doesn't have monetary value on it, and it's just missing in action. You got time-sensitive documents where you might get it, but you might get it late. They have an obligation to deliver. Their obligation used to be to deliver 24/7, but now they don't work on Sundays, and now they have national days off. So you're going to tell me that because you think you know more than I do, that you're going to try to disprove me by not putting up any facts, except you heard different from CNN. Bro, that's rumor. That's rumor. I bring up more than rumor. I bring up facts. And then he says, even a city ain't a big deal when they are covering areas all over the country. All right. Well, if a city is not a big deal, then explain to me why California made a law that prevented the insurance companies from canceling all them homeowners and rejecting their insurance claims. Why would California make that law if it's not necessary? And it's necessary because it was happening. The same way Donald Trump made the executive order to prevent from all those homeowners during the pandemic from being evicted. Because landlords don't care if you ain't got no job during the pandemic. If you don't pay the rent, they're going to put you out. So the president of the United States had to put an executive order to prevent people from being evicted from their homes for almost a year and providing financial assistance for those homeowners. Because if he didn't, those people, you would have billions of people out on the street. So if it is not necessary, why did California make it a law? And if they made it a law because it's necessary, then that means that it was happening. And if it was happening, sir, then that means I was right. And if I was right, then I need you to make it make sense. He says, I'll keep waiting while he continues to lie. I love this. I love this. How is it run by white people? Victim? Nah, I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. Don't worry, sir. I get to you. I get to everybody, because until there's more comments rolling through the comment section where you guys will have to start paying for your comments to be addressed, I will address everybody's comment. But I'm going to tell you right now, sir, while you wait for my response, is that if you go do your research, the leaders of the NAACP are not minorities. They are not. It is not exclusively operated by black people anymore, and has not been for a long time. Affirmative action works both ways, sir. So NAACP has a white staff. Okay. And it's a bunch of white people who believe that there are black people being mistreated, because this country has grown out of a lot of its racism, and it has become social classism, where you're not just being mistreated because you're black, you're just being mistreated because you're poor. It's another form of racism, because if they don't want your ass in the building, they'll make the price too high for you to afford it. They'll put a dress code that you're not willing to wear on there, and that's going to keep lower class, lower valued individuals out of that building. But ironically, the average individual that fits that criteria is in the same ethnic group a lot of the times. But one of the things you're not going to see is me with a throwback jersey on, pants hanging off my behind, do-rag, spitting slang with Jordans on, because you're not going to get it. I will never be deterred from an establishment because I walked in the building with a 3-piece suit. But if I look like 50 Cent from his last album, I guarantee you they'll stop me at the door and say, I'm sorry, sir, you can't come in here with a wife beater on. They want to make sure that certain people don't come into their establishment. $100 a plate for the food. People who can't afford that's not walking up into that establishment. They want to have a high class hotel. $1,000 a night for the hotel. Poor folk ain't going there. So guess what? The riffraff is not going to be trying to book a room if the cheapest room is $500 a night. Poor folk is going to go to the Howard Johnson or the Holiday Inn, $50 to $75 a night. That's also gentrification, sir, because when they try to put poor folk out of your neighborhood by raising the rent, you can't afford to stay there no more. That forces all the poor folk out of that neighborhood. Then they renovate the neighborhood and improve the standard of living of the neighborhood. And then they move high-class people in. Downtown used to be where the poor people live. They forced all the poor people out into the rural areas. And now downtown has high-rises in there where freaking condos are $1.2 million on a 13th floor, where each floor is an apartment. Not 30 apartments on a floor, one apartment on a floor. So hold on, bro. While you sitting over here trying to troll, I love trolls, but you got to make it make sense. You're not making sense. You just don't like what I have to say, and then you're trying to troll my podcast, which I find it entertaining. I find it, I could give you another hour and 10 minutes of this before I got work to do. But at the same time, I find it entertaining that you have literally no evidence, no facts, no information, and you're telling me that you know more about the situation than I do. 2 hours and 23 minutes into the podcast. Yeah, I would put the list, but it wouldn't fit in words aloud. Wrong. Go look again. You're wrong. Okay, go ahead and find out. All leaders is minorities. That's not true. That's why I dress for success. Exactly, Cody. Exactly. Teach him what's up. He said, Google it. I had to tell you. All right, spell check. I'm looking at all their leadership. It's all minorities. It's not all minorities, bro. All leaders of NAACP are minorities. They're not. This is why education is so important. You're right. And I continuously push that you should get educated. But have a good night lying to people to stay a victim, never having been victimized ever. Have a good night. I could tell you the plenty of times that I got arrested for stealing my own car. I got almost shot at because my alternator went out. I had a 1983 Crown Victoria, 5.0302 small block. Alternator went out. I had no exhaust. My car was trying to start in a bank parking lot. Cop tried to shoot me. And then because he felt bad about it, he gave me a jump. Come to find out, my alternator was blown. Tell you what. Paul wants to say him is right. Him, hey, him, go ahead and figure it out, him, because I can show you that they don't have the matter of fact. I'm going to take the time and I'm going to put something together just for him, just so that I can show him that he has no idea what's going on right now. There are more people in the NAACP than 5 people. There's more than 5 people. There are 50 states in the United States plus the provinces, and each one of the states has an NAACP chapter. And you are not going to tell me that 100% of the NAACP chapters are all minority driven. That is not true. Because just like when they inaugurated the first handful of non-minority people into the NAACP, they also inaugurated some of the first non-white individuals into the KKK. So you can't come over here and tell me that it is all black run. It's not. So he doesn't say 100%. Okay. Both of y'all want to say that I'm wrong. I love a team of trolls. Both of y'all want to say I'm wrong. Go ahead and prove it. Go ahead and show me 100% of people that are operating the NAACP are all non-minorities. Go ahead and show it. I'm looking at 30 all minorities, top leaders. Okay, top leaders. That's not all of them. That's not all of them. I'm not putting words into his mouth, Paul. He's just not able to pay attention to the information that's being distributed to him. Because as I explained to both of y'all, that there are 50 states and 50 different at least 50 different chapters, at least 50 different chapters. And you are not going to tell me that you found 30 out of, and that's 30 in one location, though. That's 30 on one website. You're not going to tell me that 100% of the NAACP is operated by minorities. It stopped being exclusively minority driven a long time ago. He didn't say all. I said all when I first said this comment, when I told you that the NAACP is not primarily run by black people. I told you that white people also run the NAACP. I said that at the beginning of that statement about the NAACP. He said I was wrong. You're jumping in misinformed because he's trying to prove that there are black people in authority in the NAACP. And my original statement was that white people are also influenced in the leadership of the NAACP. So at what point was I wrong? If there's at least one white person in the NAACP leadership, I told you that it is not primarily run exclusively by 100% minorities. I said that. And that was almost 35 minutes ago. He said, oh, so you can be lowers in NAACP. Yeah, you're right. Not racist. Okay. That is a pretty uninformed situation. 90% and all top leaders. Okay, so 90% is what he's saying now. So he's changing the story a little bit. 90% of them are minorities from what he's saying right now. Okay. It is primarily led. He didn't say all. You're failing to grasp the reality, simple concept. First of all, he was the one that fell through the cracks in this particular concept. And I mean, it's not going to hurt my feelings for you guys to try to double team me on this situation because you're co-signing on the lack of information because he's trying to disprove my statement when I said that the NAACP is not solely run by black people, and it's not. You can't read. No, I can read. You guys can't spell. I have to take my time and try to decipher some of the contents that you guys are putting in there, because not all the time do you guys spell correctly. Not to mention, I'm using a small ass box. And you were just proven wrong. No, I wasn't proven wrong. You were proven wrong, sir. Because when I told you that the NAACP is not primarily driven by, if you can find exclusively all black NAACP, because that's where your claim was originally coming from. And if I got to scroll back up to an hour ago's comment when you were making it seem like the NAACP was racist and it did not need to exist, and I was telling you that the NAACP couldn't be racist because it wasn't completely run by black people. There are white people in there too making decisions. And that's where this conversation started. And you wanted to tell me I'm wrong. No, it's only run by black people. It's not only run by black people. There are more than just black people in the NAACP. See, when he said AAACP and DEI seem racist, and I told you that it's not racist. It is work towards the people who are being oppressed, that are minorities. And it's not just black people. It's Mexicans, Latinos, and they're not the same. It's people from immigrants that are from other countries that aren't necessarily dark skinned. And I started explaining to you that it is not a racist entity. It is exclusive to a specific group of people that are oppressed, the minority. And minorities are not just black people. It's the people with the minority authority, because actually African-American people is the largest majority of the population. It is just that we have the least authority, which is why we're identified as minorities. Not because there's not a lot of us. It's because that almost none of us have any control. But again, you said that it was racist. And I said, well, no, it's not necessarily the case. So now I'm glad you're done, him, because you didn't really put up that good of an argument. You couldn't list every single entity that has, and I'll make it a point. To go do more research on the situation, because I'm a man of my word. I always make it make sense, and I'll make it a point to come back just for him and give you something about the comeuppance of the NAACP. If I got to put that show up on Thursday or Friday, because we talk about business and finance and how to make money for us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If I got to put it up on a show Thursday, Friday, no later than Saturday, I'll be able to give you the full rundown of the NAACP and its equality employment and nonprofit efforts. And then go further into its goals and its missions and how it works towards the unoppressing of the minority individuals that feel oppressed on a case-by-case basis. And you tell me that I can't read English. Well, I can't read English like you guys can't write it. So, I mean, if you guys speak in clear, concise sentences and use your spell check, double check your comments, because I told you guys before, if you really want to talk trash on this podcast and you really want to come over here and speak your mind in real time, you want to tell me that I don't know how to speak, sir, you have the clear opportunity to click that link, approve the mic, approve the camera, and jump on this podcast and say whatever you want to say in real time. You can do it. The floor is open to you. But what him and Paul won't do is click that link, approve the mic, and approve the camera, because you're trolling. You feel like if you can get me worked up and throw me off my game, that you could divert my show. My show was about how Trump is changing the country, whether it's for good or for bad. We're going to keep following up on it on a week-by-week basis, but that does not change the fact that all the information that I had to deliver to this podcast was delivered 2 hours ago. We talked about every other straw man topic that I've shifted us onto throughout the last 2 hours. So you're not actually derailing my show by trolling me 3 hours and 31 minutes into a 1 hour podcast. So you said reality instead of relatively. It's still in the chat. You're lying again. Okay, buddy. You're both slow and delusional. See, now that's the thing. That's a terrifying combination. Have a good one. Hey, I appreciate you coming to critique the podcast. We can critique you just fine over text because you're not really actually here. Right. I know, right? They're wizards. They're not here to learn or share knowledge. Because again, guys, they're saying that, oh, I can see 30 people. Where? Because this is an interactive podcast. They could have been true triple OGs. They're talking about, oh, there's so much up there that they can't put it up there. You could put the link to the damn website up here, and I can click the link and share the screen with the entire channel. I ain't got no shame in my game, bro. You prove me wrong, I'll put it up there. But you can't prove me wrong, because if you want me to stop doing my podcast so that I can sit here and Google and live stream all 50 NAACP or 50 plus different chapters of the NAACP, because there's at least one in every state, and there is one in every city of every state. And then you're going to say, oh, not the leaders, the sub leaders. If you go down to your closest NAACP chapter, knock on the door and walk in, there's a 50-50 chance that the person you talk to is not going to be a minority. The NAACP used to be solely built on the backs of Black people, because at that time, the Black people needed help. Now, everybody who is not upper middle class America needs help. And there are people who are not Black that believe that the people who are being oppressed do need help, which also means that the NAACP is not solely run by Black people. It's run by anybody who believes that people of color or people of the non-majority status could use some representation, whether it's housing, employment, legal aid. They could use some representation. Civil rights activists, people like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton didn't get where they were because people didn't need them to advocate for them. So when you want to jump on a podcast and try to make it seem like, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm just talking out of my ass, bro. You swung this podcast for the last hour and 10 minutes without putting one fact on the podcast. Not one. Now, James got up here. White men have been discriminated against since 1970. Actually, I don't think that it was the 1970s, but it has been the case. I do believe that it might have been a little bit later in history, because after affirmative action started going into full effect, reverse racism started occurring, where the average white man was discriminated against the affirmative action laws. But that does not change the fact that when a law is put in place, it was originally put in place because of the oppressed population. That law was put in place to bring balance. When the balance happens, the law does not get abolished. Then the person or entity that used to be oppressed, that now has an equal footing, now actually has an advantage over the individual that used to be the oppressor, because they don't have that advantage. So yeah, right now today in 2024, affirmative action laws are biased and unfair because it gives unnecessary opportunities to some individuals that don't deserve it. And I can say that. The same way I can say that the women's liberation laws that made them equal to men are no longer fair, because it gives them a higher advantage with no equality benefit. Once equality occurs and the law no longer gets abolished, it now becomes a form of favoritism. It now becomes a form of privilege. So historically, that group was less privileged, and now they are more privileged, because somewhere between 1996 and 2020, the balance happened, and now the scale has shifted in the opposite direction. And then Cody says, Paul in here opposed Withers. Yeah, I remember that. And you said, and you've just said relatively wrong. Bro, I have been up for 18 hours, so I don't really care if I've got slurred speech every now and again. I've been sitting over here on this podcast for almost 4 hours, sipping on wine and talking to y'all. I don't really care if I have slurred speech every now and again. When I recognize that my speech is flawed, I will correct myself. I have an understanding that not everybody speaks clear English. I also have an understanding that you guys that misspell in the comments aren't always doing it on purpose, but the majority of Americans that use the text jargon to try to concise or reconcile their speech don't always know how to spell words clearly. I also understand that in order for you to play catch up to my 3 to 5 second lag between when I said it and when you hear it, and then the 20 minutes it takes for you to type up a response so that you seem intelligent is a whole lot different than you being able to type it in the normal speed that you normally type, where nothing is spelled clearly. You leave out half the vowels, and I have to decipher your text. So, Paul, I can clearly tell you that doesn't really, if you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, I didn't tell you that I was the most educated person on the face of the earth. I'm more educated than most, but I can tell you that even if I'm at the top 85% of my field, that does not mean that there isn't 15% of people that's smarter than I am. That does not change the fact that everything that I put on this podcast, you can learn something from. Everything that I put on this podcast, you can gain some information and go do some background research on and double check and come back. And then he's going to say, okay, well, white men have been oppressed long before that. Europeans have been taking slaves. Bro, you want to talk about the Irish who sold themselves into slavery? The monarchies use white men as cannon fodder. They could not own property, had no rights. Bro, if you want to talk about white people, you could talk about the white Jews that were gassed in the gas chamber during the Holocaust. But when you talk about, you're talking about Europeans. But when you're talking about United States since 1861, from 1861 to 2024, because I mean, if you really go far enough back into history, black people had slaves. So, I mean, what is your point? What is your point? You're going to say what? White people existed on the face of the earth longer than black people, so white people's been oppressed more than others? No. Rich people oppress poor people. Kings oppress the population under the king's authority. Wealthy people are always going to take advantage because of their access of resources to the lack of access of somebody else's resources. And when you boil it down to it, the person that has the most in this discussion, regardless of what debate it is going to have more control over the outcome because they have more to give and less to gain. And in every area of society, somebody is going to have more meat in the game than you. You have to negotiate your way through that. So why are you trying to say, oh, well, you know, white people have been oppressed for the longest? This podcast is not about oppression. Could give two shits about oppression. I can sit here and tell you all day long about how one side is not treating the other side right, and the other side is acting an ass and deserving the way they're being treated. To get his ass whooped when he stole that Hyundai because he was out there fighting them boys before they beat his ass. But I ain't gonna buy no Hyundai because they ain't gonna beat my ass. I also not gonna say that boy shouldn't have got shot when he was out there with them goddamn Skittles. He should have had his ass home before the street lights came on. But I'm also gonna say that he did not deserve that. At the end of the day, to get gunned down like that. But you got to also understand first person accountability is not fair. First person accountability is uniform and universal, where you hold yourself responsible for the stupid shit that you say and do that put you in stupid situations where you can't get yourself out of it. First person accountability allows you to be responsible for your stupid friends that make stupid decisions that negatively impact your situation. So now you're in fucked up shit that you can't get yourself out of. First person accountability requires you to hold yourself responsible for the stupid shit that you do that negatively impacts other people. Like when you drive drunk with your homies and crash a car and now they're paralyzed. That's your fault. They got to live with that more than you got to live with that. You have to understand at the end of the day, you're going to sit over here and try to make it seem like you're better than somebody else. I have never once on this podcast over the last year and some months ever said that I was better than anybody else. I have never said that I'm a better choice than anybody else. I have only clearly put out there on a regular basis that it makes more sense for us to improve our value as men before we start demanding more valuable women. And I've also said for those women to come out here and make demands on their expectations for men within that man to be successful, you're going to have to hold yourself to a higher accountability in order for you to get that better quality man, because the men are going to have higher expectations since they're improving themselves. Now, Paul wants to say it's not slurred speech. You pronounced it wrong twice now. Bro, I could pronounce it wrong 30 times. Doesn't matter. My podcast is supposed to be an hour long, and it's 4 hours. We're 15 minutes away from 4 hours. I could have slurred speech. I can have mispronunciation because I'm sitting over here talking to you, sipping on my glass of Marlowe. And I'm trying to minimize my slurred speech by drinking me some Kool-Aid. Wine in a glass. As long as you understood what I said, that's what's important. So when I tell you about how to make it, when I'm telling you how to improve yourself, tell you about how to improve your decision-making process, if you understood what I said, my job here was done. He said, I did not leave out any vowels, nor did it take me 20 minutes to type a reply. Bro, it don't matter how long it takes for you to type the reply. It really don't. It really don't. What matters is that if it don't make sense, I'm going to make sense out of it. And if it don't make sense, I'm going to then follow up and ask you, why the fuck are we allowing ourselves to be in situations that don't favor us personally? That's the whole takeaway from this. You're watching the country change, and if you're not changing with the country, then you're about to allow yourself to be left behind. So when the advancements happen, you're going to be behind the wave, the same way everybody who should have invested in bottled water is behind the wave. The same way everybody should have invested in Macintosh when it was called Apple back when we had the floppy disk, you're behind the wave. The same way when we should have invested in Bitcoin when Bitcoin was worth $5,000, you're behind the wave. It don't matter if you got slurred speech or not. It don't matter if you're uneducated, which is why you're not holding the courage to jump on the podcast and talk to me in real time. Because while you can edit your own conversation and then challenge my speech, you're not going to be able to talk to me man to man in real time and be able to hold that same level of conversation. Because I'm live. I can make mistakes, and I can recognize that I'm human. I can recognize that I don't have to be a 10. I can be an 8. I can be an 8.5 because I know I make mistakes. I understand that I make mistakes, and I learn from my mistakes. But that does not change the fact that while I'm teaching everybody else that watch this podcast, that we should try to prioritize improving ourselves, whether we're improving our dialogue, whether make sure you guys like and subscribe, while we're improving our decision-making process, we're improving our emotional intelligence so that we're not making impulsive decisions. I didn't notice. I'm not sitting over here calling you stupid. I'm not sitting over here telling you that you're delusional. I'm not sitting over here talking about your mom and your insecurities from your childhood. I'm not sitting over here cursing you out because I don't agree with what you're saying. You're trying to point out that I have slurred speech and I have mispronounced a couple of words out of the last 4 hours of this podcast. And that follows you trying to support somebody else that is pointing out that I, according to you, don't know what I'm talking about, because I was still in this country when they were enlisting non-minority individuals into the NAACP authority. And you're going to tell me that I'm wrong. So I've told you, I'm going to make it a point to put it together later this week. So stay tuned. We're live 7 nights a week. 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock California time. Make sure that you swing by, because you will see me talk about the NAACP in its entirety, just so that I can show you. And if I got to grab some photos of some non-minority people that are currently in the authority of the NAACP to show you what I'm talking about, I will reinforce the fact that I have never been wrong. Because again, on this podcast, I do not come up here just talking for the sake of talking. I come up here so that I can provide you guys with some insight so that you can do your own research. You don't have to take my word for it. You can cross-check me. But when you cross-check me, you're going to have questions. Your questions is going to come from the information that I gave you that is free, public knowledge, that you never would have thought before you watched this podcast today. You would You would have never thought to look up anything that I said in the past 4 hours had you not heard it on this podcast today. But you're looking it up right now with the window picture-in-picture in your smartphone, in your iPhone, or your Samsung Galaxy S23 or S24 Ultra. You are listening to my podcast where you're Googling what I just told you because I told it to you. That was my goal, to relay information to you that is public knowledge that you did not think to go look into. And hopefully you take the information that I give you, you do enough of your own research, and you make yourself a better person. You give yourself a better standard of living. You give yourself more opportunities. You take advantage of the knowledge and the information that I gave you, and you make yourself successful. Because at the end of the day, even if you don't credit me for it, you made yourself successful because you took 3 or 4 hours out of your day to sit here on this and that, talking about this, that, and everything in between. And you came out with real estate information, budgeting information, business and finance, international travel, international investments, politics, relationships, personal growth, emotional intelligence, racial bias. And by the time we wrap this show up, you're able to say, damn, I got a lot from this man's show today. A lot. And ain't none of it was about me shaking my behind, showing no cleavage. Ain't none of it was about me specifically just bashing somebody else for the sake of bashing them. I'm relaying information, and it's all facts. He said, hey, we do agree on something. America has a past of racism, but it's not exclusively to America or to whites. Black people have been just as racist through history and in look at that. I can't even see the word. Modernity. I'm going to mispronounce that word because, first of all, I'm going to have to clean my glasses. I can't even see that word. Either way, I'm glad that you were able to agree that we have some stuff in common. But I just want you to understand, Paul, I don't really care about racism. I come from the bottom of the barrel. Bad speech, bad vocabulary. Doesn't matter. At the bottom of the barrel, I do invest. You asked me the question, did I invest in any of those things? Yes, sir, I do invest in all of those things. That's the reason why I tell you about it. I'm not just going to tell you, oh, go run over here and go and buy such and such stock because if I was going to tell you something, you know that T-Mobile is putting down fiber optics. You should do two things. You should switch over to T-Mobile, get you a commercial account because they're going to give you a damn good deal for it. And they're going to help you out with getting you an expensive ass phone for little or nothing. And when they get the fiber optics in your city and state, you're going to have 2,000 megabytes per second of high speed data, which is the highest data in the network. But it's currently only on the East Coast. So if you're in Georgia or Florida, you're going to be able to experience it right now. But give it a year or two. T-Mobile's fiber optics is going to be a very big thing. But you don't have to listen to me. He's going to say Black Americans by demographic are the most racist group in that country. Well, I can't disagree with that, bro, because they are racist against each other. They are racist against everybody else. They use the N-word towards them to identify themselves, but they don't want people to use the N-word against them. So I got to say, Paul, we are on the same page on that one. Which is one of the reasons why I say you have to change the way you behave because you have to break stereotype. As soon as you walk up, they're going to listen to how you sound and look at how you dress, and they're going to judge you before you get a chance to do anything. So if that means shots fired before you can pull out your driver's license and show them that you got the right to drive, then hey, you're going to be a statistic. The same when that woman got gunned down in her house when she called for help. Because she held a pot of water after they told her to turn off the stove. Should that have happened? No. But does that happen on a regular basis? Yes. But is she the only type of woman that got mistreated by the police? No. Because remember that white woman she was pregnant. She was getting beat up on the side of the interstate by a cop. It is no longer really actual primary racism. I told you this like 2 hours ago. I said it's social classism. Isn't that what I said? I said social classism. The only thing that keeps racism alive is the racist comments. It's not necessarily racism anymore. It's social classism. You are being treated like shit because you're poor. You're not being treated like shit because you got a good tan. You're not being treated like shit because you can't get a tan. You're being treated like shit because you're poor. That's why you're being treated like shit. Which means that that the largest majority of poor people that might be African American are only going to be treated like that until they stop being poor. So how do you change the way your society treats you? You change yourself. Because that's how you change your society. You change the world around you by first changing yourself. You hold yourself accountable. Then you hold the people around you accountable. Then you hold your neighborhood accountable. You do not do business with people that don't have the type of attitude that you support. Just like in Hong Kong, you can't even get money over there. You can't even get finance over there because your credit over there is your reputation, how much people like you. Whereas in America, everybody can hate you, but if you put enough millions on the table, they will fuck with you. They will do business with demons because there's money on the table. But you go to Asia and try that. You act American in Asia and see how many business deals you're going to get over there. It ain't going to work. If you don't show them respect on their level, mutual respect on their level, or a higher level respect, just because you don't know what mutual is, they won't even do business with you over there. Because, excuse his behavior because he's American is only going to go so far. After a while, they're going to be like, I don't want to mess with him because he's American. Just trying to tell you. And then he said, so he already talked about that. Did you invest in any of those things? Yeah. And 8.5 generations. 8.5 is generous is what he wrote. And I saw generations. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired. I ain't going to cop. Because I usually don't run a 4-hour podcast. I usually run a 1 to 2 hour podcast, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I usually stop at 3 hours. But because you guys are so involved, I don't want to just end the podcast short-lived that you guys walked in on the back end. So I carry the podcast an extra 2.5 hours for you. Just admit you don't know how to say or use the word if you really learn from your mistakes. Bro, I can admit that I can't see the word because I am too far away from the screen and the words are not big enough for me to read on the sideline because I got a picture-in-picture scenario over here so that I can see whoever decides to come into the green room and see the comment section. And I can tell you, sir, that my screen is in a 9:16 format right now, not a 16:9 format. So I can tell you that everything is smaller than it's supposed to be on this laptop. And a laptop is far enough away from me that it is not close enough for me to be able to see whether that's an O or an A when I'm looking at some of these words. Do I need glasses? Yes. Are these prescription? Yes, but they are also 2 years old. So I do need to update my prescription. I can admit I probably should get some better glasses. But that does not mean that I am not educated because I can't see some of the words that I'm looking at on the screen. I wouldn't call you stupid if you did not type the words clearly. I would decipher your words and still answer your question with the utmost respect. But again, you're not going to prove me wrong by putting facts on the table. You're going to try to devalue my character by trying to make it seem like I'm uneducated because I am not reading the word on the screen the way you wrote it. But I spent the first 2 hours of my podcast talking about all 10 of the executive orders that's going into effect right now. And I had no problem with reading all of that off of a script that I spent 5 hours creating after I did research for days to get that information from more than one source, might I add. Oh, now it's some non-minorities, just pathetic. Bro, I'm not even going to entertain that. It's not just some minorities, some non-minorities. My statement is not going to change from one point to another. You're not going to put words in my mouth. Yes, words are hard. Words are definitely hard. And you're very sensitive, sir. Very, very sensitive. And that's one of the reasons why you're being so defensive about racism when we have a whole podcast today about executive orders from the new president of the United States that has not been in office for 24 hours and has made drastic changes around our society. And you have managed to divert the conversation from the political change and financial investment that we need to have, the ability to learn and grow and better and improve ourselves, to talking about racism. My podcast is never solely about racism. My podcast is never solely about sexism. My podcast is never solely about, oh, I'm a victim. Because I'm going to tell you something. I've never said I'm a victim. I am financially successful, which is why I can tell you that you can be financially successful too. So I'm not sitting over here playing the victim card. I'm not saying that the country is holding me back. I've already declared that at the top 10 countries of this podcast will be some of the first countries that we take a tour of when we start going on tour on this podcast, which means that it is in my plan to take this channel all over the world. You understand? Playing the victim. Playing the victim is me sitting here talking about woe is me. I can't never make it up in this industry. The man is keeping me down. The man ain't keeping us down. Man don't give a shit about us. Man's a billionaire. Don't give a fuck if we make it or not. We are keeping us down because we are not making the right decisions. And I said that 3 hours ago. And I'm okay, so that makes a lot of sense. He says he's Scottish. Part of our regular interactions are ragging on each other. So it's nothing personal. I don't take offense. Please don't take the tone of my voice as being pissed off. I'm actually enjoying the fact that there are so many of you watching, listening, and interacting on today's particular show, because it took a very long time to build up the type of podcast that is only providing educational information. That's not just sitting here, Bad Girls Club, and shaking behinds and showing TNA and degrading and devaluing myself for views, insulting and embarrassing myself for views, or just sitting there trying to insult and embarrass somebody else for views. I don't do that. I only provide knowledge. And it's hard for a podcast that is primarily male to only provide knowledge as entertainment. I could tell you right now, it's not that easy to do. I'm not saying that, women are got it easy, but I can tell you that if there was a woman sitting next to me on this podcast, that more people would watch this podcast on a regular basis, regardless of what I was talking about, especially if she's mildly attractive, because men will watch a woman talk even if she don't make no damn sense. Neither men nor women are interested in watching a man unless the man is making sense. Because you're not looking at me because I'm cute. You're not looking at me because I got a nice Sherlock Holmes outfit on today. My nice little Mr. Rogers sweater vest on today. You didn't come here for the sweater vest. You came to this podcast because I was making sense when I came across your feed. You stayed on the podcast because I kept making sense throughout the whole time you were here. You hit that like button. You subscribe to the channel because I made enough sense from the time you got here to the time you said, man, I got to get off this, that you're planning on coming back the next time I do another show. Not because I had to make an ass out of myself. Not because I had to talk a bunch of conspiracy theories and preach about how the government is keeping America down. But because I made sense about every topic that I talked about. And I'm not exclusively biased to anybody or non-biased to anybody. I'm specifically on the point of uniformity. So it is not going to always be ethical. It's not going to always be moral. I would love a purge day. I will get a plane ticket to where I need to be so that I've got 12 hours to make it happen and leave. Just saying. But at the same time, I'm not going to be that person that says, if you step on my J's, I'm going to knock you out unless you're 6'5" and can beat my behind after I try to knock you out. I'm not that person. If I'm the person that says, if you step on my J's, you get knocked out, you could be a 5-year-old or you could be a 40-year-old that's built like Mike Tyson. You're going to get hit the same way because, uniformly speaking, if the consequences of that action is this reaction, it doesn't matter who does it. The consequences are supposed to remain the same. And that is what I've always done on this podcast. It's been uniform about my expectations. I've been uniform about the delivery of my information. And I've always been the utmost informative about the knowledge that I acquire before I start this podcast, which is why a lot of the times I start the podcast late, because I got too much information that I have to organize in a linear fashion. And I operate this by myself. So I don't have a bunch of people in the background that's feeding me bullshit and I'm just reading off of a Titantron. And I said Titantron, not teleprompter, because I got bad vision, bro. But at the same time, every day I'm learning something new, because in order for me to bring you something new every day, I got to learn it first before I could talk about it. Bossy said, dude said black people are more racist by demographic. That's impossible for many reasons. Not true. Paul says, in what way? You seem on the level, my friend. There's no animosity here. And boss says white people never hold each other accountable, past or present. The proof is everywhere. But boss, you got to understand. Hold on. I gotta talk about this. I'm gonna put this back up here. Paul, hang out, because you're gonna see the other half of my uniformity right here. Boss, white people can fuck each other over and they can make amends by doing business with one another. You could do me dirty today, but because it'll financially benefit the both of us, I'll still fuck with you. Black people, if you piss me off, I will spend the rest of my life trying to sabotage your success. I will sabotage my success trying to sabotage your success. It's called crabs in a bucket. Also, at the same time, there are a large quantity of minority people that will not want to see their brothers and sisters succeed. That's one of the reasons why everybody had to get lock washers on their rims, because instead of you getting a job and getting your own damn rims, you're going to steal the rims that I work for and put on my car. But see, white people, you got a Bentley, I got a Honda Civic. You will put me in your Bentley so that I can close your business deal, and then you'll buy yourself a newer Bentley. You will buy my house, and then I will network you into somebody else's situation so that I put hundreds of thousands of dollars back into your pocket to reimburse you for you buying me my house. White people look out for one another. They network for one another. That's why the wealthy keeps getting more wealthy. Two black people can't always do business together because each one of them's got selfish intentions. They're not trying to collaborate with one another. You do not have a network after the Black Wall Street got burned down. You do not have that many networks of minority people that are representing each other, promoting each other, advertising each other's products, putting each other on a map, even if you hate their guts. But white people do it all the time. White people will put their differences aside to make an extra dollar. Black people will not put differences aside on principle. So when you start talking about how it's impossible for black people to be racist, for black people to still talk bad about white people 6 to 8, 10 generations removed from the original oppression, when the white people have gotten over it a long time ago. You're not even in the last real generation of oppressed people. Because like I told you before, the last generation that qualifies for reparations is 1965. If you were born in the 80s, you shouldn't even be talking about oppression. I mean, yeah, you were treated like shit in a poor neighborhood, but you were treated like shit because you were in a poor neighborhood. I can tell you, I got treated worse when I was driving around in a 25-year-old car that needed work than what I was treated in a brand new car that was a year and a half old with 3,000 miles on it. I got treated worse with an economy car than what I got treated with a fucking Audi. But how many people right now can say that they were able to afford an Audi in their life? How many people right now on this podcast that's listening to me right now can say that they were able to buy two $50,000 vehicles in the same calendar year, 6 months apart? How many? I did it. How many people can say that you bought a $500,000 house right after you bought them 2 trucks? But I did it. And I was treated like a king during that time. But in order for you to maintain financial stability, you have to build a strong foundation, build on that foundation, and use the revenue that is being distributed by that foundation to expand. I told you that on the podcast plenty of times before, where if you're living off of 30%, 40% of your income and the other 60% is being invested, you can actually take the dividends off of that 60% and cover your standard of living. Then you got money to go on vacation with, travel the world with. Paul says, how do white people not hold each other accountable? If anything, we've been held accountable by each other to the point where we're told to feel guilty about our history as a race. What rubbish, bro. Look, white people talk to like shit because their great grandmother was involved in slavery. But like I said before, in Africa, black people had slaves. If you lost a war, your side of the war was slaves. That was long before colonization. That was back in the Viking days. So we're not going to sit here and try to make it seem like, oh, it's never happened. It's not a thing. That's not true. So you got to look at the fact that at the end of the day, no, Racism has always been there. White people have had the short end of the stick with being treated like shit because of what their ancestors have done. Black people have used the excuses of irresponsibility by blaming other people. More often than not, every American at some point in their life, including myself, has had an opportunity to not hold themselves accountable and blame somebody else. And you start becoming a mature adult when you start taking responsibility for your decisions and your actions and your failures as a human being. Now, that does not appoint to any one race or any one gender. Everybody that's listening to the podcast can say the same thing, that at some point in your life, you have to grow the fuck up and take responsibility for the life that you have, because the majority of the reason why you have a shitty life is because you made shitty choices, or you allowed people around you to make shitty choices that ruin your life. So you can't blame your society because your life still sucks. Your society might have been the society that caused your life to start off sucking, but your life still sucks because you allow it to still suck. Because if you make changes in your decisions, if you make changes in your actions, then your life won't suck anymore. And Paul says, and what does accountability have to do with the fact that a large amount of black people hate whites based on skin color? The same reason why a large majority of black people hate darker black people. You have light-skinned people that's my complexion and lighter that don't like people that's the same color as my sweater vest. It's ridiculous, bro. Any type of difference, it's a thing in America. It's across the world, but it's more so in America that I've experienced it. That it's a thing that if you're different, you're treated like shit. Minorities were treated bad until Mexicans started coming over. Mexicans are going to be treated bad until the robots start taking over. Come on, look, if we're not all 100% the same, we're going to start treating each other like garbage. But we're not supposed to be treating each other like garbage. We're supposed to respect each other for our differences. We're supposed to respect each other for our differences of opinion. I don't have to agree with you to understand that you don't agree with me. You're going to put your position down. Not all the time are you going to put facts up. I put facts up. But after you put your position down, I put my position down. We agree to disagree, or we will reconcile at some point. Will you recognize that at some point I said something that you agree with? Even though you might not agree with everything I say, you might have agreed with some of the things that I said, and then you're going to get off the topic of the things that you didn't agree with. But at no point am I going to belittle you as a human being because I don't agree with you. I just want to see the facts, because facts are undisputed. Or if you want to say that facts are socially accepted opinions, scientific reasoning, you can do that. But again, socially accepted, peer-reviewed information that's going to be considered fact, then that must mean that that information is widely observed in a large quantity of places in order for you to be able to call that a situation of fact. So you're asking me, Paul, what do I do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, Paul, let's start off. I have a nonprofit that's building housing for the homeless in Florida. I have a real estate business in multiple states in the United States. I'm also a teacher online, and I run this podcast, just to name a few, outside of investing in stocks, bonds, real estate, and Bitcoin. And that's before I start doing international investing, because I also want to make money in other countries so that I don't have to carry a bunch of money with me when I get to the other countries. So, yeah. And just for the sake of, because we were talking about this a few hours ago, I am doing this outside of my degrees, because my degrees are microbiology, communication and health, and communication, computer technology, which are none of what I'm doing right now. Paul says, and I'm not denying that the majority of white Americans was extremely racist towards African slaves in the past, just before anyone thinks that, but the pendulum has no swung the other way. The pendulum exactly has swung. It is now swung the other way. Typo. See, Paul, we all make mistakes. Has now swung the other way. Yes, you're right. It was at one point, when the oppressor was doing the oppressing, laws were made for the oppressed. Now that the oppressed are no longer oppressed, the oppressed has become the oppressor. And I will admit that. But the only way that that reverse privilege can occur is if laws are created to offset the deprivation of resources and equality to an oppressed group. You're going to say censored. Nah, not so much censored. Sounds like a solid resume. I can't say that. I mean, yeah, I could technically be considered overqualified for a lot of things, but to be fair, like most Americans, I went to college to be one thing, spent a decade in college, and came out with knowledge and a bunch of student loans and did not have the career that I started college for. So when I talk to people on this podcast on a regular basis, I can tell you guys that you can go to college and get knowledge. You can find a way to make money through college, but you can find a way to make money outside of college. You can find a way to be successful even if you don't go to college. You can be a 9-to-5, be a digital nomad like I am. You can make money through charity. You got plenty of people who are, that executives, directors, executive board members of a nonprofit that puts in more than 35 hours a week can get 5% of the money that's being donated to the nonprofit. An executive board typically has about 10 people on it. And if you can build the profits, the donations to the nonprofit up to a reasonable amount, you could potentially be drawing back a $50,000 or $60,000 a year salary just by being on the board of the nonprofit, just because you're putting in 40 hours of effort into making a nonprofit successful. So you could actually make a job out of helping other people. And with social media, you could create a nonprofit that is not only public funded, but the public get to see what the money is going towards, because you can videotape yourself taking care of folks on social media. Then you can have all of your channels get donations from the people who see you taking the money that they give you and giving it back to the public. You can go the extra mile with that. You can tag all the people that donated to you right before you spent that money, so that you can give a special thanks to each individual that contributed to your ability to do that activity on that video. And then that will compel more people to donate, because they know that by watching this video, a bunch of people gave you money and you took care of somebody else with it. And by watching this video, they know that they can give you money and you will take care of somebody else. Keep the charity going. Nobody is willing to create the wheel, but once the wheel is invented, everybody will use it. As they say, if you build it, they will come. If Noah builds the ark, everybody will get on it. But how many people helped that man build it? Paul says, anyway, you seem like your heart is in the right place. We agreed with each other on a lot. I do hope for the healing of America and less division for, in my opinion, the greatest country on earth. I'm going to tell you that historically, the United States has been about 137 in a lot of things, but motivation wise, we are the greatest country in the world, because we are the most expensive country to live in next to Dubai. And for some reason, we managed to make it. And the only reason why I would say that we are the best place to end up in the world is because for some reason outside of Dubai, everybody around the world tries their damnedest to get to America by choice or by force. They used to be kicked out of their country and they came here on a boat. And that's where we started with our 13 colonies. And now they're spending thousands of dollars to pay for a visa so that they can come into this country. And the people who can't afford the country, can't afford the visa, can't afford the process, will climb up underneath the fence, climb over the fence, walk underneath one of them 70-foot tunnels, get carted into shipping containers, be put in the trunk of a car, be brought over in the back of a bag or something like that just to get into this country. And once they get here, they will work for pennies on a dollar so that nobody knows that they're here, because they will be so glad to live in this country. Because no matter how bad America is, I can tell you that there are other countries on the other side of the border. We don't even got to get on a boat and go that far, that are way worse development wise, social wise, political wise, there are some countries that are way worse than what we got here in America. So while we address some of the things that need to change in our country, we're too lazy to change it. Not because the country won't let us change it. We're too lazy to change it. While we address the things that need to be changed, that just gives us the ability to have the open-mindedness to put in effort to make change. So whether or not the country becomes super awesome because of Donald Trump over the next 4 years, or if it goes straight down the toilet, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you yourself had firsthand knowledge on this and that while we were talking about this, that, and everything in between. And you come to find out that you had an opportunity before the shit hit the fan to be on the other side of that situation. Because when he put all them laws up there to benefit big business is LLCs and C corporations. And if you're not trying to find a way to attach your income to an LLC or a C corporation so you can benefit from all the stuff that he did with that executive order, you're just allowing yourself to get fucked over. Because the W-2s are going to be the ones that's not going to be getting all the deductions anymore. And then when the tariffs happen and the cost of products start going up because businesses are going to offset the cost of import export onto the price of the product that's going to go onto the consumer, the bottom 99% is going to pay for the debt. The bottom 99% is wasteful. The bottom 99% is going to pay for the inflation. The bottom 99% is going to stay poor. So if you don't want to stay poor, find ways to save money, spend responsibly, invest what you don't need, build up an emergency fund, 18 months to 2 years wide, and then start expanding on your horizons. Do low risk investments at first. Move from low risk investments to moderate risk investments. Have a 3-tier system where 60% of your investments is index 500s, treasury bonds. Do like 20%. That's moderate investments. High risk stock options is like 10%. If you're going to use trade bots, I only recommend that you do it with Bitcoin because that's probably the only place that is going to be the most effective. But if you're going to be a day trader, day traders take work because you're going to have to look at the stock market long after the stock market stops, set up all your trades first thing in the morning, and stock market opens in New York first thing in the morning. In California, that's like what, 4 a.m.? Rich people don't sleep. Stu Harvey said that. Paul said, I've hogged enough airtime now. I have to start my day. Deuce Vault. And God bless you. I hope I said that right because I don't know if I said that right because I do not speak your language very well. I know that DEUS is Deuce, so that's Deuce Vault. I'm going to run with it. And Russell and Miss comes in and says nobody cares. Well, I can assure you, Russell, that a lot of people care today because this podcast has been full of individuals popping in and out and riding the wave of this podcast for the last 4 hours and 20 minutes. So more than just you care. And a matter of fact, Russell, this is passive aggressive because I just want you to know that you cared enough that you had to comment, because the people who don't care don't comment, they don't like, they don't subscribe. They just swipe. So if you did not care, Russell, you would not have invested the effort, the 15 to 20 seconds it took for you to type nobody cares. That took effort. And no human being on the face of this earth does anything that requires them to put effort into it if they don't care enough about it to put that effort into it, no matter how mild the effort is. You got to understand the thing about reviews. People who don't care don't leave a review. You have two types of people that leave a review. The type of people that were highly positively impacted by your situation that highly motivates them to say something good, or the people that were highly negatively impacted by the situation in order for them to say something negative. And people are more likely to say something negative to 10 times more people than somebody is likely to say something positive to one person. So we are able to use social media to promote and distribute negative attention so quickly, so easily, so fast. But it is hard for us to pass along and switch around positive knowledge, positive information, and positive vibes on any podcast, including this one. That's why we was talking about all the good ways that we could be better, and we ended up spending an hour and 50 minutes talking about racism. We could not take this podcast and talk about business and finance and he says, I really don't believe in trolls. Bro, look, hey, you should have been here earlier. I went Super Saiyan on them. No, I do believe in trolls. I do believe in trolls. But what I don't do, sir, is I am not going to ghost a troll. As long as you are not being verbally inappropriate in this podcast that would negatively impact the tenacity of my podcast that will require me to block or ban you, I will entertain reasonably inappropriate discussion. As long as you are articulating yourself clearly and you are not using too much hate speech that could potentially negatively impact the community guidelines, I'm not going to stop trolls from trolling. Because the thing about it is, saying, you have to realize that some people only know how to deliver negative attention. They only know how to engage negatively. But that does not mean that they're not going to learn something. It doesn't mean that they're not going to benefit. And for those of you that watched me and Paul from the beginning of our conversation to the end of our conversation, I did not have to change his mind. I changed his dialogue. He went from closed-minded, oppressive dialogue to articulating and negotiating and then reasoning. And then he started using logic, which dictated rational behavior before he got off this podcast. So the next time he gets on this podcast, he is not going to be belittling. The next time he gets on this podcast, he's going to be rational and logical, even if he doesn't agree with me. Just being able to change the way he communicated with me is a worthwhile income on my behalf. I got something out of this podcast today because I was able to change the appropriate dialogue of two individuals that communicated with me today. That made this extra 2 hours and 30 minutes of this podcast worth my while, because I know that everybody who stayed for it learned something. Because, and look, this is the best part. Maria, and we don't have to be here. So the fact that we hung out for 4 hours and 24 minutes listening to me talk, when you clearly could have been somewhere else watching Cooking with Kaya or something like that, for you to be sitting here listening to me talk, I had to be worth something to everybody who's still here. I had to be valuable in some way, shape, or form to the people who are still here. Because if I wasn't valuable to y'all, make sure y'all like and subscribe. If I wasn't valuable to y'all, they would not keep coming back. Saying, I had to freeze up a little bit. What I'm saying is, you said if you take that 15 seconds, then you care. I'm saying trolls don't give a fuck about anything other than getting under your skin. No, you're right. But you have to understand, I got trolls a lot of the times on my podcast. They got some that'll throw comments into the comment section trying to get people to go to Bionex and use this password and, you know, try to move their safe wallet. Fact is, dude, I could teach a troll something that they can learn. Fact is, dude, I can teach somebody that's spray painting the side of my building how to make a mural on my building that I could pay them for. Instead of me entertaining negative behavior with negative behavior, I'm going to entertain negative behavior with positive behavior. Instead of me trying to kill somebody who's trying to rob me, I'm going to give them a job. That way they don't need to rob me, because you're robbing me because you need what I got and you can't afford to get it on your own. Instead of me putting you in jail for graffitiing up my building, like I said before, I'll give you a job. I'll have you put murals on all the buildings that I own. Because if you do not inspire individuals to be better, if you do not inspire individuals to do better, nobody knows how to behave better until they've seen it somewhere else. We plateau based on the best person in our observation group. And I have to say it like that because if we identify low class, low quality behavior, the best are going to be is low quality. If we grow up in a neighborhood full of failures, we're going to be a failure. You take a failure out of a neighborhood and show them what success looks like. And don't just show him what success looks like, show him how to achieve success. That's when they start trying to find other ways to be more successful. That old saying back in the 80s with them textbooks, where there's a will, there's a way. You can have the will to be better and not know the way to get there. But if you can come to this podcast every day and you can start piecing it together, that generational knowledge that we don't get from our ancestors, we're able to share it with one another right now, because accountability does not just happen from the people who've already made it, mentoring down to the people who haven't made it yet. Mentorship occurs down to people who haven't made it yet and across to people who are already there. Because once you become successful, the only way you can stay successful is if you don't start fucking up, which means that if you have stopped making mistakes and started making positive decisions and have improved your standard of living and have improved your status, in order to maintain your status, you have to maintain the appropriate behavior for that status, which means that you cannot become a Fortune 500 and still act street. Lil Boosie can't even get out there and pimp slap somebody because he's worth too much money now. Floyd Mayweather can't just get into a street fight on a regular basis because he's worth too much money out. He punched somebody in the face, they could sue him for more money than that punch is worth. So a lot of the times you got to turn the other cheek and you got to walk away. But a lot of times you could teach these young bucks that they don't got nothing better to do but troll you and talk shit to you and talk down to you and talk bad to you. You can still teach them something. The same way these First Amendment activists are sitting out there trying to educate police on the side of the road when they putting their lives on the line for these police officers that don't got no self. Some of them something from it. Some of them actually learn something from it. And once they learn something from it, those are the ones that will do better in the next engagement. Because even police officers aren't taught how to act. They go to police academy, they learn how to shoot the gun, drive the car, apprehend the person, use the taser, use the mace, use the handcuffs, use the baton. That's it. That's it. They are not taught laws in police academy. They're not taught social engagement in police academy. They're taught how to get there quick, catch the person that they think did it, disarm them, detain them against their will, take them to the jail cell, and let the judge figure it out. They don't even, what you see on TV where they take them down to the police station and interrogate them before they book them, that shit stopped happening in the 90s, bro. You very rarely make it into a police station. You go from the street side to the jailhouse. They book you, and then within 72 hours, if it's not a holiday and a weekend, you get to a judge. And if that judge got sympathy on you, they will let you out. But the fact is that even if what you're in there for isn't because you committed a crime, it's because a police officer got the wrong idea, you still are in jail. You still got that added to your criminal record, which negatively impacts your background check for employment and purchasing a house. Did you know that if you've got a misdemeanor within 3 years or a felony within 5 years, you can't even buy your own house in an HOA environment? Did you know that if you've got a misdemeanor within the last 3 years or a felony within the last 5 years, you're not even going to be able to get certain types of jobs? Did you know that if you have a misdemeanor or a felony on your record that you can't get expunged, you can't get promoted to upper management? So while you're working on that dead-end job, it's only your arrest record. They want to promote you because they can't promote you because you made mistakes in your past that are negatively impacting your future in your present. Because we were not taught when we were kids that the decision that we make today can fuck up our future in 10, 20 years. You got children right now with felonies that can't live with their mama because they Section 8 don't allow them to live with felons. They wasn't taught this before they started making decisions. You probably, the first time that you heard somebody tell you to do what you know is right, stand up for what you believe in, and accept the consequences of your actions before you perform the action, you probably just heard that today on this podcast. You probably ain't never heard nobody tell it to you like that. I'm not just telling you accountability. I'm telling you the 3 fundamental bases of accountability. Because if you do what you know is right, there are no consequences for your actions that will cause you to go sitting in a jail cell and getting criminal records and everything else. But if you stand up for what you believe in, regardless of whether or not it's right or wrong, you must accept the consequences of your actions before you perform the action. So if you decide that you want to handcuff yourself to a tree and you end up in a jail cell, you decide that you want to march on Washington and you end up on a terrorist watch list, you decide that you want to get on one of those red pill podcasts and talk shit about the other gender, and then nobody wants to mess with you at the club. You got to accept the consequences of your actions before you perform the action. You want to get out there and do inappropriate videos on social media, and then when you decide to go get you a good job, guess what they're going to do? They're going to go look your name up on social media. They're going to go try to do background checks on your social media accounts and look at those videos. And if you put up too many inappropriate videos, they're going to find them whether you delete them or not. So you might not get that good job even though you're qualified, and you're going to think, oh, they didn't give it to me because I'm black, or oh, they didn't give it to me because I'm a woman. No, they didn't give it to you because 30 out of 40 videos are keg stands, stripping, showing your body inappropriately, smoking, guns. You're doing inappropriate stuff. Social media is not your friend. The internet is not your friend. What you have to learn, the one thing that you take away from today, and I'm going to put a pin in it after this. I'm going to tell you the one thing that you're going to take away from today is that everything that you do on social media is on your permanent record. Because they will Google you. They will take your screen name, put it into the search bar, pull up your profile, and everything you've been involved in pops up. You can see it on TikTok. Somebody take your name, put it into the comment section as a search item, and people can click the link of your channel and get everything your channel posted, embarrassing or not. You could have been irresponsible as a youngin', and that video is still on the server. So 10 years later, you're embarrassed by that video, but you can't get rid of it. It could interfere with your ability to be successful. Remember the politician? It gets out. You have to get over it and get past it. President paid a prostitute. It gets out. But he's still married, though. So why these women sitting over here talking about something they don't want to have a man that cheat? Billionaires cheat. It happens. They just got more money to get away with it. Fact is that we have to make better decisions about ourselves so that we can make it to that billionaire status. We have to do what we know is right. We have to stand on what we believe in, and then we have to do the best that we can to accept the consequences of those actions before we perform those actions. Because if you know those consequences are not in your favor, you do not want to make any decisions that are unfavorable to your overall agenda. So making a scene right now in the store might not benefit your long-term agenda because everybody got a cell phone. You might think, oh, I can act an ass in this Target. But bro, people are going to record you acting an ass in this Target. So now what happens? You go to that job interview, somebody's going to do a background check and they get there and find all these social media videos with you on it, acting a fool. They're going to put that behavior in the workplace and say, nope, this person is volatile. I'm just saying, guys. Mecca says, lucky I never post, LOL. Haven't seen. Look, I tell you what. They told me between 2009 and 2013, when I was first starting in college, that you can Google your name and everything about you is inside of arm's reach. And everybody that's listening to this right now is either Googling their name right now, or they're going to do it when I get off this podcast. But you put your government name in there, or if you put your most commonly used nickname in there, and your photo pops up, social media handles pop up, that's because you are too common. And This also means that if you do something you ain't got no business doing, they have exactly the easiest way to find you without even have to pay for a private investigator. You have so many people that got so much stuff on public knowledge right now. You have Gemini on the Samsung S23 Ultra. You can do a deep dive search for them for free. You can fuck around and find out what their phone number is, what their address is. I did a name search on Google, just Google. Okay. So this is what I did. I went and asked the Google lady, did a name search on a person, right? And I was able to get their political affiliation. I got the last 5 houses they stayed in the last 10 years, their current address. The lady was married, how many kids she had. She had a recently posted baby shower wish list, which implied that she was pregnant or considering to get pregnant. I knew where she worked, what her salary was, what her husband's salary was, all 5 cell phones that she paid for. I had photos of what she looked like, social media handles, because I Googled a name. So when I passed, and this was actually my child's therapist, when I passed the lady in my child's school, I was able to talk about her on a first name basis, and she's looking at me like, how do you know who I am? You're easily accessible. Because it's true. Information is not your friend. It can be. It is the most powerful tool in this country is information. That's why private investigators make so much money doing what they do. Information is key. But if you don't want to be found, you don't post a bunch of stuff on social media. You don't have a bunch of social media profiles. You don't do stuff in public that people feel like they should record. You don't post stuff that has your personal information on it. You don't fill out a bunch of surveys that puts your private information on there, because every time you put your private information down on an application, they sell it to somebody. Then they start mailing you stuff. Then they start calling your phone. Then they start emailing you things. I'm going to tell you right now, y'all still watching this podcast. Ladies, y'all to go shopping, make you a dummy email for your online shopping. That way, when they send all that bullshit, they can send it to a non-important email that you don't ever have to check. If you get you an LLC, got places like what was it? Virtual. It wasn't virtual AI. It was I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, and I don't want to give you the wrong information, but I used the service once before. It gave me a virtual number, but they also specialize in giving you a virtual address as well. So you can build your LLC, pay for the virtual address, get you a virtual phone number, link that virtual phone number to your cell phone, use that virtual address for your business, and then have a primary post office box that they mail all important information to, and then also have the registered server be your personal address. The registered agent could be anybody. And then if there's a lawsuit that happens, they mail it to the registered agent. Mail it to the post office box. Physical address could be virtual. Nobody's going to come to your virtual address. So they're not mailing you a bunch of crap to your virtual address. They're not mailing stuff to your house that doesn't make sense to you. But when you start filling out all those surveys and filling out all these applications and using an address that they're going to sell to somebody else, if you're using your business to fill out all these applications, then they're going to be mailing a bunch of stuff to your business instead of mailing it to you, which means you don't get junk mail. You know, I never collect junk mail. I leave it in the post office box. I don't even waste time returning it to sender. I leave it in the post office box, and I let the mail person take all of the old mail out of the box so that they can make room for new mail. I send all of my important mail to a post office box, and then I go to that post office box and sift through the mail. So if you mailed it to my house, it's clearly not important because I don't use my physical address to collect mail. How do you weed out spam calls from legitimate calls? Well, if you have a professional way that you identify yourself, and then you have the government name that's on your driver's license, When they call you and they use your government name, which is not the name that you're using when you're doing business, you already know this is bullshit because I run a business. I never identify myself like that. So you can't be calling me for something that I signed up for because I would have gave you a different identity. Look now, Anime became Tina Turner. Look now, right now today, it don't cost no money to do a name change. Right now today, don't cost no money. People are doing it right now with all of the transes and all the alphabet boys that's able to go from being a he to a she or from a she to a he. It don't cost no money. What cost the court like $300-400 and a reasonably good explanation? The judge will drop a hammer. Your name is changed like that. You can fill out a document and get you a new social security number like that. And that one is free. You don't even got to pay for that one. You can have you a new identity like witness protection. Don't mean that you can stop using your old, you should stop using your old identity, but you could technically be utilizing your old identity for and then they're going to expect you to be two different people on paper. You know something? If you change your name on record, technically you got rid of your criminal record till they fingerprint you, because until they correlate your new name to your old name, technically the new name and new social security number is going to be attached to a new criminal record. So, I mean, if you really want to go through the effort of expunging your old name, you can do that, or you could just change your new one and don't get into any more trouble. These are the things that we talk about on This and That goes far beyond this, that, and everything in between, because I tell you what, look, he say no money and then say $400. No, but you don't understand, Aaron. Check this out. Check this out. I say no money because the cost of court is $400, but there's an indigent form that you can fill out when you're trying to file for a civil action that waives the cost of court. And the amount of money it costs to print 2 to 3 pieces of paper is typically between 15 and 25 cents a page at a local library, unless you have a printer at your house. So I wasn't double talking when I told you that you can get it done for no money, but the cost of court is $400. The cost of court is $400. But if you fill out the appropriate indigent form and request a waiver of fees, the court will waive the fees in the beginning of the case. And unless it's the type of case that has monetary compensation at the end of the case, they're not going to charge you fees on the back end. But if there's monetary compensation on the back of the case, they typically, the settlement of the case includes the cost of court to the person that's settling. So if I file a civil action against somebody, I can fill out a document that says I'm too poor to pay cost of court, don't charge me. They will withhold the cost of court because you're supposed to pay cost of court before you open the case. They will withhold the cost of court till the end of the case. If it's a type of case where I make money off of it, they're going to take the cost of court off the back end. But if I don't make no money off of it, they'll just waive the fees. But at the same time, if there's a settlement involved, when you're trying to close with the defendant, because if you sued somebody, you're the plaintiff. So if you sued somebody, the defendant will settle out of court and they will incur cost of court and then settle out of court. And if you negotiate it correctly, they should cover the cost for mediation and cover the cost of court and provide you with whatever amount of money that you wanted to get on the back end, and y'all agree to terminate the case. Don't have to pay $400. There is a nominal fee. But you have to also understand that frivolous lawsuits are only frivolous if you do not have reasonable probable cause and a reasonable supportive evidence to support your cause. If you can show at some point in time that you got fucked over, I guarantee you that they will take your case, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Because if you had the right to get treated better in that situation, and there's at least one law that suggests that you should be compensated for your injustice, you should be compensated. And that's what the legal system is about. It's harder for us to get justice in this country because we don't know the laws. We don't know that we can go pro se. We can file stuff ourselves. We can represent ourselves in situations where we really feel that we got that fucked over. If you personally feel like you were fucked over, not because you're black, not because you're a woman, not because you're a man, you got fucked up because that was a fucked up situation, you could put that in the courtroom and say, bro, if you take all race and gender aside, The person that experienced that should not have experienced that. A judge will take that case, even if you don't have a lawyer. And since this is the only case that you're dealing with right now, you should be able to do your research on the laws around your situation. Find multiple laws that says what happened to you is wrong. Find in certain states multiple laws that gives you a minimum quantity of compensation for the injustice that you've gone through. Find torts in your state, TORTS, that talks about punitive damages for excessive mistreatment in your situation. Piece that together, submit it to a courtroom, argue your position, and every legal proceeding requires before trial that both parties come together with an attempt to mediate and resolve the matter before you go to a long drawn-out trial. And more often than not, they're going to offer you money, but you don't have to settle on money. You can settle on stuff. Like that one boy who settled on a lifetime supply of Burger King because something that bad happened with him at the Burger King. Fact is that you don't have to settle on money, but you can settle on money. And most people offer money. And if you accept whatever money that they're offering, the case is closed. You can walk in there thinking that you're going to get millions of dollars and walk out with like 50 grand, but you walked out with 50 grand more than what you went in, and you didn't pay any money to start the case because you used an indigent form. You put in a little bit of time and you walked out with 50 grand. That's a year's salary. And it's non-taxable because it's a reimbursement to a financial injustice. It's a reimbursement to an injury, not a physical injury, an actionable injury. Sometimes it's a physical injury, but most of the time it's an actionable injury. I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I just know from experience. I know from doing research, and you could know too. So just being pissed off that you got fucked over and Morgan won't represent you, fuck them. You can represent yourself if you have enough knowledge. You don't need to give 40% to a lawyer if you do your own research. But if you're too lazy to do your own research, put down 5 to 10 grand as a retainer and pray to God that they do a better job than what it costs for to get them as a lawyer. And then whatever happens, happens. But again, if you're representing yourself, you have to articulate yourself to the most effective scenario, which means you've got to be fully knowledgeable about your situation, weigh the pros and cons, do your research, and then be able to distribute that information in a fashion where the opposing parties can receive it, even if they don't agree with you. You're going to be in a room full of people that disagree with you. You're not supposed to get mad, even if you are pissed off. You're supposed to decor in a rational and logical fashion so that a third party who is looking at your situation from the outside looking in, judging your scenario from hindsight 2020 vision, can determine that regardless of what could have happened, you are right, that you were mistreated and you deserve some type of compensation. That is all you're trying to accomplish. And if you understand that the lawyer would have took 40% of whatever you would have got, you don't have to aim so high, because if you get a 40% less settlement, that's just the same amount of money you would have gotten had the lawyer got you 40% more. $100,000 lawsuit and the lawyer got 40, the doctors got 30, you got 10. And you're going to say, what about that other 10? Advancements. You got to understand, bro. Just because somebody gets a $300,000 lawsuit don't mean they get $300,000. Because the lawyer take the first 120 off the top sometimes. So if your $300,000 lawsuit turns out to be a $120,000 settlement without a lawyer, it's pretty much the same thing. Stop being greedy. Start being rational and logical. So I appreciate you guys swinging this long ride with me. We 5 hours in today. This is the longest show that I've had in a while. I'm going to try to do more shows of this length, but I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to waste your time. If I don't have something to talk about and I ran out of information, I'm wrapping this bad boy up. That's what I do, because I know that your time is valuable. But the only thing that's more valuable than your time is the knowledge that you get from my time. And that knowledge will help you make more choices that are benefiting your agendas, which will make you more successful. That'll give you motivation to keep coming back, because everything you got from me for free, you won't get somewhere else. Somebody else is going to charge you a subscription or a membership or something like that. You got to pay for them. I'm going to give you all of the information, and I'm going to give it to you because I can. because I feel like my $500,000 education ain't worth nothing if I'm not sharing my knowledge with other people, because knowledge was supposed to be passed down from generation to generation, not bought and sold like a commodity. So my way of making changes in my society is by finding knowledge, gaining knowledge that's relevant to the masses, and then sharing it with everybody that's willing to hear it. Because didn't they say in the Bible that when you get enough knowledge that you're supposed to go out and you're supposed to share it with whoever wants to listen to it? They call those boys prophets. Yeah. Modernize it, y'all. Modernize it. I'm a priest of gospel up in here one way or another. I just want y'all to understand. But now that I got a contract that I got to fulfill in the next 45 minutes, I got to wrap up the podcast so that I can get prepared for the next obligation that I have to tend to. So when Paul was telling me about my slurred speech, I've been working since noon. It is 3 a.m. and I don't finish working until 8 a.m. So at some point you get tired. You start dealing with fatigue that leads to slurred speech, blurred vision, and cognitive function depreciation. It happens because I'm not sitting here sipping on coffee. I'm sitting here sipping on a glass of Marlowe and some Kool-Aid. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's one step away from some scissor, bro. You're gonna end up with some slurred speech, 5 glasses of Marlowe in. It's just gonna happen. That doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm talking about. So I want y'all to understand. Oh, we had dropped an album on the podcast. Alan from alanito.music from Switzerland actually had made the podcast a custom theme song, and I know y'all see that in the description. That's going to be the outro song that's going to play after I wrap up the show. I would encourage you guys to take a listen to it because it's a motivational and inspirational metal song. It's about metal. I love it. I know that y'all look at me like, oh, he should like rap music. I do, but I like rap, R&B, country, metal, pop. But the lyrics to the song is so motivational that I'm like, I'll run with that. And they have a whole 5-song album. They have non-negotiables. They have higher ground, and I think it's called Executive Protocols. I think it is. But you see the names in the description. There's a link to the videos to go out and watch the full length videos off the YouTube section. And if you want to buy them and download them, you can click the other link that takes you to Amazon, where you can go and get it off your Amazon Prime. That's all I'm going to have for you guys for tonight. Remember that we are live 10 o'clock. We probably start a little bit late from time to time because I got to get all this information, piece it together for you. Make sure that the audio and videos work and everything to that effect. But we do start every night around 10 o'clock Central Time. That's around 11 o'clock Eastern Time, around 7 o'clock California time. And we're not going to change that time slot when daylight savings time adjusts our time. So make sure that you guys like and subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification button. Keep in mind that we're going to have more shows listed for the rest of the week. We're going to have that NAACP show probably later this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like that. But it's going to happen this week. Word is bond. So those of you that want to see what happens with that, stay tuned for that. Tomorrow, we are going to be talking about all the ways to invest into Russia and good standards of living in Russia. I like gold and silver and guns. I've already talked about gold and silver investment twice on the podcast, and the difference between buying into gold when it's high and buying into silver when gold drops, and then switching back and forth between the two. Because when I was talking about it, gold was, I think, $32 an ounce, and silver is like $2,000. No, gold was $2,000 an ounce, and silver was $32 an ounce. But if you buy gold when gold is down, and then you sell gold and buy silver, they offset one another like cryptocurrency. So you can get into those. I love guns, but I don't always talk about guns because I know that there's a gun fanatic that can get in here and outdo me with my knowledge on guns on any given day. And you only need one to protect yourself. The rest of them are entertainment. If you're going to get two, you need a long range gun and a short range gun. Your short range gun is for close combat. I actually like most of the guns that I'm infatuated with are Smith & Wesson's, American made, and I got an M&P Shield. Got small hands. M&P Shield is perfect. Single stack, 10 rounds. You only need 3 to take out your target. Outside of that, I would use the SBR, the 12 gauge that they just made. Not a lot of people would use it. They say, oh, it's not accurate after 10 yards. 10 yards is 30 feet, bro. 30 feet is from your kitchen to your living room. You don't need a shotgun to go down a road. You need a shotgun to bust a cap in somebody inside of your house, because self-defense requires you to not allow the bullet to leave the engagement. That's how you maintain self-defense. And once if you shoot through the door and bullets are flying past the target, you could have hit somebody else. And that negligence is why that guy that shot that man in the mall still got a manslaughter charge, even though it was self-defense. He didn't get the murder charge because he was defending himself, but he got a manslaughter charge because he shot at this dude in a mall where the bullet could have went through that guy and hit somebody else. You got to make the appropriate decisions. That's why you wonder why the police be chasing after the car and the cop shows and they don't shoot at the car. That's because if that bullet goes through that windshield and goes through that driver and doesn't hit the driver and stay inside the driver, it could hit the person on the other side of the car. So they don't shoot wildly most of the time. Only a monetary savings, protect your dollars. That's exactly what I be saying. I be saying all the time, you want to keep your money in your pocket. 2 pistols, 3 rifles, 2 shotguns is my arsenal. I love America, bro. But you can't carry all of that with you at the same time. I mean, you could put 3 rifles and a shotgun into a duffel bag, but you're only going to be able to use really 1 gun at a time safely. He said that's his state, Indiana. Indiana's on the map, y'all. Special shout out to Indiana. But you can only use 1 gun at a time. See how that happens? See how that happens? You got me talking about guns, and then all of a sudden, they done took me off air. Hold on a second. Let me get this camera working. There we go. You got me. You had me talking about. See what happens with censorship. You had me start talking about guns, and then as soon as I start talking about guns, they took my behind clean off the air. They just shut down. StreamYard threw me right off the map. I appreciate you guys hanging out because I thought that half of y'all would have been like, you know what, bump that, man. He ain't coming back. Nah, I'm gonna come back. I got about 30 minutes before I got to start this other thing. All charges were dropped to the guy that saved the mall. He was carrying a gun in the mall and shouldn't have been. That's wrong. Everybody should have a gun everywhere. But I understand what you're talking about because they have that prohibition sign that they put up on a building that they don't want you to walk into the mall with a firearm. Concealed carry dictates that you should be able to take the gun everywhere that is not a place of entertainment or a place that sells alcohol where you're consuming the alcohol, because you're supposed to be able to protect yourself no matter where you are, but you're supposed to be able to use that firearm a little bit more responsibly. Good thing he was carrying, but no, he didn't. Okay, so this is what happened with this guy. Yeah, I froze right when that happened. This is what happened with that guy. So he got the manslaughter charge. They gave him a suspended sentence and put him on probation. So he did not go to jail he did not stay in jail for what he did. But because he shot the gun in a residential area or a highly populated area, he did catch a charge. They did not dismiss his case and null pros him on self-defense. He did get a charge. He just did not sit in jail for that charge. Okay. So the guy that shot the boy in the mall did go to jail. He does have a criminal record. He did go on probation after that, but he did not stay in jail after they determined that it was self-defense when he shot the boy in the mall. So there is still negative consequences, and that's why they tell gun owners that you've got to be careful with your decision making, because when you decide to pull that trigger, you can be in the right and still go to jail. You could be in the right and still be looking at felony charges. So you got to be careful about your decisions before you decide to perform those actions, because if you are not doing the right thing by somebody else's observation on the outside looking in, while you felt like you should go ahead and do this because it's your right as an American citizen, our Constitution gives us rights to do things that mutual respect doesn't dictate we should do. We have to ask ourselves as human beings, we have to ask ourselves as logical and rational human beings, that while we have the freedom to do all kinds of things in this country that we're not allowed to do in other countries, we have to take the responsibility and first person accountability to ask ourselves, should we do that? Can you do it? Of course. But should we do that? That is one of the things that accountability lacks in this country, because we do not ask ourselves, should we do that? Not because of how it's going to affect me today. How will it affect you tomorrow? Why is it more important for me to make sure that my decisions don't negatively impact you tomorrow? If I piss off everybody around me, who's going to be doing business with me? My money opportunities come from other people. I cannot piss you off and then you turn out to be the relative of one of my most highest distributors. Then I get cut off by association. The same way, if I'm hanging out with a bad crowd, I get cut off by association. Logic dictates good business is that you are supposed to have more positive interactions with your society than negative interactions, so that you do not sour your society's observation of you, because that's when your society will stop being willing to cooperate and compromise and negotiate with you. That applies in law, that applies in business. Police will let you go if you are going to be cooperative in negotiating, even if they've got piss poor attitudes. If they know that you'll take it in stride and you're not going to treat them like shit, they might cut you a break. They could have slammed the book on you, but they'll give you a warning. They might have been able to write you 30 tickets and they only write you one. They got to meet their quota, but they're not going to come down as harshly as they could have come down on you. You just got to take it. You got to take that and run with it. Because if you treat them like shit on a regular basis, they can run your license plate and just decide to fuck with you because they know who's in the car. And if you have lived in the same neighborhood for decades, your reputation in your neighborhood is based on how well you interact with your neighborhood. So now you are a household name, whether you're a good person or a bad person. And it's not like good or bad versus ethical or moral. It's good, whether meaning that they like you, or bad meaning that they don't like you. If they don't like you, nobody's going to help you. If they like you, everybody's going to help you. If I didn't make sense, nobody'd be watching my podcast. I've made sense for 5 hours and 4 minutes and lost connection for 3.5 minutes. And I still got a whole bunch of y'all sitting over here watching me because I'm making it make sense the entire time. If I am not valuable, nobody wants to see me. If I do not bring value to the table, nobody's going to pay for what I got to offer. We all have to think the same mentality. If we do not have nothing valuable to the table, nobody's going to invest in us. If we do not create a business that makes money, nobody's going to invest in that business. If we are not investing in relationships that are going to be successful relationships, we're always going to be lonely. We're going to be paying for adult freelance workers to entertain us. They're going to be treating us the same way our girlfriends and boyfriends don't treat us. And then we're going to ask ourselves, well, why are these rich billionaires making all these robots to replace humans in relationships? Because as human beings, we have forgotten how to respect each other and ourselves. Y'all remember, and I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute, but y'all remember back in the day when we were responsible, at least in my generation,
We were responsible for how we behaved because we weren't supposed to embarrass the family name. We wasn't supposed to embarrass the family heritage. We were held accountable by our neighbors' parents. So we didn't have to do something wrong and catch a whooping from my mama and daddy, or our auntie, grandma, somebody. We caught a whooping from the neighbor who saw it go down. Then they would tell our parents, and then our parents would take turns giving us a whooping, because the first parent that comes home will give us a whooping when they find out from the neighbor. Then when that parent tell the other parent, that parent gives us a whooping. And if we got a really close knit parent family, when those parents go and tell the relatives, when we go visit the relatives, then the relatives will give us a whooping. You might get 7 whoopings off of doing one thing wrong. You start learning, man, I ain't messing up in my neighborhood because I ain't about to get 12 behind whoopings because I decided to do something stupid. But in order for you to be a monarch, in order for you to be the leader of your tribe, you can't just not make mistakes for yourself. Oh, this one's going to say, oh, that's called abuse. No, that's not called abuse. No, it's not called abuse. It's called discipline. It's called discipline. And we forgot what discipline looks like in this country. That's why children are punching their teachers in the classroom. That's why these kids is attacking the bus driver and stuff. That's why these children is over here having street fights in the middle of a Walmart, shooting each other with their mama's Glock and stuff. That's why these kids are taking their daddy pistol and going to the school and tearing it down, because they ain't got no dang discipline. There wasn't no school shootings in 1996. There wasn't no school shootings in 1974. Because if you act fool in your neighborhood took care of you. The old-fashioned saying, it takes a village to raise a child. That's where it came from. Because your mama and daddy ain't got to watch you fuck it up. If you fucking up, somebody gonna whoop your ass. That's how it went down. So you was on your best behavior all the time. Because somebody gonna see it and somebody gonna get you. Now, with no accountability, we have no responsibility. Oh, it's abuse. It's abuse. You ain't never got your behind whooped until you go to prison like Puff Daddy, and now you're doing 30 plus 1 years getting abused every day. Them whoopings that I got in my neighborhood kept me from being in a holding cell next to some of the most dangerous men in the world, being treated worse in a prison cell than what I would have been treated by my society that taught me how to be a self-respecting man by beating my behind when I wasn't. Now, you're going to say that's abuse. Children that taking time out, they cussing their mama out and talking about what they not going to do. But you wonder why they got some children that yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, all the time. I bet you the one with respect caught that belt more than once. And I bet you that one with no respect has never gotten a whooping in his life. But the one that has never gotten a whooping in his life yet gonna catch that whooping, because when he start talking to that officer the same way he talking to his parents, they're gonna beat his ass. Then they're gonna put him in jail. He talked to them boys in a holding cell the way he talked to that cop, they're gonna beat his ass. By the time he get out of jail, somebody would have beat his ass so that he start acting right, because they not going to disrespect the society where society is not going to protect you. The only reason why you have parents that discipline their children using corporal punishment is because they don't want their children to be disciplined by the system in a more severe manner. The reason why men who love and respect their women give their women instructions about how to behave and how to dress is so that the women don't put themselves in situations where men are spiking their drinks and kidnapping them and doing all kinds of inappropriate stuff to them. Women don't want to be protected because they want to have the freedom to be wild and unchained. But then when they find themselves gassed in the back of a car, they want help. But when your husband told you don't go out there, you should have stayed your behind home. Nobody wants to hear that. But the president of the United States, for the second time in his life, has a team of men that tells him when to get up, when to sit down, when to enter the room, when to get out of the room. He has people that check his mail for him, answer his phone for him, tell him when somebody's going to come and talk to him. He has 10, 15, 20 men that knows what the rest of his month looks like. And he answers to those men. He can do whatever he wants to do in this country. But when those 5 or 10 men tell him, let's go, he's leaving. Now, that's the president of the United States, a billionaire, one of the most powerful people in this country. He does what he's told by his security team. That's how he stays safe. And yet, in a relationship, a woman doesn't want a man whose sole purpose in life is to protect and provide for her. She won't listen to him so that he can keep her safe. Oh, I can protect myself. Then never in your life ever scream help, because if you could protect yourself, you don't need no help. But if you need help, you need to follow instructions, because can't nobody keep you safe if you're not willing to listen. Same thing with the children. You can't protect your children if they don't listen. And nobody should have to fight their family to keep their family safe. I should not have to go to war with you to protect you. So no, that is not called abuse. That is called discipline. And it's psychological manipulation for people to miscategorize discipline for abuse. Because the abuse is the way the men get treated in this society on a regular basis. The abuse is a social inequality and gender inequality that the men have to adapt and overcome. And if they don't adapt and overcome it, they're going to be demasculated. And they're going to be shamed for having an opinion. They're going to be shamed for voicing that opinion. So men are not supposed to speak. Men are supposed to bottle it up, suppress it, endure it. And then when they have their emotional breakdowns where they're lashing out of anger because they cannot internalize sadness, because internalizing sadness is weak. It's not manly. So they lash out with anger. Then you call them violent. But where do you support the man? Where do you back up the man? Where do you protect the man's psychological and emotional state so that the man can physically protect you, like that man that got killed protecting his wife at the presidential election? Shot in the back, taking a bullet for her. How is that abuse if he tells her sit down and shut up? Because had she argued with him and she decided that she was going to stand up regardless, she might have caught her own bullet. But since he said get down and she got down and he covered her, he took the bullet for her. That is what a man is supposed to do in this society. But that requires you to follow instructions. So when it comes down to children doing what they know is right, they got to be taught what is right. And they got to be taught what is right by their mother, their father, aunts, uncles, grandmothers, their neighbor, their teacher, the bus driver, the person at the grocery store, the cashier who caught them stealing, the police officer, the truant officer, the judges. They got to be taught by everybody. Because mom and daddy ain't always there. And the friends that you choose don't always make the right choices. And you don't want your parents to pick your friends for you. So adults have to make sure that they are responsible enough to hold the children responsible even when their parents aren't there. And when the children get out of line, the parents need to be able to say, you know what? I'm going to give you my belt to whoop his ass. Because these kids need to learn better. Or they're not going to live long enough to be 21. But if we don't hold ourselves accountable as adults, we're not behaving appropriately in front of the children. The children are learning how we do things. They're going to emulate it. They're going to replicate it. They're going to enhance it. They're going to do it way more reckless than what we did it. And then they're going to have the advancements of technology to help them out with that. Which means that as much as our life expectancy has gone to the late 70s, early 80s, these children still don't have to make it till they're 25. Living a reckless lifestyle. Making bad choices, where now your bad choices are not just in the eyesight of the people who've seen and heard you do that. Now your bad choices go viral. Now your bad choices are seen in multiple countries. You make too many bad choices, and before you get a chance to shake somebody's hand, they know what you're about because they seen you act an ass on social media. So do you really believe that your child catching an ass whooping before somebody catch them on social media doing something stupid is child abuse? Or do you really believe that these children need to be out here on TikTok and social media, Instagram, Snapchat, all that, embarrassing themselves as teenagers where they will not be able to recover from that embarrassment with their college application in 5 years? Now, I want you to think about that when y'all take that away from tonight's show. Now, make sure that y'all like and subscribe. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night. I want to say on my way out of the door, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking y'all to make it make sense. So, ladies, please make it make sense. And fellas, I really appreciate you guys coming to the podcast. Y'all made us what we are. We're all about 21,000 strong right now. Small podcast trying to make it. And I really appreciate you guys showing the support tonight. Stay tuned for tomorrow. We're going to be talking about ways to finance Russia. We're going to make money out of Russia. And then there's a good place to live out there, ways to live efficiently. Find yourself a good husband or a wife, whatever the case may be. And we're going to be talking about other ways to make money for ourselves, become digital nomads so that you don't have to be locked to a specific location on somebody else's schedule, being on call on a regular basis. You want to be able to travel while making money. You want to be able to travel while sleeping. And I want to help you do that. So make sure that you guys like and subscribe, hit that notification button. So even if you follow me on Twitch, even if you follow me on Twitter, even if you follow me on TikTok, if we end up on TikTok, you get that YouTube notification on your cell phone. You can jump on whatever podcast you want to jump on. Special shout out to Rev Void watching me from Twitch right now. Omni81, Liberty Twitcher, Mr. Pibbs, Max the Poser, Reese Martinez. I appreciate you guys. And thank you for coming to This and That for our 5-hour and 20-minute show tonight. Thank you guys for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command.